today. That's funny.
And we're live. Hello and welcome to the 53rd week of Quant Gang. We're going to be talking about how to become a billionaire in Pulse and go over a lot of numbers, as well as talking about Hex and Pulse X and PulseChain and everything that is Quant Gang. Welcome.
Bang, bang. What's up, everybody? What's up, Marco?
What's up, everyone? What's going on?
Third episode.
Hello.
Maddie, is this the year anniversary or is that next week still? You gotta tell me.
Whenever your birthday is.
Hey, shout out to me. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. It's only next week. Who knows? A little bird tells me there might be a pump that day, just like last year. Who knows?
Are you getting some birthday money?
Yeah, he's going to take his birthday money, spend it all, buy some more Hex.
It's mathematical advice due to balance of probability of what's happened last year. Oh, Maddie, I do happen to have a stack here. Just
what is waiting. That?
Dollars, fiat,
nice,
garbage, leftover from another event.
Was there some polls involved in that?
What?
Was there some polls involved in that?
Listen, it's about supporting your community. You know what I mean? I just happened to be there and helping the people. So
hey, now Marco's kids could be watching.
Yeah, I know, right?
No, but it's funny. Like we had another big event, and then I had to drive back. So I went to Boston to pick up my car, and then I drove 30 hours straight. Thank God for autopilots. Shout out to ALLin. But it was just so much fun. I haven't had it for a while since I've been on a tour. So this just happened to be in my luggage, just staying there. But yeah, it was epic. They got it all taken care of, and then now I'm back on the tour, and we are again Dallas this week, and then next week we're in Austin, and after that it's San Antonio. So let reach out to your people, come through if you're in the area. It's gonna be great, and not too long after that, Vegas is around the corner. So
I'm going to Austin. I got my
That's awesome.
I got it.
What is that? Is there a special reason why?
So my friend, whose name is Austin, moved to the city of Austin and became a successful jazz musician. So I am going to kick it with all the Hexicans as well as my buddy Austin, who's also a Hexican.
That is awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty dope.
Shout out to him making the move. So that's awesome. Let's see here. Speaking of which, Maddie, maybe you want to give the audience some cool updates about the awesome Vegas coming up very, very soon. Guys, can you believe this time flies so much? Like we're almost end of the month already. It's like 2022 and then boom, 1 month down already, like 1/12 of the way in. That's crazy.
It's coming fast. And at the same time, there's still a lot that's going to happen before the event. Of course, I'm the primary planner. And so I've got my work cut out for me, but I'm up to the task. As you guys saw a little preview, I have been holding no bars when it comes to my graphic design skills. I've got everything set up for us at Excalibur. I don't have the video clip ready yet, but I'm going to make a little promo clip for the conference. It's mostly bragging rights at this point because the tickets, we've got like 100 tickets left and there's still a lot of speakers that don't have tickets yet. And so by the time we get all those speakers their tickets, they can purchase them or they can ask for us to fundraise the funds. But it's totally, not-for-profit event. And at the same time, the budget is going to provide tons of value. And so I'm really excited to have everything coming together here. I'm getting ready to order merch. That's one of the steps. I'm going to get all the speakers their slides. There's going to be a template. And so whether you are just going to have a title slide, we can make that for you, or people can make it themselves using our template. And then people can have as many slides as they want in order to present in the time that we have allotted. And that speaker schedule, it's going to follow the original part one of the Hex conference here. So we had hexpo.online. We had like tens of thousands of people tune in for that. It was a huge success.
Yeah, it was pretty cool, man.
We had like 80 YouTubers participate. So all of those YouTubers, many already signed up to speak in person. Some weren't sure what the regulations and health risks were going to be. But at this point, it looks like, we have a contract signed with Excalibur. Oh yeah, I was saying I'm putting together a little video clip of Richard yelling, "I'm streaming from a castle," because we will be streaming from a castle with Richard.
Yep. Excalibur is kind of a castle too, so.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
What else do you guys want to know? Yeah, so it's going to be the biggest gathering of Hexicans to date. You can learn more at hexconference.com.
Get your tickets if you haven't.
If you're a speaker, definitely get your ticket now. If you're not a speaker, we're running out of tickets. So you can get it at hexticket.com or hexpo.vegas or hexconference.com. All links to the same place.
Bang, bang. Yeah, and again, the dates, March 6th through 9, right? Obviously, don't be one of those people that book their flight at the last minute because you don't know what can or cannot happen. So
exactly.
Get those things out of the way so that you can just relax and be good to go. Obviously, some of us going to be there a little bit earlier and possibly staying a little bit longer. Again, if it's your first time in Vegas, maybe you want to stay the whole week. You know what I mean? I mean, if you can obviously afford it. But my point is, plan all those things ahead. Don't do it last minute. That's my advice. Or you're going to end up having some trouble. So don't do that.
Some of the questions that I've been getting from people messaging me is, did the fundraising tickets that you bought throughout the past 6 months, do those get you into the event? The answer is yes. That will get you into the event. Only the people who bought the fundraising ticket, it's a way to manage expectations so that I could negotiate with the third parties, with the venue, and to make sure I was, able to get the very best price. And we're getting 4 full days of a 600-person conference center on the Strip in Vegas, streaming from a castle with full works of the audiovisual team there. As I said, I'm taking no profit, so literally, I'm donating my time. And there's full transparency. People can ask me anything they want. The budget is $200,000. And that, again, is a really good deal. We're providing the first 430 people who already bought tickets get a boxed lunch. Everybody gets, different beverages, bottled juices and stuff. Coffee breaks, all that stuff adds up, but we're happy to do it. And, it's going to be really exciting. The event is going to go from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. each day. And once we get a little bit more stuff nailed down in terms of people who want to volunteer to work, you're not working, you're volunteering and helping to coordinate the activities. But once we get that, then we're going to probably announce some people who will host different events at night. So there will be one night where it's Karim hosting whatever social activity he wants to do. And anybody else who's a good organizer and wants to have a night that they're in charge of planning, go ahead and reach out to us.
Yeah, what I can say is it's going to follow the ethos of steak, date, and chill. So you did the first part, you got to Vegas. So we'll do the other 2 part. Some of you guys already bring your special someone, so we'll just do the chill part, and this is going to be great. Another thing that's important value-wise, why those 4 days are important for anybody that ever been to, any type of conferences, even for work-related or seminars. Mm-hmm. It's good to have those 4 days because with Maddie, we're going to be able to kind of spread out the content. So it's not like, imagine kind of like back in the day that you're going to classes, back to back. Oh, we got to be here, then we got to be here. And then imagine you start to connect with the people, start conversation. Now it's like you get interrupted. You're only here for 2 hours, and then maybe you have to go there and that. So the fact that you have more days, it's chill. It's kind of 9 to 5. People get their late afternoon / nighttime. You know what I mean? So you can do other activities. If you've never been to Vegas, for example, there's other things that you're going to be able to do. So it brings you that extra flexibility. Bless you. Instead of let's say we only had 2 days. Now it's you have to cram everything all at once. So it's another little hack out there why the 4 days are great, because you get to really spend quality time with people, and not feel like it's rushed because, I like it.
Yeah, it's really going to be amazing. And, we had 26 hours of the Hex conference, just, here at the beginning of the month. And so once we get to the March 6th through 9th, then it's going to be pretty much the same number of hours, but then there will be social activities in addition to that. And so, yeah, it's super exciting. I know Naga Boo is going to come on the channel tonight, and there's a link in the description below for his event. He's throwing a mansion party. We're still figuring out if he's going to do it on the last night of the conference or if he's going to do it the night after the last night of the conference.
Gotcha.
But either way, I think people are, going to be excited to do a mansion party with Naga Boo.
Yeah, it would be great for him to confirm that for sure. Because I heard the 10th, but if there's a different date, then at least he's going to be able to confirm that. So.
Yeah, like Karim said earlier, like, excuse me, like 4 days goes by really, really fast, right? Last time when we went, it went by really, really fast. So plan accordingly. Try to come in earlier. Try to maybe book another day or two after, because you're gonna meet a lot of cool people, and next the day's over, and you're not gonna be able to interact with a lot of people. So just plan accordingly.
Awesome. Yeah, so that's an update about the conference. There will be more updates coming as everything gets finalized. But for now, the last people are going to be getting their tickets, and not that much effort really needs to go into ticket sales anymore. We won as far as I can tell. So we're going to take the win and keep making sure that this event will be as wonderful as possible on a budget.
And the cool part is the timing as well. So if everything goes well, PulseChain right around the corner, a lot of excitement. And it's a great opportunity to, continue to onboard people. Again, Vegas has a lot of people that keep cycling through day in, day out, month after month. So that would be great to be back there again. So.
Awesome. Yeah. Return to the scene of the crime, eh?
Something like that. Round two.
We have a lot more partying to do, and it was really fun last time. So I can't wait for this one.
Yeah. And then
crazier.
Another thing which I think is great, again, so underrated, is just the synergy of having like all of us like in the same place for the most part. That would be great, because imagine some people that couldn't come to the event last year for whatever reason, location, stuff like that, and now able to come. That's going to be great, because they're like, oh, I missed it last year, but I'm going to make sure I come this year. And then also getting that melting pot synergy. I'm just excited. Also the new idea that's going to come out, new collaboration, new tour. Again, Kryptosparbach started right after the conference because it was so inspired. So just imagine what's going to happen, out of that. So, and again, my speculation, it is a speculation, but, I expect PulseChain to launch in that vicinity, whatever it is, software is hard, but at least talk to some people, game plan. Like I said at the conference, the most exciting part about that is lower fees, so we can start, onboarding the rest of the world. You know what I mean? So you'll be excited to meet and maybe talk to some people who are interested about that kind of travel. Take it to the next level.
I think what would be crazy is that the conference is going on is like probably like day 2, day 3, and next Richard goes, PulseChain is live. Everybody runs to the hotel.
That would be epic. That was so funny.
That would be crazy, man. I really hope he does it. I want him to release as soon as possible.
Yeah, right.
Not that week, bro. Just not that week. Like keep it off the grid.
What's funny though, for me, the way I look at it, again, this is quant game, right? Quick maths. It's like, I'm going to be so perfectly strategized, but like I already did. It's just like, dude, you can launch it. If I'm out there having fun with Hexicans, it doesn't even matter. Get my copy. You want to pump left or right, doesn't matter. Let's go. I'm ready. I already did the most important thing, right? Did the strategy, set up the ladder, did my sacrifice.
Yeah, exactly.
Now I'm just like, it'll be nice to watch it live, but if it happens to be in the middle of the conference, oh, hell yeah. That's just me. I'm just going to be like, hey, let's go. Again, protect yourself from yourself.
Exactly.
Let the arbitrage bots and all this stuff, and those who want to play the shenanigans, let them go have fun. Don't get wrecked. All I need to know is where to delegate my pulse. That's all I need to know. So I can just go turn that into a money printer, and then let's go.
Yeah, I can't wait, man. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. The next 2 months is gonna be pretty exciting, right? Like leading up to PulseChain, the Nascar thing, that's freaking incredible to talk about too.
Yeah.
Just everything in general, right? It's like every day he's releasing more little bits of what's about to come. And, the bridge recently was phenomenal. I don't know if you guys tried it out. I tried it out. smooth
Huge.
as hell, man. It's pretty cool, you know. It's
Quick,
exciting.
efficient.
So
I've seen a lot of videos about people being excited about that too.
yeah,
So
yeah.
that's
So
why it's like it's awesome. And then when you combine that plus the fact that everything is what up, Naga? Everything is
Naga.
very
What's up, buddy?
very cool. There
What's going
it
on,
is.
big man?
Yeah, I was waiting for the show to start, and I got caught up. I got caught up downstairs. I'm in Lake Charles at the Golden Nugget Casino down here,
Nice,
and I got lost in the sauce, and I looked at my phone. I said, "Oh, they started. Let me hurry up upstairs and get in on this."
Can we get the classic Naga intro, man? You know, just the thing you usually do. Can we get that?
Mm-hmm.
Peace, love, and many blessings. This is Naga Boo.
Here we
The
go.
Naga tribe bringing you some more. This crypto Naga magic. Jackpot, bitch. Ching, ching, motherfucker.
What's up, Naga?
Yeah.
That's the intro we know. That's awesome.
Much love to you, man.
Thanks.
That's awesome.
So, yeah, I have changed my date on the mansion party to March 9th, starting at 8 p.m. and ending at 2 a.m.
Awesome.
And it's going to be in a new venue because the last venue basically it's in a residential neighborhood. You can't play loud music. So
yeah, bro, you're gonna have hexagons over there, bro. You better make sure.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, so it's going to be at a place called the Sterling Club.
Okay.
I talked with them today. Yeah, we can blast music there. And it's like right around the corner on Paradise, South Paradise, right around the corner from Excalibur and Luxor.
Nice.
And
Awesome.
it's a pretty extravagant place. It has like 75,000 square feet of party room. But
So more room for
we won't be using all that. We'll probably be using a couple rooms out of that outside area. I'm still in negotiations with them too, but it's on. And I have changed it on my website, and I have changed it on the Eventbrite. So those of you who are tuning in and got the tickets, and they say the other address, there's a new address. I don't know if Eventbrite changes it on the tickets. If I change it, hopefully they will. But I will be sending out emails to everybody who have already bought a ticket to know what the new location is. Or if you're listening, just go on the website, NagaHexPostconParty.com.
Nice.
Awesome.
So yeah.
And we've got the link in the description below here on the YouTube channel.
Okay, great.
I like
Man,
the
what's up? Now I hear there's gonna be a lot of OGs in Austin, Texas coming up for the road trip.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if I'm gonna make it, but I'll be there next week.
I'll be there too. Awesome.
Oh, you'll be there too? Okay, I can see you. Karim gonna be there too?
That's the plan. That's the plan.
Okay, yeah, I missed you. I missed you in Houston. They told me you had to go get your car and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Because we're adding an extra person on the tour, and then I had to go get it. It was a time, so trying to help out for that. And I came back as fast as I could. 30-hour straight drive, so from Boston to here. And then I went to
Marco, you coming to the Vegas event?
Of course, man. Come on, man.
Okay,
I got my ticket. I think, no lie, I think I got my ticket September 12th or 11th, something like that. I know it was somewhere in the beginning of September, so I've been got my ticket, man. And once I know it was announced, I'm like, I'm going. There's no way I'm missing this shit.
Yeah,
language.
Last year was amazing, so it's like a back-to-back, you know. And then
I
like your event too in a way because it's like it keeps the synergy. It's like 6 through 9, and then Maddie said it's like 9 to 5, and then that day, boom, 10 p.m. go to the party. So kind of like all at once.
It's pretty cool, right? It's like at the peak of the conference, right? Everybody's excited. It just about ended, and we go parties all together. Everybody gets to know each other more, and it'd be cool. So Naga, hats off to you, man. That's cool of you too, man.
Yes, and it helps the people who may have like constrained, like they can only stay for like 3-4 days. It allows them to leverage that, and let's say, hey, I'm flying the next day, 8 a.m. or whatever. It's like boom, event, party, and then sleep on the plane, whatever, on your way out. You know what I mean? So that also helped them, so they don't have to worry about getting an extra day or whatever. for those who are stringing on time. So,
well, the event is going to be like, you know how in Hollywood they have the red carpet and the backdrop, photo op, the interviews. Well, the Hexicans, you know, you guys are going to be treated like superstars. It's going to be red carpet. We're going to have backdrops. We're going to have interviews. We're going to have a hex giveaway, a 5555 hex giveaway. And if PulseChain is not launched by then, I'm still going to have a 1 million PulseChain giveaway and a 1 million PulseX giveaway.
You sure you want to do that, bro? I don't know.
Naga Boo.
Yeah, definitely.
All right.
Definitely, I'm going to do
That's
that.
beautiful, man. That's awesome for you, you know, to do. That's
Definitely. Awesome. It's going to be a spectacle. I want people, you know, that come out. I want to give people some incentive to come on out, you know, and get your ticket. Get your ticket.
Awesome. Yeah, everybody go and get your ticket. I know I'll be pushing that link more and more as everything comes together so that we'll be able to get as many people involved as possible, and we might be able to work something out to keep selling them. But the bottom line is you want to get your ticket now so that the event organizers have the money in hand to go make the event happen. You don't want to be that person who waits until the last minute. And for me, I said, yeah, we could have had 1,000 people at this thing, but I planned for 600. And if you're late, then it's like, you know, heck, the share rate leaves you behind.
This place, the Sterling Club, when you all go look it up online, it's gated. It's gated. So your name is going to be on a list. You won't even get in the gate if you don't have a ticket and your name is not on the list. You won't even get in the gate. So
it's a private affair.
Yeah. Yeah, you won't even get in the gate. And yeah, we're gonna have the barbecue grills going. All you can drink, you know, I'm gonna have the drinks there. I'm gonna have the got some model chick coming. It's gonna be crunk. Definitely gonna be crunk.
Okay.
So I'm planning the trip actually to Vegas around the Valentine's Day week because I gotta physically go through the building myself.
Oh, I see. Makes sense. Yeah, so no surprise.
Yeah.
No, makes sense. I love it. I love it. You know, February is a great month too.
So I expect to see y'all there. Oh, and by the way, there's going to be a special VIP section for YouTube influencers. So, you know, when you all purchase your ticket, it's going to come with a special VIP pass. So, you know, we're going to have a special place to give all the info.
Awesome.
Nice.
Yes. Everybody in the chat's going wild. They're so excited.
Yeah,
they should be.
Good job with that, bro. Seriously, good job with that, man. I think it's gonna be really, really cool, you know?
Yeah, thanks for organizing, that's for sure. And again, it's a great way to meet and greet, onboard people, and even new people that you meet even while you're traveling. So it's just great. Like every places that I've been to so far on the tour, that's one of the things that I've enjoyed the most is, you know, meeting the Hexicans and meeting the new people along the way as well. So
yeah. Well, definitely, Maddie's throwing the serious part because last July was just a meetup for us to meet, shake hands, and get to know one another. This one is a little more serious as far as getting into the meat and potatoes about what Hex is all about and everything. But after the conference, you know, it's time to let our hair down and have a good time. And once we take care of the business, hey, it's time to party.
Hey, Naga, I'm assuming is a dress to impress type of thing, huh?
Yeah, it's gonna be a dress to impress type of thing, you know. You know, don't come in flip flops, shit like that, you know.
That'll be wild. Hey, unless the Gucci flip flops, maybe.
Hey, you never know. LV flip flops, you know.
Oh, no, like in the song, it's funny.
Yeah, I bought my ticket yesterday for the conference finally. I said, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get it. I was gonna wait till February 1st, but I said, you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and get it now for Maddie go up in these prices on my ass.
There you go. Smart man. It's all about that share rate, you know what I mean? So
yeah.
Time flies, you know what I mean? You can be there like so fast, it's gonna be crazy. So, and again, thanks for doing that. Appreciate it. It's gonna be A lot of fun.
Yeah, so that's all I had. I just wanted to come on the show real quick. I'm about to head back downstairs in this casino, man.
Yo, say some money, man. Say some money. No,
see what I
Well,
can
enjoy yourself.
Hey, I brought a set amount to gamble with, though. Once it's gone, it's gone. But I'm still at break even, so it's all good.
Unless you got your stakes separate and your dream account and everything, you got no problem with me. You get passed to go do whatever else you gotta do. So if that's how you chill,
right.
do it.
This is Naga Boo. I'm letting y'all out there right there know right now. Get your tickets to the Hex Conference. If you don't have your tickets to the Hex Conference, get them now, okay? And get your tickets to the mansion party I'm throwing, which is NagaHexPostConParty.com. It's going to be the crowning event of the Hex Conference, and it's going to be the kickoff for the PostCon coming up in September. So everything is all good. Y'all come to Austin next week. I'll definitely be seeing y'all next week in Austin because I'll be there as well. Naga Boo, signing off.
Sounds good. Thanks for coming on.
All right.
Be safe out there, man. All right. Be safe.
That's awesome. What up, Super Hex? Good to see you. This is great stuff, man. I'm excited. And then now, imagine, right? We get a nice little price appreciation by then, right? Wink, wink, right? This is the fun part of the coin game we're about to start because, oh man, it's going to be epic. Matt, it's going to be another week of a little bit of a I told you so type of thing.
We're definitely going to get into the numbers, and I've got some stuff prepared, and I know you guys do too. But we got so much to report here with the community buzz that's been going on. I want to make sure we at least mention, even if we don't get into a whole conversation, but I want to mention for the people who are only watching our stream once a week and maybe not all the other streams. They're not spending all their time paying attention to what's going on in the Hex community, but they set aside their Tuesday nights. We know there's thousands of people that are regular watchers of the show. Shout out to all of you, and hit the like and subscribe button and give yourself a pat on the back, because this has really been an honor to have such a popular show that we get to cover everything. So with that being said, so major things that I've picked up on this week, Richard said that he's not waiting to release PulseChain for market conditions. So there was mad speculation that he would time things because it was so coincidental that he launched with perfect timing after working on Hex for 2 years, not releasing it until it was finished. And so, even myself, I've speculated that Richard would wait with PulseChain until the right time, but somebody asked him in a live chat, and Richard, he laid it out there. And when he says something publicly to us, to anybody listening on YouTube, we know that he's good for his word. And so he takes that really seriously. So we got, that's new information that we don't have to wait for PulseChain any longer than is necessary for it to be everything that is planned. And we know that that's going to be a big deal. And then, so Richard also got his YouTube channel taken down while the documentary guys were at his house.
Hey, YouTube.
It happened live too. Yeah, get that together. And I think it's also because some of those YouTubers got hacked and stuff. So it could be like an inside job, employee, whatever. But it was just kind of epic how A, it happens live, B, while the documentary people are there. Like I've seen sometimes, like, you can't make this shit up, right? People think no, and then it happens that you got it all documented. It's just key, fighting censorship is censorship. And why sacrificing is so important. It's not just tongue in cheek, you know what I mean? Like freedom of movement, freedom of assembly, freedom of speech. We can sit here and say, oh, that was just a cool thing used for, creative sacrifice. But in moments like that, you're reminded why we do what we do, why it's important. And thank God we're very redundant as a community, very solid, decentralized. So what I love is what, Funding Jim did, Gary, and many other people that were just ready on deck, hey, Rich, do you need a channel? Hey, do you need let's say, imagine there was no documentary, right? At any moment, one of us could just spin up the channel, boom, funnel the viewer there. Next thing you know, we're back in business. So, and like Richard said too, everybody listen, please, 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 if you're not already, make sure to subscribe to the Telegram channel, Hex News. Very important. This is great that we have Telegram as a backup. That's why we stay organized. That's why it's easy for us to, like, retweet, see what's going on, seeing the updates. So if you're not on that channel, make sure that you are. If you have friends, families, anybody that you have onboarded, make sure they get to Hex News. A lot of the stuff you see Richard do or announce on Twitter always end up being on Hex News as well. Sometimes even there first, because it's one of those locations. So please make sure you get that. Redundancy is important, and we're glad the channel got back. But either way, we didn't skip a beat. So shout out to those people who having their channels.
Absolutely. Hey, Karim, I'm not muted, right, at all?
No, you're not muted.
Okay, some people were saying,
well, earlier for like 5 seconds you were speaking and then nothing happened. Got you.
Yeah. So my take on Richard Hart getting temporarily suspended or banned. A couple of community members was mentioning this, and I think maybe it might be a possibility. Usually he'll just out of nowhere be like, hey, I'm going on a few minutes and that's it, and he's good, right? This time he gave hours ahead of time. So folks, try to plot against him is a perfect opportunity. You know exactly when to, everybody mass or, certain groups just, report. So I think that's what could have happened too, honestly.
Interesting.
Yeah. So that's why
that I heard in the Twitter Spaces was that YouTube does have, and if you read the fine print, there are a lot of documents that you have to read about rules and stuff. Like they literally go through, how many inches above your knee your skirt can be and stuff.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And I mean, way more complicated than that, trying to draw a line around what is YouTube and what's not.
So it's not just the words that you say. Is that what you're saying?
And giving away things that are free or putting free in the title. Yeah. Think about an algorithm or a human trying to go through and differentiate the fake streams from the real ones. We all know that there are these copycat streams that pop up, and they're well funded. They have good understanding of how to use YouTube. Now, I'm not letting YouTube off the hook, and I'm not going to put them on task either at this point because we're using them. But at the end of the day, like Karim said, I dropped a link for Hex News. Follow on Twitch, follow on Twitter. Follow. We're streaming to multiple places. So.
Better be safe than sorry. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, I think that's what it could be too. It was maybe a couple of wording and stuff like that, and I think it was coordinated attack a little bit. I kind of feel like it was.
Could be.
He's getting too hot, man. He's exploding, man. Like everybody they want the guy to just
still growing at a compounding rate. Now it's more than 1,000 subscribers per day, which is awesome. I mean, just not too long ago, right? End of the year, he cracked 100K because I remember Hexo, mentioning it. And then it's like now it's off the hook, you know what I mean? And just faster around pace. I think also, especially the Twitter one, Twitter is exploding. It's like almost 175. Like he picked up like 50,000 subscribers in 2 weeks. It's just pretty amazing. And then even the YouTube, because YouTube used to always be kind of like lagging a little bit, like around like 80, 90K. And now it's like 117, I think, almost 120. So it's just amazing to watch. So
I agree. And, I mean, there are a lot of things that I think Richard is doing, and he's doing them really well. And it's awesome to see like him growing and trying new things, right? And finding what works for him. And we're all doing the same, right? The entire community. It's really cool to see something decentralized and how it works. There's stuff that I think it happens behind the scenes, like with the PLS planning, game theory chat and stuff. I really think stuff like that, the story of what's been happening inside of Hex, and, speaking of the documentary, I think that this stuff is going to go down in history, in computer science textbooks, in economics textbooks, and, we've got, psychology textbooks as well. So there are a lot of disciplines that are getting combined. But David is, and the chat is yelling to say, don't move on to the quant and the numbers and the game theory part of the show without talking about the third major thing that's happening in the community is the NASCAR, the Hex NASCAR moment.
But Maddie, before you do, I want to just jump on what you just said, right? With this whole documentary stuff. And I think folks don't realize, like, the documentary, it shows like the stages of the Hexicans. It shows the stages of the whole year, what we've been through, you know, the forbidden word we can't say, and, you know, the community getting stronger, and Richard Hart doing what he's doing and releasing different projects, and the emotions, the excitement of the community, plus the people that don't like the community, their emotions and their frustration with that too, right? It shows a lot of things all around, and I think this is remarkable because then it shows, you know, the gatekeeping of social media itself, and look what just happened to Richard, right? So the world is going to get to see this, that the shenanigans do go on. It really does happen, and it happens frequently. So, yeah, man, it's just exciting. Like, we get to experience this, and, you know, we could say we're part of history. So everybody in this chat, everybody in this stream, you know, we're part of history. Like, we get to experience every single thing first-handed, and now the world gets to see, you know, what we went through, what Richard goes through, and, you know, what the community is going to do. So I'm excited. I love it, man.
Absolutely.
And then,
and
you know,
can also see how real it is. Like, you know,
Yeah.
some people think like we're paranoid, like this and that. It's like, no, dude, again, you can't make this up. It happens live, you know. Another thing to commend about why I enjoy watching Richard's growth and our growth as a community is, again, I want to remind people, he does not, and we also do not, he does it without no ads. I can't stress that enough. Like, there's many, no offense, we're not going to say any names, but there's many big YouTubers that literally buy ads and literally buy viewers. I mean, this is just pure organic. Richard doesn't have crazy ads or something that's going to end up victimizing the users. So this is pure natural growth. So
that's the beauty thing about it, right? It's organic, it's real, and it's us. It's everybody in this chat, people not in the streams, on stream. You know, it's in Telegram, you know, so everybody plays a part, you know.
On-game viewers, you know, shout out to you guys, shout out to the chat. You know, those are real people. They're here, you know, week on weeks, because back in the day and still now, it's still a long session. Like, we don't do like, hey guys, we're gonna do a 59 minutes and 37 seconds video because we're worried about the algorithm telling us, like, dude, we don't do it for the algorithm, right? Exactly. We do it for the people. And then we separate the real from the fake, because those who want to be here want to be here, period.
Go ahead, Maddie. I apologize. I don't want to cut you off with that.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's so much to say about, you know, all these topics, and we are really making history. I think that the documentary is not going to capture all of the real life stuff that's happening right now, right? For example, you know, they are not covering everything. They're covering the highlights, and they're going to be one voice telling a story that I hope is going to be magnificent, and it's going to communicate more clearly what we've all been trying to say, and it's going to get onto those platforms and into those delivery mechanisms that really gets the idea out there, right? Dr. Aubrey de Grey did a TED Talk, you know, in 2003 or 2005, somewhere in there. Like, that anchored the Sense Foundation, or the Methuselah, or whatever it was at the time. Like, that was the moment where longevity entered really like the Silicon Valley, and like would become the crypto space. And so, you know, one example I'd say of the documentary, you know, they're not going to pick up on the fact maybe that, you know, I'm not sure the whole backstory, but all I know is Abit threw a workshop there in Miami. I don't know, maybe some of you guys were there, but come to find out, there's this really intelligent woman who went on the Fresh and Fit podcast. Has like over 500,000 subs. And she's like, she's been on more than one episode, I guess, just killing it, saying super smart stuff that everybody agrees with, standing out as the smartest person in the room. And then she plugs Hex.
Yeah. She's very down to earth too.
I know.
I had to mention, it's actually a big shout out to Ricky if he's watching, but because she also has this thing where, you know, she helped like IV and fluid and stuff. So she came to the house, very polite, very great conversation. So we have great conversation and stuff like that. And then I think she kind of mentioned it on the fly, but you know, sometimes people just mention it. You're like, oh, wait, is this real? And then, you know, we're all passionate. We talk about Hex, and, you know, one thing led to another. And, you know, Abby did a great job. And then it's like, because, you know, people just ask, right, what's going on? You know, nice house. Who are you guys? What are you doing? Da, da, da. And we were just so gun-ho talking about Hex. Like, we're just shilling to everybody because we're just so genuinely happy to be here, right? And then she caught on to that because, again, she's a very smart young lady. And then hey, now we're spreading the word, and she loves what we're doing. So it's just nice of her to go there. And it's not even a shill per se, but because she just recognized the value about what Hex has done, what Hex is doing, how the mechanism work, how we're like, yeah, we in Miami, this and that, but we're actually very chill, down to earth people when you actually get to know us. You see, that's the trick. See, the haters gonna hate. Those who don't know us, they're gonna be like, look at them doing X, Y, and Z. When it's like, dude, if only you knew. And if we really wanted to flex, you haven't even seen nothing. You know what I mean? Like the same way, like, you know, Rich does all this video, this and that. But like, guys, that is still nothing compared to what he actually has. Like, it's a joke. But it's just, this is how you get to, you know, remove the fake and the haters, because they're gonna hate no matter what you do. But the people who are just curious to be like, okay, there's something here. Like, this is the nice part of town. Like, what is going on? What do those people do? Right? That curiosity kicks in. And then you have an intellectual conversation, right? She came in, provided her service. Next thing you know, she's still at the house like 5 hours later, having a great time, asking questions. We explain what we hear, what's the mission. And it's just great. Like, we met a lot of people like that. Hey, when we do the open-ended party or get together or even workshop, many people, sometimes they come in, first time workshop, first time even Hexicans. They don't even like, hey, I know somebody or I've heard this thing before. I just came to the event. Like, I don't have a quote unquote Hexican friend. You know, like you can meet those random people too, just curious. Next thing you know, they're hanging out with us 5 hours later. We're switching contacts. And then the rest of the week, when we're still in the town, we're just hanging out with those people. And this is how organic we really are, and how grassroots the mission is, and how compatible Hex is. Anybody, all walks of life, because it's the core value of delayed gratification, supporting yourself, supporting your future self, understanding what's at stake, and realizing that we're just all the same at the end of the day, you know, to some extent. So,
and two things regarding the young lady, very smart. By the way, I think Maddie, you will like her business. It's pretty unique and it's kind of cool. I never seen something like that. You know, it looks like she gives you know, like health and all this other stuff through IV treatment. Pretty weird, but pretty cool, right? I never seen something like that. And not only that, but I don't know if you guys seen it, and that
very
channel.
healthy.
Yeah. Have you seen that channel? If you look at the comments, it's hundreds of comments, right? And they're all talking about her, like, this girl's intelligent. You got to bring her. Forget about these other girls. Nothing against the other girls, you know. Like, you got to bring her more than all the other girls. Let her speak more, this and that. And like, it's cool how, you know, smoothly she mentioned Hex, and you know, you could tell she speaks very well. You know, she knows what she's talking about. She is intelligent. She proved it on the stream, on the podcast. And you know, it's great, man.
Yeah, and shout out to her parents too. I mean, clearly she has a, you know, a great background on that. And then, you know,
she's smart, man. She got a lot of couple of degrees and stuff like that. If you look at her profile on LinkedIn and all that stuff, so she's smart one.
Her dad is her hero, she says.
Yeah,
so, pretty cool.
Smart.
So,
you should have her on one of your streams, Maddie.
That'd be great. Yeah.
Yeah, she can be on therapy, Hex therapy. That'd be awesome. Good mix. Just saying.
I'm gonna make a thumbnail though, and I'm gonna
put you in IVs.
Troll fresh and fit. So I can
Yo,
my part.
we were in Miami. One of the nights, I think I was in one of the clubs just visiting, and then actually he was Fresh was in the club. It's funny, like, kind of,
that's cool,
because the DJ kind of like mentioning by fly, like, man, I was like, but we had to go somewhere else. But like, man, how funny would I have been to bump into him like that? But I would shell that too, which would have been,
it would have been nice.
Yeah, but Miami, again, this is the funny thing. Miami is big, but it's kind of small. Once you start going to certain places where everybody is kind of going, it's just like you have a high likelihood to just bump into people. So
just like New York, man.
Yeah, just being ready.
New York is big, but there's certain places that everybody just if you know somebody or you're somebody, you got to end up in a certain spot. It's just going to happen.
Kind of like Dubai too, in some extent. I mean, there's sadly a little bit of gatekeeping due to, like, you know, you have to spend a certain amount to hang in that spot. But the point is, once you're there, people are just there, and then you realize that, like, no offense, but it's more like we're just people. And if you are being yourself, and you know you genuinely have a good things to share, then you connect with those people right away. So I got fortunate like that on one of the other nights. I met an influencer that I've been watching on about personal development for years. You know, I don't know if I mentioned that to you. I think I did. But it just so happens to be right place, right time, near the New Year's, all that good stuff. But just being there and being present, recognizing the moment is just awesome.
And the thing to take away from this, right, is that when the Hex community 10x's, when the number of people in hex 10x's, the price goes up. And then we're going to have 10x the tours. We're going to have 10x, you know, the moments where hex can go viral. And, you know, so there's this synergy that's being created. And from what I know of, the people who are donating $600,000 pooled together to buy a hex NASCAR.
That's dope, man. That's
we're literally
dope.
almost there. I think last time I talked to Ricky a couple hours ago, it was like 550, I think. So it could be even higher.
Wrap the winning car. I hope it wins.
Yep.
That's amazing. You know, we've got the Hex conference, we've got the tour, we've got, you know, the documentary, we've got, the list goes on and on. People are building community in all different kinds of ways. We've got the 80 or 100 different Hex live streamers that are out there. You know, what happens when we 10x that?
To the moon. Just kidding. but yeah, and the cool thing is like the timing too, like in the bear market, like people still don't fully understand, right? Quick maths, like Hex launched in the bear market and did excessively well. But what's even more important is that the ratio of how well we're going to do is going to be more visible, have a higher impact, especially in the bear market, because everything else is being pushed down. Example, if like, you know, oh, we're going up, but everything else is going up, right? Something goes 2x and then we go up 4x, right? It just looks like, oh,
you really can't see it. You can't see the difference.
It looks like, oh, you just went up maybe 2x compared to this person. But let's say we go 4x and something goes half the other thing, it feels like you're 8x in building up. Makes sense? Because you're going up and then they're going down. So you create that bigger spread. And I think that's about to happen, which is going to be more insane. And like Rich has been saying, you know, they're going to realize, hey, we're not going anywhere. We're not going away. And Hexicans may end up being some of the wealthiest people on the planet. I mean, literally, like in the video, you know, with the documentary, when it says, hey, those people that people make fun of, this, that, lunatics, they end up owning half of everything, right? Like, this is no joke. Like, this is the way it's geared. And the previous quant stream that we had when Wave 3 was showing the ratio of how Hex market cap compared to the rest is growing, while everything else is kind of dying over time. The same way Hex versus ETH, Hex versus Bitcoin is just being murderous and continue to just do extremely well. If that trend, not even if, that trend will continue, because again, superior product over time, and we're just going to get more and more and more, and that's just going to continue to separate us. And that is something that's still underrated. The same way, like Manny says, as the people increase at a faster pace, that ratio is going to increase even faster. And what I've been trying to promote, in a sense, to inspire people to do every places that I've been, is like, guys, you don't even need to wait. Like, start doing your little local meetup at your own community. Even if it's like, oh, but Karim is only me, like me and 3 friends, but that's fine. Just have regular meetups. It
starts there, man.
Yeah, like I've tell some of the guys, some of them probably watching right now, I say, guys, you guys are in the same town, sometimes literally within 5-10 minutes from each other. Like, what the hell? You should be switching up contact. You should be meeting up more, because the core value is the same. And then they realize like they're all just cool people. So connecting like that, do your little local meetup, and then just one at a time teaching other people. Like, be inspired, that's great, but I want you guys to be inspired to do your own meetup. It doesn't have to be big and fancy. You start where you start, and you start the communication. Next thing you know, you have a little local meetup, local group chat, whatever it might be, onboarding. Obviously, if you need help, you can definitely reach out to us. You know, somebody you need to be onboarded or answer tough questions or whatever it might be. But just doing that grassroots event is really, really key. Kind of like little guerrilla warfare in a way. It's very effective for spreading things. So I always make sure every new town that I go to emphasize that, because again, we only have so much time before we have to go to the next town. Like you said, time flies. So very, very important. And if you are in a town that we've been through or haven't, start doing that right now. It's always good.
Yeah, not only that, right? Like, maybe you might limit yourself and be like, I only could get 10, 20 people gathered, and I'm kind of limited, can't really think about it. But that one person in that group could have the next big idea to get, you know, your 10 or 20 to become 50, 60, 70 or bigger, right? So don't limit yourself, or don't limit the people around you, man, because you never know the opportunity they could bring or the ideas they have, and they could take that area, you know, that area, your area to the next level. So just don't limit yourself, you know, guys. You know, I remember.
I mean, go ahead.
Yeah, I remember when a lot of these channels, everybody's channels, was only like 20, 30 people watching, and most channels, you know, and now look, most channels have thousands and thousands, over 10,000 followers, subscribers, and hundreds of people watching all the time, and reruns and all that stuff. Like, don't limit yourself, man. You never know where you could go. The next person, behind you or in front of you could go. So, just don't be afraid. Just do it.
Amen. Remember, Marco? Turn on the camera, press play.
I was telling you know how many guys, all right, real quick. You know how many times I kept on telling Karim, like, I'm talking about for probably like 2 months, 3 months in a row, like, all right, Karim, next week's the week. I'm gonna get on camera. I'm gonna do this. He's like, all right, bro, just turn it on, get on, and you'll be fine. Next, you're gonna want to do more. And I remember that for the first week, I'm like, yeah, nope, turn it off. And you keep on to the point you're like, all right, screw it, just do it. And you can't. You want to wait for the next stream and the next time. So it gets fun, guys. Like, just do it, man. I'm telling you. Soon you're gonna laugh at how silly you were being scared of this stupid stuff. Like, come on. It's so funny.
And the key with that is that as a community, the thing that I'm the most proud about, because again, I've seen it, I've trained people, being in sales and doing door-to-door, how to overcome that fear. It's kind of like learning a bicycle. Like, it's too scary, but then once you do it and you hop on it, it will just become like a natural skill. So what's amazing about our community is that we're very nurturing to the point where, yes, it's first time you're riding a bike, but you got mad trading wheels around there. Like I told you, that, hey, I'll be your first guest on your show. Doesn't matter. And whoever's watching right now that's thinking about, you could be brand new. Hear me loud and clear. Yes, Karim said this. Clip this. If you're serious, true Hexicans, you want to spread the word, go on, create your channel, do the thing. DM me. I'll be a guest on your show. Whatever you want to ask me. Hanging out, just so that you realize that, hey, you're not on your own. Again, some people out there, influencer, whatever, they talk, they don't walk the talk. Exactly. That's our club right there. If you show your commitment, you're a real Hexican, you want to add value, hit me up, hit us up. Like, I'll go on your show, I'll go on your channel, whatever it might be. Could be just a small interview, Q&A, whatever. Just so that I want to show you that you can be comfortable doing this. It only looks weird at first or feel weird just because you haven't done it before. And once you have done it many times, you realize that, hey, it's cool. Again, I'm here for the community. I'm adding value to the best of my ability. I'm not lying to people or whatever. You have nothing to feel bad about. You belong here, period. Just like everybody else. Because if people choose to want to come listen to you and watch your show, then you deserve to be here. Even if it's just 10 people at first, well, guess what? Do it for those 10 people. Or even 5. You know what I mean? I remember people talking about, people that got millions of views, talking about their first videos. That's why I love this kind of interview. And they were like, dude, one guy was saying, yeah, my sister was my only viewer. But look where I am today. I just keep doing a video every day. Got better. Watch other people, how to get better, got better setup, this and that and the third. Next thing you know, it's like people look at these people like, oh, you've been doing this your whole life. That's not true. Again, repetition, mother of all skill. And when you're doing with a loving and caring community, nothing better than that. And we like to cross promote anyways and share the value, because again, it's more eyeballs, because you never know who can meet what. That's the key. Same thing with the 5-6 people meetup. Marco said it best. You don't know who's who. You don't know who you're going to meet. I've onboarded people that like, oh, there was just one guy here, and then he comes in and then brings $500,000. Or he comes in and he brings somebody else that he knows that owns somebody next to you. Like, you never know. So treat people right, spread the word, don't assume things. And ultimately, the core is the purest part, because it's what connects all of us. So.
Absolutely.
That's the key.
Yeah, and like when you do this, like really quick on this topic, when you do these type of videos or streams and stuff like that, yeah, you're going to have trolls no matter what, dude. You're gonna have trolls on the comments, and people will make fun of you, call this out, call that out. You might get 5 trolls, but then you're gonna have 5 people that love you, right? You might get 50 trolls, and you might have 500 people that support you, right? So it doesn't matter. Your supporters will always outperform, outrank these guys, right? So don't worry about those guys. Those guys are going to be miserable. It is what it is, right? You do what you do. Stick to your message. Provide your message. Everybody has a message, and there's people that want to hear it, right? Doesn't matter if it's financially, not financially. End of the day, just do it, man. And you'll be surprised who you hit. There's going to be that person that's going to text you on the side one day, and they're going to say, hey, guess what? You are the reason why I changed this. You're the reason why I did this or did that or joined this or made this decision, and not anybody else but you did, right? And that day when that does happen, it's gonna hit you. You'll be like, damn, that's what's up. And I got a couple of those DMs. I bet some of you guys got it. So don't give up. Like, just do it, man, and
do it.
Like you said, hit me up, man. I'll join on. I'll jump in and laugh and giggle with you, and we'll both look silly. Like, I don't care, man. Like, people could talk all they want, man. I don't care, right? So You just do it, man. We're a community, man.
Start small.
Yes.
Like,
Because some people want to
yeah.
just see the commitment. They want to see the repetition. Are you just one hit wonder, come and go? Or are you actually going to try to be here for the long term? So that's kind of like that natural filtering. And once you just keep showing up, it's going to reinforce that, oh, wow, this person is actually serious about doing this. Number two, equally very important. People still underestimate. There's a lot of wisdom what I'm about to say. Don't underestimate the power of the longevity of your videos. Let me say it again, slow. Do not underestimate the power of the longevity of your videos. I remember seeing videos, and Maddie can talk about this, even that first conference where it's like, oh, I got this many views, which was great. But then when you go back 3, 6 months, a year later, and you see the many views, especially as we continue to exponentially grow, and Richard has many videos like that, it will blow your mind. Remember that the content that you create to some degree, unless YouTube goes away, it's quote unquote supposed to be here forever, right? Or for the very, very long period of time. So do not underestimate that. Please understand another powerful trick that Richard does, especially even when he goes to those other channels who are sometimes combative. He understands that he's not here for the guy. He's not the troll's going to be the troll. He's here to talk to the viewer that's going to be open-minded enough to hear the message. Because some of those guys, those millions of subscribers, whatever, if you can just reach out 50,000 people that never knew about Richard, that reasonably are open-minded and want to hear what he has to say and click, boom, those are the people that become the new subscriber. So do it for those people. Do it for those who watch you. Do it for the future people that's going to watch you. Because if you know your tactics are sound in terms of what you're trying to project and articulate and explain, that video is going to basically last the test of time. And many years in the future, even a troll can go back and be like, oh, wow, that video aged well. Look at the content. Look at what they said. And look at what actually happened, right? Look at our Quan Gang stream. We went from, 50 people, like you're saying, 30 to 50 people sustained to where we are today. You know what I mean? And just imagine what's going to be a year or two from now, right?
Exactly.
Pretty much 10x to 20x. So we can do another one of those this year.
Yeah, before we move on to the next topic, I just want to say, so anybody who wants to learn how to do this and just wants to get some tips and tricks, there's a gentleman in our community, Maddie did have a stream with him recently, from Rags to Riches, Mr. Brandon. Him and Hot Pro, they did a video where it gives you like 10 good steps about if you want to become a streamer, or like cool tips and free videos and all this other stuff. I suggest if you can, in your free time, just watch that video. Believe me, it helped me out big time, and I know it helped a lot of people out. So just check that out if you can too. It'll help out.
That's awesome.
Maddie, what's next, man? What's the next topic? What we got?
Yeah. So I think people are going to keep watching more and more, and everybody can contribute in their own way. A lot of people will be able to start streaming if you've ever done a presentation before. It's that easy. It's not right for everybody, but find the way that you can contribute. Maybe it's donating to the Hex Nascar. Maybe it's volunteering at the Hex conference. Maybe you're gonna make some origami with Louis Vuitton and Pulse on it. There are so many things that people can do, and so your imagination is no limit.
That's right, man.
Bang bang. I like that.
So I've got a bunch of quant stuff. I think I'm just gonna vomit quant stuff for 3 minutes here.
That's fine.
So let me get my screen set up, because I just want to rant with you guys present, and just kind of
when I go, it's gonna be funny.
What the big picture is, because we zoom in and we zoom out on this show a lot, and people can keep hearing maybe the story is evolving, like anything that grows exponentially, like anything that has its ups and downs as a feature and not a bug, right? We need to appreciate all the details here. And I think this show is really been targeted towards people who already know what's going on. And I think at some point we will have really good content for people who need to get up to speed. But so I have just been blown away by a lot of different graphs and charts here. This is something we've seen on the show plenty of times. How many dips have there been in Hex? High interest at a discount, and we can see all the different times Hex has died and come back and reached all.
Phoenix.
all-time high. And in my little, like in my mini speech that I prepared here, I'm gonna walk you through kind of where we're at in the big picture. So the question I asked myself earlier today, and sorry if this is going to jump around a little bit, but I think people might be able to appreciate it. So it says, how hard is it to buy all the hex, right? If Pulse and PulseX make us millionaires again, then who has to sell hex, right? Who has to sell PulseX? Who has to sell Pulse? Hex is a game that everyone else is playing at a different time preference than you. It keeps people engaged and loyal to hex. When you send money to your future self, then you have already decided your relationship with your future money / crypto when it comes to hex. But you can change your relationship status with Bitcoin at any time. You can quit and betray the Bitcoin price whenever you want. Hex doesn't have this same deserter problem to an equal extent. It's a leap forward in HODL technology. Hex incentivizes holding better than Bitcoin, so no wonder the price is better at year 2 than Bitcoin's was. But Bitcoiners will eventually wise up over time as they hear about Hex existing for longer and longer, i.e. the Lindy effect. Now might be that time for any Bitcoiners listening. Bitcoin is down year over year. Hex is up 23x year over year. And at the same time, we're down 60% from our all-time high. This is now, as of this week, the longest it has ever taken Hex to reach a new all-time high, as it's been 130 days since about 50 cents. And the previous longest season of discounts was 124 days. Hex, by some accounts, depending on what you're measuring, has had 9 corrections of 45% to 86%. Hex is still up over 3,000x since its all-time low about 2 years ago now. If the $1 billion of PulseX sacrifice had gone into Hex in one market buy, I was having trouble finding like the Hexican that puts out those numbers, and I was scrolling back so far. If my math is right, I think it would pump the price 33x up to a $6 Hex. If I did my math right, and somebody can check that on the the automated market maker type thing.
Yeah, because it moves as a function of a square, so and you need more money as you push it up. Yeah.
And so don't quote me on that part, but at the end of the day, it's not buying. At the end of the day, it's buying and not selling and time locking that increase the scarcity and use case for Hex as the most successful crypto store of value product. In reality, Hex still being pre-viral and gate kept by CoinMarketCap, Coinbase, and their media monopoly, it's a blessing, as this affords true believers in Richard Hart to get the next exponential move higher in wealth than they have already achieved, turning just thousands into many millions. And we are still early. Bitcoin did another 2,000x after its first 3,000x, on its way from a penny to a 7 million x at 70K. Hex is designed better, so no wonder it continues to go higher and faster relative to Bitcoin. And now more Hex is getting taken off the market by new Richard Hart projects via the novel but legally very sound sacrifice airdrop method of new token distribution. The ability to solve all the ails crypto speaks volumes of the DAO that Hex is organically growing around it, decentralized autonomous organization. Scammers abound, but many good actors are in play, and the ideas that were incorporated have great wherewithal, such as the PulseChain method for proof of stake, blockchaining. Pulse is a better layer 1 than Bitcoin or ETH because it doesn't burn electricity to keep the ledger honest. Late coming leaders in the community, I think, oftentimes can be vetted cautiously and new ideas can be incorporated slowly, whether or not they're in the base layer. As long as they affect the base layer, hexagons should not break what is working so well, or else humanity may not get another chance at these unbelievable conditions in which Hex has created its base of holders. There's a reason all 80,000 cryptos that have been invented, including Bitcoin and Ethereum, fall short. It's called game theory. If you don't get it, hit the like and subscribe button and try to keep up. If you disagree, bring a constructive comment or get out and go back to game theory school. Because Bitcoin doesn't generate interest trustlessly. Bitcoiners had to sell out to cash out and reduce their position in the system. Simply, Bitcoin creates a tragedy of the commons, whereas Hex allows users to get rapidly wealthy and use their interest to give back to marketing and awareness efforts. Has Bitcoin ever had a Nascar that was publicly funded? I don't know. Hexagons are incentivized to fix the money and then fix the world. Remember, if the base layer of any asset doesn't need to sell because they've moved on to selling something else that's also valuable, then the next wave of investors can become millionaires in the first thing. We have already seen 3 to 4 waves of Hex millionaires, all the way up to 100 millionaires and new billionaires, I believe, if I'm doing the math correctly. PulseX, PulseChain, and Hex are linked because they have a huge overlap between the people that passed the IQ test and those that didn't. Those that trusted and verified and believe in Richard Hart products, and those that will eventually have to buy in at whatever price we make these coins available. The coins that don't have an inflation schedule, they have a deflationary schedule. What's my conclusion? There are a lot of rabbit holes to go down in this exciting giant scorebook that is evolving. The game theory of Hex runs deep because we know what happens when someone invents something and wants it to do well. RH is the only crypto inventor that already had billions of BTC and ETH, so he doesn't ever have to sell or kill the products he creates. His incentives are objectively pure, and yet the system runs perfectly without any action on his part. Headlines should read, Bitcoin billionaire secretly buying the coin he invented and will never have to sell, making millionaires out of thousands of people who found him on YouTube. Public and verifiable blockchain data show that several thousands of people became Hex millionaires while investing only $100, like with Bitcoin. Bottom line, people don't understand the deepest parts of Hex, and at some point, we will say it enough different ways that everyone will understand. The price of Hex will keep going up because it is designed to do this better than any other crypto in the long term. Volatility is a feature, not a bug. The rapidly incoming moment when Hex goes viral is going to be bigger than any other crypto moment in history. So let's remember to appreciate the miraculous position that we're in, especially because the larger we get, the more we will disagree with each other. You don't have to follow me, but I ask that you're kinder than you think you should be in the comments. And please do not say hateful things, lest you will be silenced and we will lose our chance at focused movement forward. We have some common ground and great reason to work together. So that's my rant. The end.
I agree, man. There was no lie told there.
It's a rant. It's just passion right there. So much facts, so much things to unpack. And
no lie there. So
this is why we're here as a community too, to be able to unpack some of those things and realize why it is so important and kind of document this thing as it happens to people to realize what is actually happening. You know, couple comments that I want to say, which I think is super important.
Please.
Especially regarding to the liquidity, right? This is Quant Gang. So quick math. First thing first, if you go literally looking at on Uniswap V2 and some of those places, we used to be not too long ago, just a couple of weeks back, like around in the ratio, it's like 13 million X, and then 800 something Ethereum on the other side. Now it's 10.5. What does that mean? That means Hex liquidity in Hex term, it's getting scarcier and scarcier and scarcier. And for those who are fairly new, back in the day, I used to say the same thing, but it used to be billions of Hex. Then you went to 1 billion, then 500 million, then 300 million, then 100 million, then 50 million, then 25. Then now literally price is doing this dance, but I told you, look at
Mhm.
the movement, look at the liquidity, look at, just like when I talk about Bitcoin, which I'm going to talk about next, look at what the DMI is doing, what the market makers are doing, stuff that the chart would never directly show you. The same way staking and staker class is not really represented on the chart because we're getting paid every day, the mechanism. So just on the liquidity standpoint, there's way less hex available than not just too long ago, which also means at any time, again, dip cancel, price goes up, right? It can just easily move up. A lot of hex that used to be ending January, like a lot of people, just like last year, had a lot of, January stakes, kind of typically get your stakes, handle your taxes, and then live off of that money for the rest of the year. Like a lot of OG Bitcoiners back in the day, or if you want to do your tax the right way, you kind of handle it like that and then be good to go. A lot of that ends at the end of the month, which is literally next week. After that, besides the rotational stake, there's not much left all the way to May. So all those little things just kind of let you know this might be your last chance to accumulate at these price levels, because when the price is $2-3, nobody's going to remember whether or not you got it at 14 cents, 18 cents, or 25 cents. It doesn't matter. It's in the dollars. The same way the joke with the Bitcoiner, when they were buying it for couple cents, 6 cents, 8 cents, 10 cents, and then it went all the way to $30, right? So those are those things that I want everybody to be reminded why it is so important to understand that it's way scarcer than most people realize, most people think. And this dip should have also taught you that, because people out there panicking and everything is crazy. But in terms of volume, forget price for a second. Not only we didn't dip as hard, but even if you look at the volume, there's not that many hex left, because most of it got sacrificed. Most of it got staked. What's left is just maybe the new person that just got here last week or a couple of weeks ago that doesn't really understand how hex works and that needs to watch some of our shows and other hexicans to understand how to actually use hex. So that should already tell you there's so much bullishness right around that before we take the elevator to the next stage, because price goes up, but that also means it becomes more expensive to buy. So because true accumulation never ends, it also allows the people who are constantly buying to pick up the nuggets, pick up the gold that the people are dropping before the elevator goes to the next stage. And that's why it's very, very important that they get to remember that. So that's the first order of business. Hex liquidity is way less than what it is before. Second order of business, expiring hex, especially by the 31st, it's going to become way, way lower than what it used to be just even in January. So we need to remember that.
Now, to jump on what you're about to say, Karim, and people don't realize too, we do have some sellers, right? And they do have the big bags, right? But little by little, they're coming out of the system, little by little, right? On the other side, you have so many people buying up hex like crazy. Yeah, at the moment, it doesn't seem like that, because the older folks are out powering them at the moment, but sooner or later that power dwindles, it goes away, and then the buyers are going to take over, right? It's just a matter of time, like Karim says, guys. Like, don't wait for the last second and then it just skyrockets, right? Because that's what has hex done in the past. The buyers will always beat the sellers. It does take time, and when it does happen, it happens. So it will happen,
and this is
and
what
you can see it, you can verify it.
Yeah, this is why the volume profile is so important, because same when you want to look at trends, same thing with Bitcoin and stuff like that. If the volume is very, very high, only when the price goes up instead of when the price goes down, that should tell you already that there's not that many sellers and there's more buyer coming in. When the volume is very high, when the candles are red versus when they are green, that means people are exiting. So little tricks like that you get to see. But again, that's the beauty of the DMI indicator, my favorite one, because it does all that for you. Blue is the buying, orange is the selling. So it will tell you the market maker entering or exiting. And this is where I'm going to be able to show it on the chart and also break it down in comparison to Bitcoin to show again why, I told you. So literally last week, I told you, hey, watch out. This is the fake out. Do not become the exit liquidity that the whales are going to do. Lo and behold, literally the next day, the most epic fake out that you have ever seen. Influencers out there crying and doing this and that, but it's too late. People already got wrecked. And then when they tell you, oh, do this, do that, it's always after the fact. People already lost their money, right? So we want to be able to fight that, to be able to show that. So first thing I want to do, I love to start with that, CryptoQuant, to show everybody the funny business with the premium. Maddie.
I've got a couple more
go ahead.
slides here that are ready to go. And so we're starting to see new people that are posting quant-like things on Twitter. I found somebody named James the Hexican, who I like the brainy stuff there. And then also Mello, Crypto Pulsinator. Shout out to you and Hex Mackenzie, of course. We've looked at slides before. So this is the number of stakes. He's got so many good tweets. Just follow him, and I think he's kind of new though still. So a lot of times people can be super accurate on a lot of things when they come in late, and then get one or two things wrong. But
I like that previous slide that you had because he has a great piece of wisdom here, right? You see what the whales and shark to some extent, but you see how the number of stakes that they have is less. You see, the higher you are, typically the more disciplined you are, the more organized. So you have lower number of stakes, but more and more disciplined staking, more like thinking through. And obviously, for a little while, you also save on fees when you do that. So that's the first thing that popped up into my mind. Look at that. Those people have way less number of stakes in general, although they have more economic mass. Why is that? Because they're more disciplined with how they organize their ladder to make sure they're delaying gratification, because the longer it's locked, the more APY they earn, right? Time in the market, not timing the market. Shout out to Richard quoting us last 2 days. That was awesome. Because he gets it. So, and when I see this, that's epic. Obviously, the shrimps have less stakes, most likely probably because, when you have lesser amount and you want to compound, you throw that thing 10, 15 years. But when you start going, turtle, squid, see that inflection point?
Yeah.
And then it goes the other way around. I think if some of the squid, funny enough, were to learn how to be dolphin by staking and more aggressively in the duration and less in just the number of time, getting more T-share, more bonuses, they'll be able to move up the rank. So that's just an observation, but it's good to see that. Now you go ahead.
Then we've got a fun fact here. The PulseChain sacrifice doesn't have that many whales. The most wallets sacrificed $100. That was 9,500 wallets, and $1,000 from 7,600 wallets. And we can see here a breakdown of the amount of wallets per USD value. And so you can see that 5 different wallets did $10 million or more, 73 wallets did $1 million or more, 84 wallets did $500,000 or more, 169 wallets did 250K or more. 100K and above was 484 wallets, $50,000, 673 wallets, $25,000, 1,200 wallets, 10,000, about 3,000 wallets, $5,000, 3,200 wallets, $2,500, 4,100 wallets, $1,000, 7,700 wallets, $500, 5,600 wallets, $100, 9,600 wallets, $10, 4,700 wallets, and $1.
That $1 that kills me.
Shout out to Fong.
That's dope.
800.
Hey, something you never know.
10,000x, that $1.
Hey, you never know.
What I found epic, right there, literally from 25K and up all the way to the 10 mil. It's less than just the people at 10,000. Like you just do a little eyeball, it's less than 3,000 just by looking at it. So
that
it's just like
crazy.
It just blows your mind how to show and that's nothing like in terms of distribution. And most of those, I bet my bottom dollar, a lot of them are obviously hardcore Hexicans. So that most likely wallets won't even move that much. They're probably just gonna be just staking, getting the reward, being part of the validator, all that good stuff. And remember, guys, there is no inflation, which means in the balance of probability, like Richard says all the time, the noobs are the one that's selling. Big wallet usually don't sell, and then they're going to stake. And guess what? Some of that money that's in the noob's hands is just going to transfer itself over there, because if you understand how PulseChain is going to work, if you understand there is no inflation, as people burning their stuff, doing all kinds of crazy transaction, that makes the remaining coins more valuable. And on top of that, if you're a delegator, 25% of that fee is paid to those delegators. Next thing you know, this is how the wealth transfer is going to be happening. So if you're smart, you should either let that thing pump very hard before you take some off so you don't have to lose so many coins, or you just delegate and then you just go about your day and then you dollar cost average increasing your stack. So it's amazing. That's
very simple, man. Your public announcement. You ain't getting my coins, people. So I just let you know now. Nope.
Yeah, because you don't have to sell as much if a bunch of millionaires are buying into this and people are swimming with the whales, people are swimming with the dolphins, as Karim has said before. Yep. This is going to make history too, because if you were an early investor in Ethereum, I think you're going to do worse than if you're an early investor in Pulse, because people in Pulse aren't going to have to sell because they're going to have so many other coins. And it's going to take the market by surprise so much when we steal their 100 million users, and when we 10,000x or 100,000x our user base overnight. That is going to create a supply shock in every single Richard Hart coin that has ever existed.
Yeah. No, again, that's the key, because the wisdom is this: most people don't understand that if you trick yourself thinking, oh wow, look at the 10x, you sell the 10x, but then you miss on the 100x. You don't understand that all those calculations that we have done and we compare to other chains and this and that. And I've mentioned into previous Coin Gang, like when I was in this time when I was still in Miami, it's like 4 or 5 shows ago. It's like, remember, all those other coins had inflation. All those other coins, most likely even Ethereum, you still had negative externality, miners dumping the price. This is different. This is like pure proof of stake with no inflation. People need to let that sink in. This is next level. So it might move even faster than you even thought. You know what I mean? So a lot of people don't know that, and then they play themselves, and then they're wondering why, they get left behind.
Look,
so
it's not financial advice, right? Not at all. Not financial advice. If you think this thing is going to do a 10x or 100x, you're a fool. There's no way. There's nothing like it, guys. There's nothing. Richard Hart basically took the best of everything. Put it out. He did a Powerpuff Girl. You know Powerpuff Girl? He made the best Powerpuff Girl, and it's insane. Like, it is going to be the best thing out there. People are going to get free coins. It is deflationary. You have a strong community. You have a brilliant founder, a brilliant team behind him. Like,
especially if you have a long-term horizon. You know what I mean? That's mainly the key message here, right? Again, time in the market, not timing the market. If you understand that, that's the key takeaway. Most people don't get that wisdom. And then it's cool. Listen, if I don't know if maybe 10x is the only thing you wanted, that's fine. But if you think you're gonna need more and you're gonna start doing the in and out, a lot of the time in the balance of probability, you end up being wrecked compared to just sitting on your ass, waiting, delegating, maybe earning more. Yes, maybe your dollar amount goes up, but I've seen people, dollar amount goes up, but they're getting less and less coins, which means have they had just hold the coins that they had as the price rise? Uh-oh, what's this?
That means, what are you doing?
I forgot we had music.
What is the noise?
Now people are this is gonna be the split in our community that like wrecks us. It's like people trying to decide which background music we should play.
There you go. Hey, pump
this one's called Into Space.
You put one that just says a double and a double and a double and a double in the background.
Yeah. So for those who are maybe new watching, right, understand that that's the key. A lot of people think, oh no, Karim, this, that. Like I saw a comment, somebody's like, oh yeah, no, the noobs don't sell, the big wallet sells. Like, no, you get it twisted. The balance of probability, especially in percentage term, most of the time, the noobs are the one emptying their bag because they don't fully understand what Haste is capable of doing, what the PulseChain is going to be able to do over the long period of time. So either you don't have a long-term time preference, which is why you get trigger happy, or you understand that if you
wants to dance, see his shoulders.
It's going to take it to the next level. Hey, Maddie's turning me into a rapper at this point. Maddie,
I want to ask you guys this really quick question, right? I'm excited for this NASCAR thing. I really hope it goes through. What if, let's just say hypothetical, what if this car ends up top 5, top 3? Let's just say.
That'd be dope.
Think about
you'll have to show me the data, how good the drivers are.
Think about it. Well, he's former Triple Crown. It's only happened twice, if I'm not mistaken. I did my research. So that's the guy won like crazy championships in 1 year. Like it's not a joke, right?
Okay.
Now let's say he does win it, right? I hope you do. I hope we do get this. Fine, that happens. PulseChain happens. PulseX happens this year. Phenomenal year for us. What if next year we do the NASCAR again? Now you have the Hex car, the PulseChain car, and the PulseX car on track. Come on!
Oh, yeah.
Like,
and when Quan Gang car.
No, yeah, right. Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Like,
put it up
yo,
there.
come on, guys.
Next
Like, think
year.
about this, right? Then we're on monster trucks. Then you're in the motorcycles. Like, this thing could really explode, man. So I was thinking about this with my son this morning. We was just talking about him. I was playing like cars with him, and it just hit me. I'm like, if this thing does become this successful, like imagine next year, like how amazing the opportunity we have. It's not like, listen, it's not like Hexagons are broke. PulseChain is going to be broke. Like we're gonna have enough money as a community to keep on doing this over and over and over, right? We can even come together and like people could donate their own individual stake for these type of events, right? Like it's remarkable what we could do with this.
Kind of like Super Bowl too, like crypto.
Yeah, man. Think about that, right? Like it's insane. Like the things we could do together as a community. Like so, like guys, this was been in my head the past like 2 days, man. You know.
The thing that I like the most about the NASCAR, just to like to keep it level-headed to some degree, is like there's just so many people there. The eyeball visibility is going to be just insane because they only wrap up the car, the whole team, the gear, like it's next level wherever you go. Because what's that?
Yeah. So Karim, I'm not sure if you was there in the space when it happened. Not cut you off. I apologize, buddy. So they did mention, right? NASCAR has been really on for the past 2 years because of the vid, right? So this time around, you're gonna have over 10 million people plus, more than usual, watching Daytona 500. They have the new Gen 6 car, so people are going to want to look at that. You have all these manufacturers that are going to be looking at that because they're interested in how the cars are going to perform. You have all the sponsors that's going to want to look at those cars. So all eyes are going to be on these cars. I don't care if they're first or last place. They're going to be looking at everybody. If we have the potential to look at this and the design of the Hex car, how catchy these colors are, you cannot not look away. And the type of driver we have, they're going to have to speak about the guy, so think about that. I think, Maddie, if you go, one of our fellow Hexagons actually made a mock-up of the car that looks with the numbers and all that stuff. If you want to look at it, I think I retweeted it. If you want to go to my channel real quick, you could actually see the mock-up of it. It's actually pretty cool. Like, an idea what it could look like, I think it should be. Yeah, thanks, man. It should be like the first one. Maybe go down more, a little bit more. Skip. There you go. Kind of cool, right? That's kind of cool, right? Kind of cool.
555, baby. You already know. Quattro Cinco.
It's kind of cool, right? Like, come on, like
come through.
You cannot not look at this car, right? Like that's gonna stand out big time.
Like Richard said, you gotta put the APY out there. You know what I mean?
You gotta put the APY.
You gotta put 10,000x in that thing.
But that's kind of cool, man. Like, and the car's gonna look badass. So they're supposed to look more mean this year. More aggressive, more masculine, and all that stuff. So I'm excited, man. I don't know about you guys. I really hope we do this, man.
Because we have catchy colors and a sick design. Just that alone will put us on the map. So again, the way I look at it is like, on top of everything you just said, which is really key, because again, the pile up demand that's just been waiting because of lockdowns or whatever. You add that, the colors that we have, which is sick, the eyeballs, and I just pray to the Lord the car don't get into some type of accident. I think with game on.
I don't mind
and do the 500 laps.
Listen, I know that'd be dope, right? I wouldn't be mine. Like at the end, he just go try to win that first. He just crashes to another car. Just be like, yeah, dude, we're Hexagons. Let's go. Like I wouldn't mind that, right? Like let's go.
Right? So you give me this, the eyeball, finish the thing, no crash. To me, that's a massive success.
Of course, man.
Podium on top of that, dude. That's just cherry on top.
That'd be. But let's be real. Imagine he wins it. Let's just say.
Dude, well, yeah. I mean, like, just for fun. I mean, all right. Okay, you want to hear something crazy? He wins this thing. We're doing 100% candle that day. I'm going to be on Twitter. I'm going to call everybody, guys, let's just throw money. Everybody market buy. Nobody's
it would be insane. And let me say something. He's a really good driver, man. If you do your research on this guy, like, he knows his shit. Like, he could really drive this guy. Like, really drive.
Every live stream and be like, guys, at this time, that day, everybody pump the presses.
And by the way, really quick, Shout out to this gentleman that makes this stuff fully. He's fantastic. He makes a lot of free stuff for the community. Phenomenal guy. And shout out to Motley, Orca, you know, everybody that's been involved in this whole
Ricky,
NASCAR situation. Yeah, good job, guys. Like phenomenal stuff. Like, I love our community, man. Like every month there's always something new.
I met Fully Croissant in Omaha when I was just like hanging out.
Dude, man. He's a cool dude, man. Like really cool.
Yes.
Like what he does and what this community does, man. Like I love being a freaking Hexican, man. It's fucking dope, man.
Car, dude, it's epic, especially towards the back.
Like, how can't you not look at this? You know, like look.
I'm looking.
I think his name starts with a Y. It's not a F. I think it's Y.
Such a good eye candy. Just look at it. It's fresh.
You cannot look away from it. I'm telling you.
And that thing spinning for 500 laps, dude.
All you see is like, man, people are like, what is that? It's just going fast. It's so cool, man. I really hope we make it, man. We're like right there, guys. Like, guys, don't let this opportunity slip. I'm telling you, please don't let this opportunity slip. And even if it's $5, $2, $1, like it goes a long way, man. Like this could be the car that drives right through the gates. You understand? Like it could crash right through the gates and be like, yo, it's over. Like
don't crash, just like drive aggressively.
I'm talking about like the gatekeeping, you know, let's be like just crash right through that shit, right? Like enough is enough. We're here to stay. We're America's sport, right? Like, let's do this, man.
No matter what, that would just accelerate the thing. Oh, somebody says only 200 lap. Okay, I thought it was 500. Okay.
Only?
I think it's 500. I think it's 500 miles. The
okay.
The
I
whole
thought
thing,
people on 510 for 500 laps.
It's 500 miles. Yeah. I can't wait, man. So please, guys, you know, take your time. You know, of course, to make your own decision, but don't let this pass up. You know, the driver, he's really excited about this. Oh, and by the way, somebody tweeted it earlier. The head radio for NASCAR heard about the story about what the driver and what the community is doing, and they want to interview him about it.
Damn.
So they're excited. So Hexicans, by the way, guys, we're probably gonna end up on radio being talked about of what the community power driven us doing, and nobody else sponsoring this. It's us doing this, you know. So that's huge, man.
That's
so guys,
flex right there.
Let's do it, man. Come on, man. Let's get this done.
Get excited.
I'm excited for this, man.
This is epic.
If not, I'm gonna drop my car in the track, man. Okay.
Oh, Matty, once I get the founder edition, we gotta do the rap X Dream account, and then we'll be out there too.
Yeah, let's do it,
we'll
man.
Be like the first electric car coming to the only thing is,
listen, 15 years you're gonna see 100 bored Hexicans renting out their own cars, just messing with each other. You know? That's gonna be funny.
I thought about it seriously, but I'm just like, when you gotta fill up, I'm gonna need at least 20 minutes. But I'm not gonna be left behind unless they come with new technology to just replace the battery from underneath. 5 minutes.
Out of liquidity.
Like, we out. The moment that happened, electric car is gonna run the show. It's over.
So you guys said that they've raised 550,000 out of 600,000
as of 4 hours ago when I talked.
Yeah, I think they might have hit it, but now what they're doing is they're actually collecting I think by tomorrow they had to get the money ready or something like that.
Yeah.
So I think now they get into, you know, whoever committed to do it, now they're just collecting it. So far, if you go to Etherscan, I think it passed already 300K, if I'm not mistaken, in the wallet. So I think 60,000-70,000 in wire transfers.
Some people made the commitment because they gotta wait for their stake to end, and it will make it for the due date. So in good faith, and then they're gonna have it there. So I think yeah. Again, it's if you go on Twitter, it's Agape Hex, which is, you know, my boy Ricky or Motley. Those are the main guy following it, and he was on the Twitter space too. So again, part of the community. Oh, nice.
Oh, look at this, man. You see this? Like, guys, let's go.
Agape Hex, that's my bro. Freddie Quotes. What's up, Claire? Good to see you as always.
Let's go, man. This is what I love, this community, man. Let's do this, guys, man.
Let's go. Come on, Corn Game fam. You know what to do. Making all that money, staking that hex. So let's make sure we show some love. So
we can
whatever
do this,
you
guys.
can do. Every dollar matters. So
yeah, look at that car. That's just sexy, man. It's so cute. I can't wait. Let's go.
Who made the design for the car?
This gentleman, fully
person.
He did that. Literally, he did that today, if I'm not mistaken. Because I see the tweet. He's like, "Hey guys, you want me to make a quick mock-up or two?" And he works fast, man. This guy he's a pro. That's what's up, man.
starting to like this design better than the Hex Dream account for Maddie. I'm getting.
Hey, listen, that was months ago. My skills on Photoshop are way better now.
Yeah.
Not compared to.
Can you pull it up again, just real
but
quick, so I can see if the shade is.
I've already got it. I've already got it pulled up because I was just admiring it.
Oh, okay.
He does phenomenal work. This guy, he did the museum with the Hexicans. That was pretty cool too. So shout out to him, man. Honestly.
But I think to be fair for Maddie, the Hex Dream account card has less space. You see, because the way the Founder Edition is with the coupe. You see, you don't have the extra side doors because it's kind of like a convertible. So you lose that space, and it's hard to write on the glass. So that's why we put Dream account on top. And then the Corn Gang logo. That's the most epic part. People
That's
keep
dope,
missing.
yeah.
That's the
pretty
key.
cool.
People like make Mill, you get made back music, whatever else is gonna be like Corn Gang. People like, what's that? What kind of brand or car it is? Go to the YouTube channel, find
QG.
out.
That's dope though.
It's a new brand at Tesla. It's the QG model, you know.
Guys, listen, man. Be smart. Stay healthy. We're gonna have a phenomenal life together, man. Everyone here. Let's just do this, man.
That means
man.
taking your
Omega 3s.
your Bit Finesse bananas, your Super Brain Food Life Hack avocados and blueberries, and your Omega 369, because Tesla and the universe all know what's good for you.
Maddie, I got an idea for you. If there's some way somehow you get the DeLorean to show up I guess around the stadium, you know, when people are like in the parking lot, they just hang out and all that stuff. I guarantee you, everybody will freaking go crazy with you, man. You dress like that with the Hex outfit and all that stuff, you go viral, bro. You would.
Okay.
Because you know, I love my rednecks. I have a lot of friends that's rednecks and all that stuff. They love DeLoreans and stuff like that. So let's do it, man. Like,
hey, that's a great idea. I don't live that far away from Indianapolis.
Do it, man. They will see that car. Yeah. I'm telling you, they love cars, man. They see your car. It's amazing condition, beyond amazing condition. You know, like, do it, bro. Come on.
So the date of the 2022 Daytona 500 is Sunday, February 20th.
Damn.
So that's still 2 weeks before Las Vegas. So I might be able to have the DeLorean there. I mean, it's already in the Midwest now. So
by the way, breaking news, I think on the comments here from Hex Force One, it says we are at 605,000 based on all the donation promise. So
wow,
we hit it. So if everybody comes through, that's a bang bang right there.
Hopefully, man. Let's get it, man. I'm gonna finish sending my stuff later. So let's get it, man.
Yes, this is
Maddie, that'd be a phenomenal idea, bro.
Because they need 2 weeks, I think, 2 to 3 weeks to get all the wrapping and everything. So that's epic.
That'd be a great idea, Maddie. Just do it, bro. I'll pay for the gas. Do it.
Well, in the Midwest right now in February, the salt is a major issue for the stainless steel on the DeLorean, which is why I wasn't able to take it around the East Coast. Yeah. And so it will be an added expense to basically, get some sort of trailer arrangement for it.
Yeah.
But
Maddie, the main trick, it's a little pain on the ass, but the main trick is you have to do like a lot of like car wash, kind of like push the salt down. So, but
stainless steel. So I've been told by the guy who runs the DeLorean dealership here in the Midwest that this is in the top 5% best preserved DeLoreans in the world, and I can do whatever I want with it. But if I take it on the road with salt, then it will ruin the exterior.
Gotcha.
So I've gotten different opinions from different people on that, but
we can figure something out, man.
If you get lucky and it's those little section in the wintertime where it's like there's no snow, it's just kind of sunny and there's nothing on the ground, then you're fine. But if there's snow and they already start to throw the salt, don't even take the risk.
Yeah, in the future, you always put clear coats too.
You will just spin with the tire and then just throw the salt around, or people driving around you throwing shit around you. So that's the one thing.
We will go back in time to when there wasn't ice on the road in the Midwest and handle it that way.
And you can mess with the people, bro. You could tell them, hey, I came from the future. That carhex.com is going to win it. Put your
Facts.
bets on it, man.
Yeah,
Let's mess with people.
on StakeGrab, not on your local OTB.
Guys, it'll be so cool, man. Like, let's do it, man.
I love it. I love
Man,
it.
if find out how much it will cost to bring the car over there, man. I think we could pull something off.
Yeah. I mean, like, you know, $1,000 should be enough for me to rent the equipment to move it.
Yeah. Talk to me offline. Let's get it done.
Awesome.
Right on.
Good job. Maddie, frame this and send it to me. I like that. I'll make like a little poster. Like, again, you got a dream, right? Like the
Yes.
goal board, you know, I was talking to one of my friends. Make sure you
I ain't
set
playing
up
no
the
more.
vision board, man. Always. All I gotta do now is just wait. When Elon said to go, put that reservation in. Let's go. As soon as the car comes out, we're wrapping this baby right away. That'll be epic. All right. Back to business here. The fun stuff.
And then there's one more slide, and then we'll get to your.
And then we go to serious. We go turn off the music because now we gotta gloat a little bit. We're gonna brag about that. I told you so. We're gonna talk about the Bitcoin and all.
So it's according to Hex McKenzie, graphic artist.
I love her charts.
And
If that's a
awesome
chick.
at
Yeah.
charts and numbers, and it's art. I mean, I was gonna say it's practically art, but it is.
It is. You don't see charts like this, honestly. You could tell.
Correct.
It's a female, right? I assume.
We don't
Okay.
assume,
I
but
it's a guy,
I
but
guess.
I'm not 100% sure.
It's the name, the profile, the way it looks, and all that. But
yeah.
I think it's phenomenal. I think whoever does this, if you look at all the graphics they've done in the past, you could tell they really put the thought into it. And like Maddie said, it is art. Like I look at it, and sometimes I don't even care about the data. I look at it, I'm like, wow, it's pretty cool, right? Like it's pretty cool, man. So congrats.
Here,
And
the text on the tweet says, "It's not only the Hex price that's up and to the right. Don't sleep on new users joining every single day to the best asset that ever existed. Hex is really winning the lottery. It's really like winning the lottery in slow motion." And here we can see the graphic of how many total holders are increasing each day, in between 300 and 500, it looks like, over this 2 week long period. So that's incredible.
Epic. And it's kind of follow the subscriber count.
badass, man.
Imagine you're growing at 1,000 plus, and this 400 kind of shows you like a nice 30-40% conversion, assuming those people are the one coming in and discovering about hex.com and Pulse. That's it. An object in motion stays in motion, baby. That's all we need to do. Epic. And then the same thing we see on the Staker app as well. You know, this is why we're looking forward to PulseChain with the lower fees because, averaging 1,500 wallets a week. So, activation.
And think about it. This is with
Crazy.
the Ethereum version of Hex.
Yeah.
PulseChain, right? Like that number was probably 4 times X itself easily right away, right? Like,
I mean, we're gonna get
that's so cool.
we're gonna get tens of millions of users from Ethereum.
Yeah.
We're gonna steal their lunch money and, force them to have working code, right? Like that's what this is all about.
Better yet, Maddie, I don't think we're stealing their lunch money. We're taking their lunch money and we'll provide them better food.
Correct. Yes.
They will gladly give it away because over here is better. The quality is better. Bigger portions, they get more for their money. Ethereum, they're in a ration camp, you know what I mean? They're like, they're getting the minimum.
Oh, man, I'm telling you, man. It's like every week, every month, man, this community surprises me more and more. Like I'm so blessed to be part of this community, man. Like I love it, man. Like y'all rock, man. Yeah, this community rocks. Like, come on, man. Like that's dope. Look at that damn car. Let's get it, man.
Imagine 10x the goodness of this. Imagine a year from now or two, we'll get the Hex car, we'll get the PulseChain car and the PulseX, and we'll run Daytona. All right, guys, we only need one of you to win, okay? Oh, and by the way, if you guys all win all 3, first, second, and third.
Oh, come on. And then that same year, what top 3 market cap? All 3?
You get a bonus.
Come on, man. And just to be grimy, like what I would do, because we're gonna be wealthy in the future. I will dedicate our own car for Peter McCormick himself. I'll make sure it's busted up so it always ends up last. On purpose.
Oh shit, shout out to Cabana. Money. 605 pledge, 540 collected.
Let's go,
Yeah,
man.
Let's go.
That's
Let's
what I'm
go.
talking about, man. Let's get this done.
on,
Maddie, we're
baby.
gonna talk about the DeLorean, man. It gotta be there. It has to be there, bro.
I just realized that the Daytona 500 is different than the Indianapolis 500,
Yeah.
so things are looking even brighter.
Let's go.
Oh, wow.
What's I'm talking about?
Okay.
I can't wait.
Because it's in Florida. Correct.
See, now we just gotta work on keeping the Hexican wealthy, so we can do more cool stuff like that, right? You make the wealth, you keep the wealth.
Actually, I think
you make the wealth.
I might show up. I think I'm gonna buy tickets to go. I think
How
I
much a
gotta
ticket?
do this. I hope it's not
Oh
sold out.
shit, Super Hex
Daytona
on another
500.
level. I love it.
It
I
is.
love
So it's sold out, but you can buy in like re-tickets.
Yeah, I don't mind. I'm definitely gotta buy it because, oh my god, it's history, man. I want to be able to say I was there. You know, like, oh man, my wife is gonna kill me.
Okay, you earned it.
February 20th.
Let's get
It's
it,
going to come
man.
fast, especially because we're all going to Vegas like 2 weeks after.
I know. I'm like, you leaving again? Babe, it's for the community, babe.
I love it. I love it. Right? It's for the community. That's the best. That's the best excuse right there. It's for the community. Love it.
Oh man, I can't wait, man.
Hey, look at the bright side. You know, if the work thing kind of play games with you, then you got free time.
Hey,
Hey,
next
that's
level
fun.
grind. What I told you last year. Next level
Mhm.
grind in the conference, right? I'm not joking, man. Next level grind, people. Let's go. We're gonna do this. I ain't playing with this, man. I love it, man.
I love it. Hex Bull Run. You're
Bull Run.
funny. No, I need more time than that. Stupid.
Let's go, man. I can't wait.
Yeah,
This is perfect music. There you go.
need about 20 days for that.
The audience like hates it and loves it. Different people, so it's
Buddy, you're funny. Where'd you get this, by the way? Is it like StreamYard offering?
yeah, it's just built in now. So
Wow, that's wait. So is it like your playlist, or is it just offering?
Yeah. Shake
no,
and bake. Shake and
there's,
bake.
Like
You guys seen that
8
movie, right?
different pre-recorded things.
Okay. You have another slide you want to show, because once I'm gonna start breaking down those Bitcoin stuff, probably be better too. Uh-oh. Is it showtime? Or...
Time to shake and bake, baby. Let's get it. Shake and bake.
All right, Hexicans. The fun part continues. Right, I'm gonna have to share my screen. Share the screen. I'm gonna start with the famous crypto quant as always. Let me know when you can see my screen.
Got it.
Got it. Okay, perfect. Maybe slightly lower the volume so maybe they can hear my voice. All right, guys. So compared to last week, as always, Bitcoin Premium still negative as hell. It did a little bit like of a bounce, which is kind of hilarious, but it's because obviously price went down like 16%. So it tried to make a quick recovery, but just like we talked about, and Richard as well, that doesn't mean that it closes, because price goes down, it temporarily closes because of the ratio or where it was when the price was, 40K plus, or in this case here, 43. And then it literally tanked to 33. That $10,000 dip was almost 20%. So that's why it created a little relief here on the negative premium. But then again, went negative again, because once again, everything is connected. The higher the premium, the lower the price then go to try to close the premium. The lower the price go, it creates a feedback mechanism. Less and less people want it, because the lower it goes, the more they think it's going to go lower. So it just kind of had to take a tattle. And because it doesn't have redeemability, when you buy that thing, you're kind of stuck with it for at least 6 months. So you get a double whammy negative. So it just continuing that downward spiral. And this is, again, the indication about why I firmly, sadly believe this thing is going to puke even more. Point in case, right around here. See, when we crash from this to here, premium try to close, then didn't, kind of hover around. So then you got that kind of relief. But over here, it's making all-time low. You see, since here, which was kind of the medium area here, it's been dipping. The price is dipping, but it's continuing to dip. That's another thing that you'll get to see. See, bull market, price goes up, premium stays strong, consistent, we're on the uptrend. Then premium started to go down, but we're still going up. And then the moment the premium flipped negative right around here, remember February, we told you guys, wake up, the top, wake up pattern, bearish distribution happening while the premium was still dying, slowly but surely. Then hover around negative right here, negative 13 to negative 15% for a while, which creates some level of stability. And the price started to go up. But this one is breaking a lower low. If you were to kind of chart the premium, not only break the trend, passing negative 15% to go lower than that, and never was able to recover. See, it tried to recover here, but then it didn't. And now it's negative double digits. And even after this big dip, it's still negative double digits. Insane. Negative 21%, which is still lower than what it was just right around this phase over here. So keep that in mind. Don't get it confused. This is just a relief rally, the little dead cat bounce, like we've been talking about, like Rich has been talking about. Tomorrow is the Fed meeting. I don't care what people think they're going to do. They don't have a choice. Remember, those people are not your friend. They will save the system first before they worried about you. When they were printing money, they lie to you, making you believe that, hey, we're doing this to help you out and this and that. No, the system was at risk. They were printing trillions of dollars a day to bail out the system. That's why they created that emergency facility. That's why myself, Wells, back in the week, talking about the plumbing, talking about the reverse repo and the repo market, how does that work, this and that. And then guess what? They did what they did. They printed the trillions, and then they closed the facility because they don't need it anymore. They bail out all their friends. Now they're letting their friends know it's time to cash out, because we're about to basically fight that inflation, which they have to, because they've been the laughing stock of the market. People laughing about how they lost control. We have the worst inflation in 30, 40 years, all that good stuff, which is true. So to rebuttal that, they have to raise rate and protect the dollar, because that's their system. And they will do that before they'll let you think that they care about you first. So understand that. That's why it's happening. That's why the market's reacting the way it's reacting. And then when you're back on the chart, the Bitcoin chart, you get to see that same thing playing out. Last week, when we started to see this, I told you guys again, watch out, be careful. This is just the exit liquidity. Do not get it confused, right? Because today, with the 25th today, last week, same thing on Tuesday, was around the 18. Right around here, I say, hey, this is a relief rally. Don't get it twisted. When you look at it on a 4-hour chart, same thing. We had that little fake out, and next day, boom. So those who listen, those who protected their value, and like I said last week, whether you love Hex or not, in case we have brand new people watching right now who are non-Hexican, the power of quant gang is we tell you how to respect your pocket, like Wells would say all the time. This is something that we want you to understand what the market is doing. Now, if you're smart, you would then, after protecting your pocket, you would then turn that into a nice Hex stake and start earning, free cash flow from the yield. But let's say you didn't, that's fine. At least you were protecting your capital. And if you did, you wouldn't have become the exit liquidity here. And you would have saved literally from the dip almost 20%. Even based on today's rate, you would have still saved 12%. And make no mistake, we have seen this movie before. That's why the Keltner channel is here. It's moving up to here, and then it's going to get a spank later. We've seen that movie here, same thing. And last week, which was on a Tuesday night, we told you what's going to happen, because we're very lucky with the quant gang. It works perfectly with the Fed, because we meet up, and then literally the next day, they have the meeting. I wouldn't be surprised if we get this little dead cat bounce, which, by the way, those who bought the dip, either here or here, they're already up, what? A nice 8-9% on a swing trade. Might go here, touch the moving average. But don't be surprised if tomorrow you get another spank down. So understand, don't fall for it. This is the relief rally, dead cat bounce. The Fed meeting, whether they're hawkish, bearish, this, that, the facts still remain. Remember what I told you all the time. Don't listen to what they say. Watch what they do. What they do right here, DXY, dollar index, going up like a bus. Retake, crashed a little bit last week. And like I told my friends, don't get it twisted. You got to do this. You got to zoom out. Look at the daily. Look at the trend. The trend is strong. Look at the weekly chart. Same thing. Strong. Keltner channel doing his thing. That was just a retest. We've seen this movie. This is the bear market of 2018, 2019. And this is the golden zone. The moment it crossed 97, sustain, it's a wrap. But along the way, just like last time, you saw this. Pump like crazy, cool off a little bit, bounce up, cool off, bounce up. But the trend is clear. You see that over here. You see that on the daily chart as well. And when you look at the DMI, same thing. Pumped a lot, cooled off, switch blue over here, getting ready to run. And most likely, that's what you're going to see tomorrow. On the weekly chart, you see the same thing as well. We have crossed since that W bottom here. We have crossed blue. And since then, we never crossed below. So it's just chilling along, doing his thing. Be prepared. Understand what is happening. Because when you combine everything, strong dollar rising fast is the way the Feds are basically sucking out the liquidity. Because this is the biggest market in the world, right? The dollar index. And for this thing to go up, that means people are buying it, meaning cashing out from risky assets and going into treasury or cash. At the same token, you see how the treasury 10-year yield is rising too. Again, pitiful rates, but we're talking trillions of dollars. Let me put it in perspective. Let me zoom out. This was kind of the bull run / bear market for the dollar because it was crashing and then crashed away. But since then, it's doing its thing. When you zoom out on the weekly chart, look at what it's doing. Stronger as ever. The yield now pushing up. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes up to retest that long-term trend line. Again, only 2%, 2.6, but we're talking about trillions of dollars. Those people borrow money almost near free when it was here, 0 point whatever. So you got to look at it like a percentage rise. The cost of borrowing since the peak of the bull run last year, October-ish, to what it is today, cost of borrowing went up 187%. That's how you got to look at it. So the people who borrow trillions of dollars are near free. Now the cost of borrowing went up 187%. So which means the monthly payment, the loan that they have to repay is also going up. So they have to deleverage, aka sell the risky asset to be able to pay back this loan because the cost of borrowing is going up. And it's a perfect timing for them to do so because now they're going on the other side of the curve, meaning they borrow money for almost zero, made insane gain. Let's not forget that, right? Bitcoin bull run started at 3K, right? Some of those stock market stocks too. They made an insane gain. And now that the cost of borrowing is high, they're cashing out on those gains, paying back the loan because the cost is going higher. And better yet, now they're becoming on the other side. They're becoming the lender because higher yield allows them to ask for higher yield as well to other people that want to borrow money from them. Because banks can be the lender or the borrower. They just look at a curve to know when to be a lender, when to be a borrower, and you get to see that over here. And this is how the Federal Reserve used their tool to entice people to buy the dollar to make the DXY go up. The way they do it is by creating incentive, and one of the big incentive is raising rates. Okay, so let's try this again slowly. You raise the rates over here. Let me do it on a weekly chart to make it simple. You raise the rates over here to incentivize people to buy the dollar, because if you want to get this yield, you need to buy the dollar. And the higher they raise it, same trend, this guy start to go up as well on the weekly chart. So everything is connected, right? It's like I'm giving you a hex analogy. The higher the daily payout, the yield goes, the more you incentivize to buy a hex and stake it, if you understand how it works, because you get a higher yield. It's the same mechanism the Federal Reserve is doing. They're increasing the yield on the 10-year treasury, which then make people want to buy it. And we're the best in the world because, yes, it's shitty 1.7%, but let's not forget Europe and many places around the world are near zero or negative. So when you're earning negative, you borrow money at negative and you come and get 2%, for you, that's a smart move because you're living off that spread, that yield difference. And then what ends up happening is stronger dollar, bad for Bitcoin, pushing the price down. So that's why everything is connected. This thing is not stopping anytime soon. It's already retaking back 96. By the time you wake up tomorrow, it could be 96 and something. But remember, like I said, the golden pocket is right around 97. But again, the trend is your friend. It's doing the same thing as the bear market last year. So the moment we cross this guy here, which could happen by the end of the month, this is where you're going to start seeing some major push to the downside. Because historically, right around here, November 2018, all the way here to like basically the whole year, all the way to 2019. So January 2019, all the way here to November 2019, that was like the full-on bear market section. How do we know? We go back. Where is it? Bitcoin, right there. Boom. Look at the chart. Right around here, 2018. Then we got here, pressure, 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 like a coil. DXY was rising at the time. And right around here, 2019 started, end of 2018, 2019, boom. That was the peak of the bear market because the pressure rise was too high. And then same thing here, try to do a relief rally, which let's remember, that was kind of fake. It was a Ponzi, like Richard was talking about, the +1 Ponzi, and then ran back down. And then the maximum risk here, systemic risk, when the whole system crashed because the weight was just too heavy. When you go back to the DXY, similar time. That's when it was above 97, sustained for a while. And that's what Bitcoin couldn't handle it and then fell down. So you need to understand what is happening. Everything is connected for that. So just like we saw last week, going back to Bitcoin here for a second. Last week, we had the fake out and then the dump. So I wouldn't be surprised if all night this thing is going to trend up, maybe go back all the way here, 38,005. This is actually how the professional, so short sellers, are letting the price go up to let the people long. Then the noobs are going to get in. The furries are going to tell you, hey, we're going back up. We're going back up. And then when everybody's in, once again, that's when they're going to drop the mic like they did here to create, again, another massive red candle and getting people liquidated. So the way you understand the difference, because again, we're stakers, we're not traders, and we'll look at the overall market, because whether we like it or not, big money follows the normal market and big money is in crypto. Therefore, we have to pay attention to what they are doing. So I'm expecting the Feds to talk about raising rates tomorrow. Doesn't matter how good or bad, the point is they're raising rates, which means it's a headwind for Bitcoin, no good. Then you also have a lot of big companies in the stock market that have their report coming up literally tomorrow. The same way Netflix got spanked 21%, which was insane panic because the numbers wasn't what people were expecting. And stock market is always future looking, meaning something could look good on paper, what they did in Q4, but then they could have bearish sentiment for Q1 2022 because of what's going on. And that's the thing that the market might actually pay attention to more. Not what has happened last year, Q4, but what the guidance are going to be this coming year. And those guidance are no good because they're worried about the Feds and this and that. Don't be surprised if you get another big red day tomorrow, because look at the Dow Jones. Look at this. This big dagger right here. What does that look like? Dead cat bounce. How do we know? We've seen that movie over here too. If you go back, we have the triple pump, then we break the trend. This is where I believe we are. It dumped, fake out, relief rally, dumped again, fake out, relief rally, dumped again. Look at this. Literally for weeks in a row, because the Keltner channel is not acting like resistance. And it's different because it cracked those low here and then the moving average went below. When you zoom out, see this was a fake out. This was like whatever. It was already losing steam here. But now, right around here, that's different. Because not only made a lower low, but it's way below the support here.
It looks like it, man. Oof.
Yeah. So when you look at it like that, what you're seeing here is just a bounce from a fake out. Because when you look here, whoever bought here, see that big ass candle? For every seller, there's a buyer. And then relief rallies are nice. You get a nice, in the stock market, 3-4%. It's billions of dollars, no joke. So it's like, oh, look, we're going back up. We're going back up. No, it's just, it fell off so fast. The limit breaker would have almost been triggered, but it fell up so fast that the Keltner channel couldn't even keep up with it. That's why I like this indicator, just to see momentum. So it's just basically inhale, exhale, right? You exhale a lot, then you got to inhale a little bit, reload. So let your finger, oh, we're going back up. And then tomorrow you can get another spank. When you look at it on the daily chart, same thing. Unless something insane happened tomorrow and the Fed say, hey, guys, we changed our mind and we're going to print money again and blah, 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 and this can be saved. And I say this is a joke because, once again, back to what I said in the beginning of the conversation. Do not get it confused. They are not your friends. They don't care about you. They got a bigger problem to deal with right now. The real boogeyman is here. Boogeyman's called inflation. Back in the day, over here, they had no problem bailing you out. They had no problem telling you how much they care about you and this and that. Why? Because the whole system was at risk. They needed to print the trillions of dollars. So in other words, they needed an excuse because the whole system was at risk. And what did they do? They bail out the system over here. They pumped it all the way up for a solid year, which, let's be fair, everybody benefit from it too. Everybody got gains from that. So we're not going to pretend. But now they don't need to worry about it over here because over here is not over here. Make sense? So those people who think, oh, they're just not going to let this stuff. No, you're already fat and greedy over here. The moving average is already slowing down. You can see kind of like the rising wedge. It's doing the same shit that it was doing kind of like here. It's losing momentum. This thing is already kind of perking down. It's not strong growth like here. You know, when the moving average are separated like this, that's strong growth. And what happened here? Yeah. If you watch Richard kind of meme when he's doing with his hand like this and then and he falls down, right? This is kind of this thing looks like. Losing momentum here, losing momentum more. You see how the moving average are getting closer and closer. That's a sign. And then all of a sudden drops. So because the numbers are bad, because inflation is bad, 7+%, and it's expected that the inflation next month is going to be even worse. So they have to do something about it. It's not even a choice. And the way you know that is by understanding what markets are doing. And once again, don't care about what they say. Watch what they do. If I see this guy rise, which it is rising, look at this. Over the last couple of days, instead of going down, it's going up because this guy is going up. I'm going on weekly. And this guy creates the incentive for this guy over here, DXY, to go up as well. And because those two are connectingly going up and not crashing, that means strong dollar. Strong dollar means Dow Jones goes down because the money comes from somewhere. The money comes from here in crypto. People are selling over here, cashing out. And when they cash out, what do? They go to dollar because dollar is getting stronger. So that's how the mechanics of the machine works, right? It's not some furu talk. Hey, this is what I think is going to happen. Look at the price, put the long position, and then go leverage and be an idiot. No, this is just understanding the plumbing, understanding the mechanics about how everything works. The same way Hex is superior because Hex is kind of like the bond market in crypto. When everybody's getting wrecked and then leverage crazy, we're just steady and our value proposition becomes stronger because when the market is tanking, people want to protect their capital. They want to go where it's relatively safe. And even better, you want to be somewhere that's relatively safe while earning a yield. Now, of course, in crypto, 2% yield is a joke, but 37% or even 12% annualized when you stake for a year, that's amazing. Nobody else got that. And let me remind people too, in the bear market, all those other places, the Celsius, the whatever other of the world, their yields gets even worse because after everybody gets wrecked, after everybody lose all their money, margin trading, whatever, the exchange doesn't need that much USD to borrow from those places because the customer already lost all their money. Therefore, the yield that's generated by those platforms that provides you yield by literally, counterparty risk and then lending you coin somewhere else, even that value proposition start to go down because the bear market. So that's going to make Hex even more valuable when you look at it from a value proposition standpoint. Again, it is a product, not a project. So when you understand everything all combined, this is where you want to protect yourself. You want to be ready to go because most likely, because of everything I just said, this guy over here is literally just doing his dead cat. Another very important thing on the weekly channel, see the Keltner channel? This is the bull run. Every time we went even lower on the lower bound, we bounced up. This time is different. Why? Because not only we went lower it, but then we failed to retest upward. We went below. And every time that has happened, it's literally the beginning of the end. Let me go back here. Happens over here, puked. Happens over here, puked. So Keltner channel is also good to tell you when you're on the upper band, middle and higher, bull run. The moment you cross below and you fail to retake and you stay here, it's already the beginning of the end. And then when you cross severely below, it's the capitulation week. See? him here, downtrend, got
That's
saved
crazy,
a
man.
little bit here, but right here, capitulation week. That's why weekly charts are strong. They tell you what's about to happen. That's not tomorrow, but again, next week we might look again like Nostradamus. Like, oh wow, we told people. This was the critical point last week when he fell below here, failed to maintain that he created that lower low over here, failed to maintain, he went below. This is no man's land. It's just going to continue. So when I zoom back in, it's literally just relief rally, dead cat bounce situation is happening. Back to the weekly chart really quickly. Why weekly chart is important. When Bitcoin failed tremendously off of this, what ended up happening, again, don't take my word for it, just look at it historically. Whatever long it takes you end up going to talk to the 200 moving average to trying to get some support and come back up, because that's where big money wants to reaccumulate. They're not going to do it here. It's too risky. Over here, it's safe. Same thing here. When money lost it, they'll wait here. Guess what? We lost it over here. And just for fun, where's the 200 moving average? Right here.
Oh,
20K. Take this shit out, bro. And again, just to be clear, this is on a weekly chart. Okay, weekly chart, very important. Big time friends. I told you, same thing when I talk about DMI. Real quick update from last week. DMI is no joke. What did I told you guys last week? Nostradamus. Switch red. Let's go home. Anybody that just listened to this today, you saved, let's see, this will measure me just for fun. 27%. Insane. And historically, let me remind the people, when he breaks and he goes like that, it historically drops about 60%. Marco, look at this. You can't make this shit up, bro. Look.
That's crazy, bro. Right on the money. 20K. Right on the freaking money.
Right on the freaking money. Go back here. Look. Boom. This, 50%, 56%. Same thing here. People think, oh, it dropped 50% on the COVID. No. The 50% hasn't even begun yet. It's from when he loses everything and it crosses here, then it dropped 50%. So we just kind of started the 50% move, and we're going to go find support because this is no man's land. Now, over time, this guy's going to start curling back down. And this is why the bear market is so nasty. It's not the fact that it drops. It's the fact that it grinds you. This is weeks. By the way, this sounds like big, right? Right around here. This is May 2022, almost half of the year. People are going to get so frustrated, price not going back up, staying here, grinding. Oh, buy the dip. And then literally you're just getting milked, frustrated. Price go down slowly, murders you. This is what bear market is so nasty. See, it crossed orange over here, but what he needs to do is not go crazy like blue. He just needs to stay here. DMI is strong like that. Orange stay above blue. That means there's more seller than buyers, and just grinds you out. Take your money to the cleaner, because remember, they need the exit liquidity. Let me say it again. They need the exit liquidity. Big money doesn't like when there's too much slippage because they're not really cashing out. It's like it's empty. They need to create the fake outs. They need to create the fake, relief rallies over here. Oh my God, it's going back up, and then puke. Oh my God, it's going back up, puke. Oh my God, puke. Oh my God. You see, it's going to come here, puke. Because every time you're going back along, oh, look, this time is different. It's going to go up. Meanwhile, people don't even realize we also cross here, which is literally a death cross. This is daily chart, right? The 50 cross the 200, death cross, and we're way below. We are in a full-on bear market. We already knew this, but just for fun, adding that on top of it. So
that's crazy, man.
Full-on massive. And the people see, oh, look, all this selling, all this other stuff. But don't get it confused. I told you, look at the weekly chart. Because nobody was complaining here when the buying was so insane. Look at this. Nobody was complaining, saying, oh my God, look at all this buying. We need some selling. No. You thought the selling is bad? Zoom out. Look at the weekly chart. It's barely getting fucking started. Barely, bro. When a capitulation wick happens at a massive level with the miner involved, it looks like this. Look at this orange over here. See?
You know what's scary about all this, man? Like towards the middle of the year, Mt. Gox Bitcoin is coming out.
Oh, bro, it's coming. Yeah.
And you don't know what that's gonna think about it, right? Some of these people was holding at $480, majority of the average, right? And they watched it go up to almost 69,000, and now they see a free fall. You think once they get it, they're gonna hold again? Yeah, out of your mind. You're gonna cash out. Probably 70-80% of them probably will cash out. That's gonna be
when you said what's the scary thing about Bitcoin, my mind went in 50 different directions. But definitely another scary thing about Bitcoin is when the miners all wake up and realize that they're destroying the planet, but it's not going to be that valuable after proof of stake is really proven with PulseChain.
Yes. So I want to show the viewers right now what a real capitulation wick actually looks like. So you're going to see DMI go orange very high, kind of like this level here, much higher than what it is now. See, it's starting, but it's not at the peak yet. And what you're going to see massive volume, like candle like this. See, this is nothing. And this is why they need exit liquidity. This is why they need to create the dead cat bounce, because they're cashing out, but they're not cashing out fast enough compared to how fast the price is dropping. So there's a lot of gap. When they want cash out, they need to see candle like this, or like, you know, pick bull market over there, like massive volume like this. That's the real cashing out. Right now, it's just kind of like chilling. Now, mind you, the price of Bitcoin is much higher, so it's still a lot of money. But we're not like, see this capitulation here, which took a lot of people by surprise that didn't know, they didn't watch our show. That was still a bigger wick. You see the candle is massive like that, because DMI orange was like in the abyss way below here, and then it made a massive move up here. So now you're going to see the same thing. It's going to gradually go and then pop the same way you saw it here. See bear market. See all this time here, it grinds you. Look at the DMI here, same thing. Orange is above the blue, but it's not like a big separation like here. Okay, it's just kind of like hovering, but it's still negative, because again, if it's above blue, that means there's more money exiting than more money entering. That's how you know what the market makers are doing. And then right around here, they basically just gave up. Be like, all right, guys, the mining cost is just insane, so let's just close the machine. And massive sell-off picked this guy up here, and this is what created this, because there's multiple level of capitulation. Okay, this was traders and noobs guy getting wrecked capitulation, and then use their leftover money here. This is now institutions starting to capitulate because they realize, holy shit, we have to close the door. Not because we don't believe in Bitcoin. Again, they bought it when it was like 3K. They're cashing out here because their boogeyman is not you. Their boogeyman is over here. It's the DXY rising. Their boogeyman is interest rate. Their boogeyman is Federal Reserve. That's what they're talking about. And when they're cashing out, selling the stock market, selling the Bitcoin, what do? They buy dollar over here, because they're already cashed out for the year. Now they're ready for the full-on bear market and the drama and the whatever. This is where their money went. See blue, massive pump. This is where their money went, week over week. This is a weekly chart. So that's why you got to zoom out to look at the trend. The trend is your friend till the end, right? Well, guess what? That is not the end anytime soon. This baby is running and running fast. So back to Bitcoin over here. We lost this thing over here. Historically, every time we go touch the 200 moving average, which we did, most likely we're going to do it, which is literally where 20K is. Make no mistake about it. So just, it might take a little bit of time. This thing's going to curve like this. This thing might get here by, end of April, May. Or if there's a capitulation week, we might get there quicker. Now, why is this little band that I have here, the red zone, so important? Okay, and I've mentioned it a couple of times. I'm going to mention it again. Last week, when we had that fake out, I told you guys, hey, look at the premium. It's so negative. People are buying at 33,000. Marco, you remember that?
Yep.
Lo and behold, what happened? It literally wicked all the way down to about 33,000. You can't make this shit up. Literally, he went to kiss where the premium was. Now it's doing the relief rally, let the moving average kind of catch up. I had to go on a 4 hour to kind of show how nasty the wick was, because he went like very, very low like that. But then it's doing the same thing on the daily, where it's just letting the thing catch up, wait for the news tomorrow, and then it might send it below. And this zone is important because it's also the zone where Bitcoin was previously, right? It's going to grind like this, a lot of confluence, whatever you want to call it. But people don't understand that's the real trap, because the moment it gets over here and the moving average catch up, it's a real wrap. It's like it's already finished, but it's going to now accelerate to the downside. It's going to continue to do the grind. And right around 30K to go below, last capitulation is going to start to kick in. Real panic. The people that thought they got diamond hands, you're going to watch them chicken out so fast. It's going to be insane. Right around this zone too, the micro seller of the world, their price points start to get target. Remember, big company, even Tesla, and I love Elon, and I have a Tesla, they're not your friend. If it goes too low and it affects the balance sheet, they're going to fucking sell that shit so fast you won't even understand what happened. And then Elon's going to have to send a political tweet, say, guys, it's not me. I still own my Bitcoin. It's the company. It's not me, right? Because it's a board of director. And those people, they don't care. They're like, oh, we're losing money? Yeah, sell that shit. Rightfully so, because guess what? They can just buy it back cheaper and then rise it back up. Make sense? So there's a lot of confluence here from the negative premium, which now let's do the math. Even at 37,000-ish, premium is still negative 21%. It was negative 26, almost 27. Now it's negative 21, which means quick math. We readjust this. Let's be nice. Let's call it 38,000. Okay. If it's at 38,000 and then you're negative 21%, roughly 20% down. So you're looking at minus almost $8,000. So you're minus $8,000 where you are, ding, 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 right around 30K. So the Bitcoin premium right now, as we speak, is 30,000, which is a leading indicator of where we're going next. Because once again, to bring it back full circle, sign back in. What
Karim done told you.
Yes, sir.
MarcoTheHexican told you. Shout out to Joe Hexotic here.
Yep.
I don't think we say gang enough on this show.
Hey.
I'm just gonna put that out there.
Because this is what you need to see. When the price goes down, the premium is supposed to go up, meaning up from the negative. So close itself. If it's not closing like it did like here, or at least staying sustainable, but it's actually trending down, that means panic is starting to kick in.
Yeah, you can put a trend line. You clearly see it's going down.
Exactly.
Clearly, yeah.
Because as the price was going down, the premium was supposed to naturally go up, but because it's going down, that means they want to get rid of the shit even faster than before. That accelerates the momentum. It's like the analogy when Richard said, when you get punched hard enough in the bull run or in the bear run, then it goes roller and then everybody wants to exit and everybody wants to exit. The same way when it goes higher faster, FOMO kicks in. People want to buy and then more people want to buy, more people want to buy. And then they just see premium was going up. So it's the same thing, but opposite way. See, price go up, premium is supposed to go down as the price goes up because there's a new price, but it was continuing to rise because there's more demand. See, so you get to see in the premium how the human being psychology goes. Price goes up, more people buy, more people want to buy. Price go down at accelerated phase, more people sell, more people want to sell. Which
sounds like a reflexive system.
It really is a reflexive system. Yes, sir. And just for fun, just so we can laugh, let's look at this guy over here, my other favorite, which is, hold on, let me find it. So on the fun data, it's supposed to be the grayscale. Wait, where is it? Oh, they changed it. They moved it. Hold on. I wanted to catch the grayscale, their fun data. Did they move it? Hold on. Oh, this is market data. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, it was cool how the whole idea of having a grayscale fund where you're trading shares instead of the real Bitcoin. If we even call that on exchanges.
Oh man!
Or in your own wallet, right?
Yeah.
That's real Bitcoin, is having it in your own wallet.
Yeah.
So the premium, that was great until it became deficit, right?
It really
or discount.
Yeah.
And the discount is pulling the entire market down, as Karim has pointed out before.
Yep.
But I think that's worth highlighting, that it's no wonder Bitcoin isn't doing well, because institutions are allowed only to buy it when it's a form of the grayscale trust. And people who watched Quant Gang in the first episode and all the way through the first 10 episodes, they haven't had to hear it another 40 times, but it's kind of fun to look back and be like, yep, yeah, we're still right. Yep. What Karim identified originally is like super accurate. Yep, cool.
Exactly. I think they hide it somehow. It's just crazy. Maybe they went to complain to CryptoQuant and be like, hey, because I used to be able to see the grayscale, like total amount of Bitcoin that they had, but it used to be here and then they moved it. So hold on, let me see if I can try a little bit. If I can't find it, then we're gonna have to. So I will have to look it up later. I'll just contact them because it used to be here on the fund data. You should be able to see.
Yeah, you've shown it before.
The holdings. So hold
on.
I
mean, it's that's the difference between a narrative and a reality, right? In economics, is this is going to be so great for Bitcoin. You buy and then you never have to sell because you don't have a rate of redemption. But at the end of the day, it can hurt the market because it creates it's eating Bitcoin's buy pressure in a sense for the real thing, when you can get this derivative that sure they're not going to sell it, but it's going to drag the price of Bitcoin down for everybody.
Absolutely. No, very well said. I'll have to look it up later on, but yeah, it's definitely trending down still because again, they are the one exiting this thing too, for sure. So it's just not looking good. So when you combine all of that, understand the reflexivity and the news for tomorrow as a catalyst, going back over here, don't be surprised if once again tomorrow you get your little dead cat because again, people are doing the 8%. Next thing you know, is gonna go revisit down again, and then by the end of the month, just like I told you guys a couple weeks back and still last week, you already see the BS narrative coming up. Oh, it's the Chinese New Year and da-da-da. They just recycle the same garbage over and over and over when it's like it has nothing to do with that. It's just understanding market, understanding what's going on, looking at the macro view so that you can just chill and protect yourself. Because once you know what's about to happen in a balance of probability, applying math and you know how the day trading, you get to really, really position yourself, okay? So that number one, protect your capital. Remember the 3 steps to becoming financially free and wealthy, like Grant Cardone says. First, you make the money, right? Some of us wouldn't be able to invest if we didn't have some money to invest, right? You make the money, you keep the money, and then you multiply the money. Everybody understand 1 is very straightforward. 2 is very important. That's why we do the shows. How to freaking keep the money, especially if you're new watching this and you're not in the Hex and you have a bunch of Bitcoin or Ethereum, because the same thing with Ethereum. It's that we wanted you to protect your money. Those who listened last week, protect 20+%, almost 26% of their purchasing power. That's insane because they were rather.
Deal.
It's a big deal. 43,000 to even what it is now, much, much lower. Just imagine you exited here, then it dumped, and then you bought back. You would have just been awesome. And you're up 8% right now. And this is what dead cat bounce are very, very tricky and powerful because imagine whoever caught this dip here, that person is up literally. Let me do the measurement real quick. That person is up 6%. Maybe he's going to go here, Keltner channel, always around first to the middle. So let's say right around here. That's a 14% move. That's a solid dead cat bounce. You know, let me go 4-hour chart. Just make it a little bit easier.
They saved 27, gained 14. Like,
yeah, easy.
If you did it right, yeah.
If you did it right. So watch. Let's just say you didn't get this week. Okay, that would be too nasty, too lucky. But let's just say just here, right? You're up right now 8%. By the time you go touch the moving average, which is a point of confluence right around where this guy here is, the previous low, which is going to right sweet spot, dude, that's 12%. Easy money. You look at here, the fake out. It did the same thing. Got to this level here. Got everybody long. Oh, my God, we're going back. Breakout, right? Call the moon. Oh, my God, look, bullish diversion. Yeah, get out of here. And got spanked. Because those people have no fucking clue about what real market is doing, right? All this technical analysis works until it doesn't work because you have to factor everything all combined. We're only looking at the overall because we're value investors. We protect our capital so that we can then multiply the capital. That is the key, right? Same thing if you had a bunch of Ethereum. The charts are almost similar. Why? Because we already know, watch it on the show and watch it richer, know that Ethereum is heavily, sadly correlated to Bitcoin. Look at this sadness. Look at that. Spanked. Really fairly spanked, because Bitcoin is being spanked. So Ethereum has no choice but to dump. You get what I'm saying? And this was massive over here. Oh my goodness. So it might do a little relief rally dead cat. And this is cool here. It bounced right around the long-term trend from Ethereum from way back when. And what it did this, again, quoting Richard for fun, this is the famous broadening horn pattern that Richard talks about. That's so nasty. Because this is a playground for the market maker. They get you liquidated so much and so fast, it's just insane. Look at this. Imagine example 1. You are here. Oh my God, breakout, look. And then it goes over here. What happened? 20-some%, right? They get you long. Let's go. And then they get you wrecked right over there. Back down. Then you go back here. Oh, we're going again. Wrecked. You come over here. Oh my God, it's going to short. It's going to short. Wrecked. Take you for a spin. Bring you right the fuck down. So they can literally just dance you around here. Bull, bear, get you wrecked. And then the trend is clear. It's just going down and down and down and down she goes. When you zoom out, forget the trend line for a second. Look, this is clearly, when you see the curvature like this, that's inevitable. It's like, this is not this, okay? There's no way you're going to be able to recover this. This is insane. This is the dip of the dip. Because it's exacerbated because of Bitcoin. And then you go to my favorite chart, the weekly. Once again, same thing. Ding, 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 ding. Bring the alarm clock. Marco, you ready for this? Look at this. You can't make this shit up. Where's the 200 moving average? 1,000. Now, let's pretend to be nice that it does a small decay, okay? Kind of like what it did here. Slowly over time. And this guy move up. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes right around the 1200 mark, which is right around the previous support that was right here before that, after that first moon move. And then after that, further down, same thing, just like Bitcoin. Look at the DMI, cross orange, game over. You already know, like we talked last week. Okay, guys, get ready. You would have saved what? Let's do the measure move. Just for
Yeah, I
fun.
always had a feeling Ethereum was going to end up around the 600 to 800 mark, around there.
Because Bitcoin whipped it down, so it just has to follow. Because DMI already tells you ahead of time, like literally, it's almost like you're catching near top, like perfect. You combine that plus the loss of the Keltner channel, same thing, never gets loose in the bull run. Moment it gets lost, drop 60%. And again, this is quant game. This is not me. This is math. This is all the indicator why I only use a few. That works. Look at here. DMI cross, orange. It's a wrap. From there, let's do the major move for the new people that just got here today. Look at this. From the drop, loss of the Keltner channel, plus the fact that DMI is orange above blue. Look at this. Can't make this shit up. Negative 80%. Let me say it again. Negative 80% for those who missed it. Savage. Oh, but we're oversold. Da, 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 da. No, bro. We're just getting started. Look, DMI just turned orange. We have a long way to go. And it doesn't have, you see, the crazy part is this, because there's low liquidity and the whales look for exit liquidity. When the orange crossed the blue for the selling pressure, it doesn't have to do like this. It doesn't have to do like the blue, very violent and stuff like that. Because blue has to be violent, because as the price goes up, there's also a lot of people selling. And you need to chill the trend. So you need more force. When you push the price down, you don't need that much because there's no liquidity. You have to wait. You have to create traps. You have to let people know, oh, we're going back up. So you go long, right? You put the money in and then you get wrecked. It doesn't need to do this. It just needs to do kind of like here, just a little bit, and then just stay constant. It's constant selling pressure.
Damn, man.
And then guess what? You get a negative 80%. Look, let's review. Where are we? We're cross since last week. Bang, bang. People who did that, how much did they save? Let's do the math just for fun.
You have a lot more people from the previous market than now, you know, like a lot more.
Yeah.
A lot of more new people too. So
shout out to you guys. From last week alone, you saved 40% on your money. And guess what? Observation number 2, when this happened and this cross and you lose the Keltner channel, like I showed you here, you drop 80%. So let's review for fun. And again, this is the weekly chart, okay? Not a U4 garbage, not even daily, right? Let's do for fun. Put it right here. Boom. Oh, hold on. Measure move.
yeah, no, grab them.
Yeah, grab this. $1,000 is negative 65. Insane.
80% was what?
80, you're here.
Yeah, 600, 800.
600
wow.
roughly, yeah. And look, it's right around the previous confluence here. Look at that, before the major move. Insane. Because again, when Bitcoin really gets spanked, which makes sense, Ethereum gets spanked even harder because of the velocity of the move down. The same way Ethereum is down 40% when Bitcoin was down about 30%. So he actually went down more. So I wouldn't be surprised if this happens again. But even if you want to be conservative and say, hey, maybe just go to 1200 or whatever the 200 moving average is, because Ethereum is different than Bitcoin, because back then there was no 200 moving average, okay, on the weekly chart, because very important. See, Bitcoin had one that we could use, say, hey, Marco, it drops, and then you go find support here, right? Twice. Ethereum didn't have that back then because it wasn't old enough, 200 on the weekly, right? But guess what? We do have it now, which means mathematically, this is lost. Clearly, there's no ifs about it. Next up, and this is curving, maybe we'll get lucky. It moves up a little bit to like 1100 or 1200, where that little confluence here, which is perfect because guess what? It's also the previous stop, you see? So there's like a lot of confluence here. So, because he's not going to go in a straight line, right? It might go touch 1400, 1500 first, previous high from previous cycles, and then dance a little bit. But clearly, just from there, for fun, that's another, we dropped 40 already. And from where we are, it's another roughly 43%, 44% just to reach previous high, and 60% roughly just to go back to the 200 moving average. Maddie, go ahead.
I literally don't care if this person is trolling or like completely genuine, because this is going to be good to ask Karim.
Yes.
What do you think about this comment?
Which
so this
one?
person says that they're new to the chat.
Yep.
Welcome.
Welcome.
It says, yeah, I've been trying to learn TA, but it's so hard. I wish there was something different than trying to time the market and chase probabilities, ...
Wow. Well,
So,
welcome. Say less. We always save the best for last, and this is exactly why we're here as Hexicans.
But before you continue,
Yeah.
Kareem, right? I like people need to understand like this market. I don't know if you guys realize like the bull market went really fast. We went high really quick. A lot of new people, new investors,
Nope.
legacy, not legacy, like a lot of new people, especially new degens. It could fall and fall really quick, even faster. You know, because I don't know if you noticed, a lot of people have
I
been
was
like
done buying ETH at
hypnotized with this shit.
$400. Like $400 was expensive to me. I've bought $13 ETH. I've bought $90 ETH. Like, you know, I've bought ETH now, but I don't want to, right? I just and at the end of the day, the reason why I unloaded my ETH bags more or less is because I know that once the chain problem gets solved, once we can stop double spends easier, then there's not going to be as much demand necessarily for ETH. I mean, it's kind of a cool story about how much they're burning, but at the end of the day, that didn't fix the fee problem because it's really a game theory problem at the end of the day. It's not a technology limit. It's not even understanding a different way to run the game theory. It's literally like these people are billionaires and they don't want to wreck their own price by making their product work. So
and then the next thing that's really, really scary is that a lot of people that entered this game this past year and a half, they're not really educated the proper way. They came in by following these influencers, and these influencers are more confused than ever, you know? So when they dip and bounce and say sayonara to their followers, all their followers are going to do is just press that sell button, and it's just going to be a domino effect, like really hard.
Because they don't have the emotional depth
to
to even
scary,
understand what is happening. See, because rule number one of investing, right? This is what's important. If you don't understand why the price is going up, you won't understand why it's going down. And in both case scenario, you will lose money. Let me explain. It's a lot of wisdom what I just said. Because you don't understand what is happening. So price is going up, but you won't get in. You'll be like, oh my God, I missed the bull, this or that. Well, I don't understand. Oh, how is he gonna dump as soon as I get in? And then of course your timing is wrong because you didn't even do the analysis. So you don't even begin to understand what is even happening. And then same thing when the price is going down and you didn't do the analysis, not understand, oh wow, this is the true gem, right? Like back in the day, even with Hex, right? Those who understand what they hold, they double down, they buy the dip, they accumulate, they understand true accumulation never ends. They understand if you leave off the yield, price is irrelevant. Your goal is to increase your cash flow. We get paid every single day, no matter what. The cheaper the price just means you're able to create a money printer at a lower price. That's insane. But again, you have to do the analysis. You have to watch Coin Gang and many of our great streamers. You have to understand what it is that you own. Don't get it twisted. That's why we say 1, 2, 3. Hex first, Pulse, then Pulse X. Make no mistake about it. The money printer is the money printer. It's going to be here for you. Don't worry about what doesn't exist yet. Focus on what's already existing and pays you every day. Understand that. Because if not, you will always be left behind. Same analysis I gave last week. Thank you so much. I'm going to do another one right now. It's going to sound like Nostradamus next week from now. Because Ethereum is a lagging indicator, but it's the same setup. Right here, watch. It's doing that little W pattern, just like we had a week or so ago. It's going to try to go back up to the recovery for tomorrow because it's almost midnight. Oh, Fed Reserve, this and that. It's going to create a dead cat. Probably going to touch where we are now when I put the cursor right around, 27, 2,800 previous high here. Go touch this guy or maybe this middle guy here because we always kind of fake pump in a death cross because people feel, oh my God, we're going to save it. We're going to go back. No, we're not. And then this thing is going to close. People are going to realize, oh my God, reality is going to set saying, oh yeah, we're not going up. It's going to be bad. And then it's going to get spanked again. Where are we seeing this movie before? Oh, glad you asked. Go back here. Literally, this is fucking last week. Look at this. This was curving down hard, was about to cross. We were here. I literally talk about it on the show. Watch out. This is a dead cat. I even tweet about it. Might can go see the receipts. I said, do not become the exit liquidity. This is fake. This thing is going down because the real story is here. It's the dollar index strengthening hard, fast. This was a little fake out. That dip got bought so fast, it's insane. Some people are trying to say, oh my God, no, the Federal Reserve got to push the rate down because if not, too strong of a dollar, everything collapsed, the debt's going to be blah, blah, blah. Guys, no. Back in the day, yes, they had to do it over here. Why they had to do it over here? Because the whole system was at risk, okay? For the new guy, classes in session, the system was at risk over here. So they had to put it down to fix the plumbing. Make no mistake, the plumbing has been fixed. This shit went on a rally you won't even believe. Look at this. Look at this garbage. For stock market, almost 100% pump. That's a big fucking deal. It's not crypto, but it's trillions of dollars.
That's like 10,000x to them.
Yeah. Let's do this one here for fun. From the dip to here. 35%, bro. Nothing. From here to here, almost 100%. That's insane. With no dips, all the dips were canceled. And now we're getting this. Now, they might do a little controlled demolition, meaning this is a lost control. I don't think they want that. But we might get something kind of like this, like a controlled demolition, slow, steady, and sure. But the point of the matter is, big money is like, we got caught with our pens down over here, forced liquidation. It's not going to happen here. Look, you can see the same McDonald pattern, same shit Bitcoin has. Look, M, another M. And when this thing is lost, because the Fed's most likely going to raise rates tomorrow, because they're not your friend. It's in their best interest. Because yes, market went back up. It's strong. It's whatever. But now the real boogeyman is here, which is inflation. They have to find a way to temper inflation. And the way they show the market that they're still the big daddy, the big D, they have to show strength. They have to show that they have a semblance of knowing what the hell they're doing, even though they don't, because they're always late and they're always behind the curve. But historically, every time they're behind the curve and they have to fix it, they come back hard. The same way they overprint, they might overcut. Because we're talking about raising rates. We haven't even begun to start talking about the fact that they're going to slow down some of the buyback program that they're doing, because they're buying back $130 to $150 billion a month. When they're going to start slowing that down, a lot of those dead companies in the stock market that are literally worthless, they're going to lose their lifeline. They're going to lose all their stuff. And then that's going to create more panic because less liquidity in the market. And the market is fake because we pump like crazy under a slow economy that's not really there. That's just the reality. So when this thing crosses, which is most likely going to do, because the Fed is not your friend, because they're going to keep rising the rates. Don't believe what they say. Watch what they do. And they have to do it. I want people to understand. They have to do it because they care about protecting the system. And when the Dow Jones is over here, they have a wiggle room to like do another controlled demolition, let it go down all the way even here, just for fun, just so that they can slow inflation. And then maybe they'll turn back on the printer over here just to create like a higher low. You know what I mean? Kind of like how they did here. Pump like crazy, another bull run, right? Similar. Let's do a major movie. How much was that? See?
Look at all these interruption to bring you breaking news. Karim is dropping so much awesome knowledge right now. Hit the like and subscribe button. There are tons of new people coming in the chat. It's definitely
watch out, everybody.
People are here.
Marco, look at this insanity. Look at this bull run. You're like, oh my God, right? That's the 2016, 2017 bull run, which is similar with Bitcoin. Look at this move from the dip, right? We went up 68%, which is savage for the stock market. But still, although it's like insane, right? It's still less, bro, than this one that we just kind of about to complete. Look, this is a massive rising wedge. Look at it. It's just, now, I'm not saying it's going to go back here. I'm just saying it might just go back here. Do the same thing that it kind of run like crazy and then a little
and went sideways for a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, higher lows. This wasn't supposed to happen. This is loss of control, right? We're supposed to kind of do it like this. But nonetheless, the pumping is insane. So the insanity that the fool doesn't understand is if you believe that the Fed has any obligation to pump your bag right now, you are sadly mistaken, because they've been pumping your bag for the last year and a half. Again, almost 97%. Insane. Can't make this shit up. From the all-time low, they cancel every single dip. Like we never dipped below the moving average, all the way to almost here. And now they're done. They need the thing to cool off because this wasn't for free. This was on the back of basically hyperinflation, for lack of better words. And now the boogeyman is here. So, because to create this, they had to do this. They had to let this guy puke. I mean, puke, which is the dollar, the index to strength, loses like insane amount of its value. Now they need to bring it back up. Same way they did before, W pattern. This is a control structure. That's why I have the rubber band here. We did the W with the bullish angle. I knew it was time to go.
It looks just like the same pattern.
Yep.
Exactly the same.
It's not stopping anytime soon until we get to about 98 or if we peak at 100. When I see that, then I can say, all right, guys, The dollar strength is overheated. Okay, dollar is too strong. We need to let it calm. Because this is their ammo. This is their tool. I want you guys to understand. This is the tool that they use. So when market is really shitty, they can allow themselves to devalue the dollar, to use it as a safety net. You see what I mean? Like a buffer. Same thing here. They use it. But when they overuse it and inflation is bad, they have to rise it back up. If not, people start to losing faith, right? Same thing they did from many, many decades. Look at this. This is about, what is it? 50, 60 years. Trend is still down, but it's a control structure. And right now, it's time to go back up in the control structure. So when you understand that, and you understand what the big powers that be are doing, and they're the one that matters, because they're the one that's going to dictate what the big money is going to do, and what the big money is going to do is going to be affecting what the big traders are going to do, and what the big traders are going to do is going to affect what the rec plebs have no idea. So you need to understand what Big Daddy is doing. Again, playing chess, not checkers. So you see the momentum, and this is why you're not a day trader. You just look at trend. You don't need to worry about this and that. You just look at the green line. The trend is clear. Same way here. It was dancing, but the trend was clear. All the way to when he peaked, and then he did a big dagger like this and crossed bearish. That was the signal that, okay, dollar is really going down. And watch this. This was when? July 1st, 2020, right? So technically speaking, just by looking at this, let's go back to Bitcoin chart just for fun. July 1st, 2020, where were we? July 1st, 2020. Look at this. Can't make this shit up. Guys, it was almost the beginning of the bull market. Look. You see how insane this indicator is? If you literally just follow what big money is doing, July 1st, 2020, Bitcoin was 9,200 and change. So all you had to do was watch the DXY peak, then get spanked hard, watch the bearish cross to know that it's for real. It's not like a fake out like here. And then you're like, oh shit, dollar's going to garbage. Time to go to crypto, or the play of Bitcoin, right? The hedge. And then what do? You switch off. You go to Bitcoin, right? And then you do like the rally. Yep, you do the rally. Maybe here you got caught with your pens down by surprise. You get a second chance. Are you fucking kidding me? And then you're going to still wait. Oh, this time is different. No. Because over here, DXY wasn't as strong compared to what it is when it's over here. See, that's another thing too. July 2021. Let's go back. Let's review. So over here, hold on a second. Boom.
Yeah, Karim, I'm so glad you're part of this community, man.
You're very welcome.
This knowledge is ridiculous, man. Honestly.
So, yep, you're welcome. So just for fun, look at this. July 1st, 2021, right around here, DXY was still fairly low, but he already kind of tell you, oh, this is going up, but still, it was still in the box. See, that's why I draw the box. The box tells me it's okay. When you exit the box, that's when we start to go critical. And then once it crossed 97, it's mission critical. It's so strong. Imagine the weight of the strengthening of the dollar is so strong that Bitcoin just has no choice but to bow down. It's going to spank it. And this is how they exercise pressure. So it's sadly mistaken to think that July 1st, when the DXY was roughly at, just for fun, I can't know the exact date, but it's the daily chart. So let me zoom in. July 1st was right here. DXY was roughly about 92 and a half. Sadly mistaken about where it is at 92 and a half and where it is now at 96. Again, going back to the chart. July 1st, right here. We were right around July 1st, right around the zone. July 1st.
That's scary.
We were in that zone. So because the dollar was weak enough that you could pump it again. But this time around, we're in the same zone, but the dollar is at 96. It's not the same thing. So when you do a major move, and again, we'll talk about trillions of dollars, but just for fun, when you do the measure move here, roughly from here to where we are now, right? It went up 4.31% in DXY term. And by the way, those things like billions of dollars, if it just bips, meaning like it's a 430% increase, because for the dollar, those little 0.5%, 1/3% increase, it's massive amount of money, because this is a multi-trillion-dollar market over here. So that already tell you it's not the same thing.
They're making people buy back higher into the dollar as, a flight to safety, when there are top signals, right? Then
Exactly.
people start to play these games where it's like, all right, these are whale games, right? And they're going to play around with all the numbers until the rich get richer, and they think they got crypto on lock. So Karim, I've been putting myself into the shoes of somebody who stumbled upon this stream, who saw you bring up the charts, and they've been extremely impressed by your analysis. They have been following you so far, or maybe they just like your energy. And now, can we have you walk them through to the endpoints that they need to be at if they're new? Why have we been looking at trading charts? Why were we looking at Bitcoin and the dollar, etc.?
Perfect. Yeah, because again, ultimately, to bring back the three things, again, first you make the money, you keep the money, and then you multiply the money. We went over one, we went over two, how to preserve the money so it doesn't get, wasted or lost because in the crazy environment that we're coming into because of the heavy, tailwind coming from, the dollar, Federal Reserve, whatever. But this is the reason why, again, we love Hex so much, because again, it is a finished product. If you're new, right? It's not a project, it's a product, and it pays you yield, trustless interest, money while you sleep, which is the number one product to be in the bear market. In traditional market, they call it fixed product, like things that no matter what happened in the market, you can just sit through a bear market, because all of those big easy money or alpha you used to get when the price going up is no longer available. You want to get the thing that just pays you a lot of yield, especially if you've been fortunate enough to protect your capital, step number 2, and now you made a profit. Let's say you run this good bull run here, made a lot of profit, locking some of that profit. What better yet than to lock profit somewhere where you're going to be able to earn that trustless interest yield, which is what's cool, which is, again, what Hex is about, which is why it's really great.
Where does the yield come from?
Exactly. Well, the yield comes from, obviously, the inflation. So if you're new to Hex, right, inflation is only paid to the staker. It's better than Bitcoin because Bitcoin pays the miner to dump the price, and Hex would pay the staker to hold the price up. 3.69 paid to the staker class, and right now it's earning about, on average, because people staked on average 6 year plus 6.11 years, average of 37%, which is amazing. Even if you stake for about a year, you get about 11 to 12%, which is unheard of, because again, in traditional market, you're getting what? You're getting 1.77% to 1.8. Let me be nice. And this is 10 year, okay? 10-year treasury. So
if you're lucky.
If you're lucky, exactly. So you're getting 10 times almost 10 times what the treasury will give you, and you're getting for 1 year instead of 10. If you stake for 10 years, you'll be getting literally 37-40%. So you will be getting almost 20 to 25 times more money than what the treasury yield will give you. But here's the good news. Those things walks together in lockstep. Treasury yield increase kind of in the bear market for the Dow Jones, which is the traditional market, because people are selling off due to fear, protect the capital. And what do? They put the capital somewhere where they're going to earn a yield. Same thing with crypto. People are selling off the Bitcoin after an amazing run. And what do? The smart ones, they put it into Hex because they're able to earn that yield. And that's not even counting price appreciation. Because imagine you buy it right now and then you're earning, 37% APY on your money. So let's just make it easy argument. Let's say you earn about, $10 a day, something like that. And then next thing you know, the price double and you never sold and you keep earning the Hex. Now all your $10 a day payments, earnings, are now worth $20 a day because the yield is paid in the actual coin. That's the key. So your daily payouts are amazing. And if you just look at this basic chart, made a higher low, this looks like a really nice reverse head and shoulder, really nice. But more importantly, look at the moving averages. This is what I love. Yes, green went below, but it's steadily following red. It's not puking. It's not doing like, if you look at Bitcoin, for example, it's not doing like one guy is here and the other guy is like there. Because this is the daily chart. Again, I don't like to use lower time frame than daily.
It is guys trolling.
Moving average, it's really cool because they really tell you the trend. This is day over day, the trend is down. When you look at Hex, this is just a little dance, but the moving average is telling you the real money knows where the price is going. We're just steady following. We're just letting the people that want to get out puke, and then we're ready to go. And also, I said, yes, reverse head and shoulder here, but also this is a nice bull flag. And I kind of draw it already just for fun. I was bored, and I put it in my chart over here, my chart, my hex chart, which is cool. So I have some Fibonacci here, some long-term trend just for fun. And when you look at it here, all I did was I draw this pole, and literally it's funny. I put it here for fun, literally like a week ago, Marco. It's almost like the chart is waiting for me. It's epic. So when you look at it because I drew it here from the 4-hour chart just for fun, but you get to see how like we're almost about to break it up. And what I love about this is that it's literally doing, I believe, where
like right on the edge. It's like right there.
Right on the edge, but better yet, it's doing the same thing that it did here. That's what I think. Every time we go outside the band like this strong, because it's kind of like a reverse, kind of like a slingshot, it always bounces back fast, powerful. And this, let's not forget, this only happened mainly because the whole market was crashing anything else. So, but in retrospect, it's nothing compared to where Hex has been. If you bought just like a couple of weeks ago, we're literally back in that same accumulation zone. This is why I have the Fibonacci's. We're not like in Bitcoin where we're like going to the red zone. If this has been breached and we're going down, then yeah, I would have been a little bit worried. But because we're literally just making high or low, we went here, retest the fib perfectly pre-big, not big payday, first sacrifice phase from PulseChain.
Yep.
Because we went over there, revisited there. The wells were here, reaccumulating. Then we launch. Then we're doing here. Now we're doing the W again. So that's what I'm seeing. And I literally do this measure move, which is almost perfect because it brings us right back to near the top.
And you know what's funny? That's like close to the end of the sacrifice stage too. And that's what happened with PulseChain sacrifice, where when it was towards the end, we just pumped.
Yep.
And pumped.
Because it's easier for the wells at this point, like I said before, to let the foot off the neck of the price. Because I think as of, Maddie, correct me if I'm wrong, but as of today or yesterday, we're already past 2x. In other words, you're getting twice as less coins than before. Actually, you know what? Let me just type it in just for fun. So
I think it is. I think we passed that $2 mark.
So right around here, better yet, because it's compounding faster. Ooh,
230.
See, it moves fast and fast. Now, why is that important? That means those who sacrifice roughly around, let's say in the beginning, when it started to increase right around here, 35 cents, which was the last day.
33.
But we kind of like, if you were smart to sacrifice before the end of the year, and let's say you didn't, okay? And then you waited until, even though you shouldn't, because I told you, swim with the whales. The whales created this pump, the sacrifice. You should have sacrificed with them. But let's say you were trying to play greedy. You were lucky. You got a second chance. Because right around here, January 9th, just before the 10th, you had that nice little pump here too. Or even if you did it here, just before the rising, okay? Just for argument's sake, which was July 10th, you were able to get it for about 25 cents sacrifice. Why is that important? Because now that the price is more than 2x, it means that let's say somebody sacrificed at 25 cents, they can literally let the price go all the way to 50 cents before even trying to suppress it, because the person that
can't catch up. It's hard to catch up.
Exactly. Because you won't be able to, because just to get the same ratio when you're down by 2x, 229 or whatever, compared to somebody that sacrificed at 25 cents, you need to sacrifice like at 55 cents just to have the same value. Or let's say somebody sacrificed at 20 cents, right? Let's just make a lower number just for fun, right around this zone here. And then now you 2x worse, you need to sacrifice at 42 cents just to catch up. In other words, what I'm trying to say is they can allow the price to go higher up faster, and it won't hurt.
In English terms, the whales could take the foot off the neck little by little and let the person breathe, you know?
And let's not forget, it's not going to happen overnight, okay? This is still daily chart. You see this rise? This happened over 2 weeks. So even if we're getting 5% candle, another 5%, another 5%, which adds up very fast. Remember, it's the worst rate still compound 5% per day. So tomorrow is going to be 5% of 2.29. It's not just a regular 5. That's why you accelerate faster and faster. So tomorrow you might get, instead of like 30 something, you might get 240. You might get 230, 240. And then tomorrow, the next day after that, it gets even worse. Next thing you know, it's gonna reach 3x very fast. Again, this is the curve. It's
folks, this happens every day. This is a daily thing too. This is not like a weekly or monthly. It's a daily thing. The 5%.
So I predict, again, it's just math, perfectly on cue. On the 25th, by the end of the month, by the end of the month, we're going to get 3x. It's going to be $3 here. So, which means we can literally let the price do whatever he wants.
It's officially a month left for the sacrifice stage. You think about it. Today's the 25th, ends on the 25th. So we have a month.
Right here, perfect timing. And one more point of confluence, which I talked about earlier briefly. Look at this. Those are the end staking. Okay. Now, there's some of it on rotation, but there's a big chunk here by the 31st. Some of it also, always stakes just for rotation. But I love to look at this guy over here. There was a lot of stake that's just getting eaten. And after that, guys, look at this. This is March, so end of the thing. And then after that, there is basically nothing. Like it's just getting smaller and smaller and smaller, which means less liquidity. A lot of it gets sacrificed. A lot of it's going to get restaked. Share rate has moved tremendously high as well. If you zoom out a little bit, I'm going to go back. Look at this. This is more like I wanted to explain. This is the big bar from May. So this is another major run right here that we can have easily before this guy comes out, which is going to push share rate massively higher. So this guy here is just probably, this is my speculation, this is going to be probably OA sacrifice because this is the OA stake right here. It's massive. And the way you know is thanks to the blue line, because this big bar happens by itself because it's an average, a weighted average based on number of wallets. You see how the blue goes higher here?
Yeah.
It's not because the bar is big. It's because it's a lot of wallets.
Those are accumulated wallets combined.
This is a big bar with small number of wallet because it's just maybe one wallet just massive by itself.
It's just so low.
So just like I said last year, we had a lot of people, rightfully so, taking profits as they should, right? You leave off the interest, we take principal. And usually January is a great month. You prepare, you do your taxes, you prepare for the whole year. And guess what? Once you make this sale, you pay your bills and you set for the year, chances are in the balance of probability, you're not going to sell until whenever. So you see how like this chunk gets eaten and then there's a drought over here. There's almost no hex. And look, year over year, month over month, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller and disappear. Even people that used to have their big payday money, after that, it's gone. So they got to be very careful also how they restake because staking share rate has been going up tremendously. So perfect confluence with the end of the month. My birthday coming up. This is the climax, February 3rd. It's the climax of this bar over here. It's awesome. Which also tells you if you're new and you haven't get your bag, get it now, get it fast because it's going to get exponentially scarce and then you're just not going to get anything. And don't think that the copy on the PulseChain is going to make any difference. Remember, it's a system stake. So whatever scarcity you see here, you're going to see that same scarcity over there. And we still have technically a month to go. Nobody knows when the snapshot is going to be. So you might end up by the time we do PulseChain, snapshot, whatever, we might end up being somewhere here, which then the conference 369, which makes all this hex kind of go away. So those who are not smart enough to keep it and give it away, they're not going to get that copy. So which makes hex even more scarce. So, and this is what I was explaining earlier. Look at this in the pool, 10.5 million. Not too long ago, a couple of weeks ago, it was 13 million, 14 million. Now it's 10.5. Liquidity is getting smaller and smaller. People are getting botted out and then left behind. So understand what's happening here. Based on this angle here, if this happened, by mid-February, we could be back to all-time high. And Richard said something very powerful some people missed on this last stream, even the one that got the punch. He said this. People missed it. Ready? Clip this. He said there has never been an instance where Hex went up 6 months without making a new all-time high. See, most people slipped on that comment. I did not. That's massive. Because I'm like, why would he say that? Because we have other cool data that talks about, the doubling and how every 60 days-ish, whatever, we usually do a +2 or whatever. And the copy is going to basically give us a +2. So it's going to maintain that trend. But he did say we never went 6 months before doing an all-time high. Now, let's do it for fun. All-time high was here, right? Roughly-ish. Let's do a major move just for fun. From here. What is 6 months? 180 days, right, Marco?
Yeah.
Watch this. Mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. Arch giving you free alpha. People don't even fucking pay attention.
I think we hit $1 by around May, at least.
Yeah. No, I'm literally just doing the math because 6 months is 180 days, right? 3 times 6. Assuming every day is 30 days, right? February is 28, but, there's some months with 31st. So it's roughly 180 days. Watch this. Which means, based on the common, again, it's speculation. That gives us March 17. That's fucking nothing. Dude, that's like, and by the way, that's with marginal error. In other words, he said within 6 months. Doesn't have to wait 6 months. It could be before. It could be here. It could be based on the major move. Literally, I just did the major move. It could be end of sacrifice, which is the 26th, right? It could be here, the conference. I mean, look, so small. And we're already 80% there. We're making a higher low. Bullish off the yin yang. Higher low, reverse head and shoulder, bull flag, whatever you want to call it. Textbook.
Maddie, when you think next all-time high is going to break? I say March 5th.
There you go, which is right here, March 5th. Right here.
Well, we have 50 days if we want to keep within the new all-time high every 6 months.
Plenty of time.
Plenty of time.
We did this move in literally 2 weeks. We can do this move again in another 2 weeks, and we'll be back near all-time high, and then we just wick above, and that's fine. And literally, I shit you not, it's February 17th, which at that point, let's do another thing for fun. The multiply will be so insane February 17th. I mean, this is 21st, right? We'll be somewhere around 7x the time or 6x, which means the whale doesn't even care. You're getting 6 times less the value of the sacrifice that they got. So it's like, dude, to 6x, you need the price of hex to be like $1.20, assuming you sacrifice at 20 cents. So, and most people already blew their ammo. So there's not that much volume, so to say, unless it's brand new money, like the 30 million that came in, take advantage of the low liquidity, which is also a weapon. Make no mistake. This is also a weapon. Somebody can come in, do a candle like this, and then sacrifice right away, protect the TWAP 30 minutes, it's go. This is why Hex is so gangster, because you can literally come in, and if you talk sacrifice point, you can come in right now, pump the price hard, make free money, sacrifice that shit, you get free money. Only in Hexagon, because it's called, once again, it's on-demand liquidity. Not too much, not too little, especially on the ask side, meaning price go up, easy. Price go down, hard. Put the liquidity there. Millions and millions of dollars. Up, easy to let you fly. And this is also why the whales cannot allow the price to dip too much. Not just because their stack goes lower, but because the lower it dips, the more hex you need to push the price down. Because make no mistake, hex is not a free ride. You want to push the price down? This is on-chain metrics. We're not on some bullshit exchange, fake spoofing. You want to push the price down?
You got to give up your hex.
You have to give up the hex. Yeah, it's not for free, never. And you get wrecked by slippage too, because again, it's a feature. We'll let you getting wrecked first, and then the on-demand liquidity comes in, push the price right back up. And we say thank you for the free hex, because when you provide liquidity, you don't get the impermanent loss. You're actually winning because people are getting less USD and giving away a lot of hex. So you just remove that liquidity and you say thank you for the free hex, and that's that. So that's why it's so insane. It's genius. And also the reason why they don't let it go down too much is because that also allows a new person to come in, easily pump the price back up, because he's buying the dip, right? Because if you buy from the dip and then you just return to the level, you can also win another 20-30% like that, which increase your sacrifice point. Because you can come heavy when there's a dip, because you don't incur that volatility price against you, because you're the one pushing the price up. You're leveraging the fact that people are dumping to buy back their bag, and they're selling to your limit order. It's so fucking genius. You don't even pay for the fee. They're paying for the fee. They're paying for the privilege to give you cheap hex. You understand?
Listen, Robert, you can't put comments like that, man. You make us go crazy.
This is next level token economics investing, because remember, nobody forced you to sell. You did it on your own. We're just here to pick it up. We just tell you, pay attention. If not, you get left behind. That's why I always give away free alpha, because the system is so well designed.
I like this comment.
There you go. You can get it for free. What's the comment? Sorry.
It's funny.
Go ahead and read it, because some people are
not financial advice. Break up before Valentine's Day. Save the money and buy hex with it. Stake it for 6 months. Double your stakes and get 2 girlfriends.
Oh my God. It's so real and so wrong in so many levels. Be like, bro, just be honest with her. Just be like, hey, when you're open,
babe, I'll be back.
There you go. There's no need to break up. You know what I mean? You're about to get a copy. What you worried about?
Babe, you love me. Let me go. I'll be back richer.
I'll be back once I get my copy.
It's hilarious, man.
Yeah, and guys, this is why it's so beautiful. And then every time we've touched this kind of level, the return is always massive. Because again, quick math, when you return from the dip, from here to the top, it's actually a 4x move. You know what I mean? So just briefly, we're in that 70-80% zone based on what the comment Richard said, which again, to me, right on cue. And then literally right around here, that's why I put this guy here. Right around here is the end of the month, 31st, 1st February, right here. And the moment we retake this moving average and we cross bullish, oh my God, it's going to be insane. It's going to look like this. It's going to do what we did in the past right here. The moment we retake, went above the moving average, and then we launch.
What's the measurement right there?
Oh,
Grab that. Yeah.
It's the famous 3.7x that we talked about all the time, me, Gerardo. And this is the average move. See?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
And this is how from the bottom, I mean, we're just doing like in a W pattern, but let's just do it for fun. From the low, which is right around here, which is the retest.
Shout out to Jerry. If you need some Sunwell syndrome talk, then we do that on Thursdays.
Bang, bang. See? 3.7, 3.80x, right around 58, 60 cents, return to normal. Because again, it does the move, bull flag plus acceleration, because people want to come in, everything else is crashing. Hex is the talk of the town. And then we're literally not just doing all-time high, but then we just keep running. The same way over here, we went back, new all-time high, and what did we do? We kept running. So you see the same thing here. Hex is getting more scarce, less to go around, more expensive. The big bag staking long, staking average is moving so fast, people don't even pay attention. It's literally going 0.2 years every week or so. It's insane. It used to take us months to make that average tick.
And now that, remember, guys, remember when before, what was it, between January to February, actually January to March, it took us almost 3 to 4 months just to move up a whole penny, right?
Yes.
But battling that penny, you know? Now we go up a couple of pennies, go down a couple of pennies a day, like, or every other day, you know? So, and there's some days where we move up 12 pennies, 10 pennies and stuff like that. Soon, you know, when we hit that dollar.
Yeah. And the cool thing, what I love about this is like, it's so bullish. It's so safe. Every time you buy Hex on the low of the Keltner channel here on the daily chart, it's always a bargain. Like whoever gets it here, this is like, it's so easy to chart it in a funny way just to accumulate. Because I only just buy. But like I say, just from a couple of days ago, like 13%. Imagine you bought this dip and then you sacrifice, right? You got 13% on your money. Imagine once you retake and then cross this and just go back to touch the top of the channel just for fun. From where we are, major move just here, which is a confluence with this guy over here. That's 23%. Insane. You put a quick $1 million right now, you're up 230 grand and you can just sacrifice it just for fun. Like quick math, you put a milli or even 100 grand. 100 grand turn to $123,000 real quick. You sacrifice the $23,000 is free money. You take the 100 grand, you take 50 to 75,000. You park it for 15 years. T-share preservation, 3x multiplier, 75,000 turn into literally like 255 grand of purchasing power right off the bat. You know what I mean? Like $225,000 right off the bat. Money printers compounding at 40% annualized. I mean, it's just insane.
Next Karim, thing you got CPUs hidden in that scarf over there, bro.
I'm sorry, what?
You got like CPUs hidden in that scarf, bro?
I love math. It's exciting.
Where, bro? God damn.
It's like, you know what I mean? Like opium for the brain. You know what I mean? So it's just like making love to the brain. It's so pure. Like, listen, when you see this, I'm just excited. It's like, I need to go already. Like, I need to borrow. Like, you know what I mean? It's just like, it's just
so funny, man.
And again, no trading, just buy, stake, and sacrifice, leveraging the pump like this guy did over here. And this guy over here, Godwell, even because it's like, it's so easy to me and it makes so much sense when everything else is like chaos because all the indicators are there. The liquidity is lowering. The sacrifice is already moving fast. Like the wells are already chilling. They're already good because now they'll allow the price to go higher too because it makes their bag more valuable too because the massive people selling has already been done. And my favorite, now we'll go back to the indicators. DMI is getting ready to pop back up. You know what I mean? Because selling is done. And the traditional one, everybody likes to pay attention. I don't pay attention that much. But anytime soon, I can see the MACD started to cross because it's doing a bullish diversion. This thing was going down. You see the bars are getting smaller and smaller. It went back down here, but it made a higher low. And now look at what it's doing. So this looks like it wants to curve. So if you're smart, you don't wait until it starts to do this. You're getting now when it curves, because every time that happens, just like here, that's when the flag is about to start. So somebody can say, oh, you wait for confirmation, this and that. I'm just telling you, the big stuff with tomorrow with Powell, you want to pay attention to this and you want to start flipping it, because the big dog already tells you what's most likely to happen. And again, back on the weekly chart, my favorite, look at this. This is so beautiful. We made still high or low. This got bought back. This is about to turn into a nice, doji candle. Remember this? Look at this. And look at what happened next the following week. 60% pump. Insane. Over here, and this is only Tuesday, which means by tomorrow, midweek, this thing may turn green. And if that happens, you know what time it is. So, because you'll just be exiting the bull flag and then see you later. The same way happens here. See you later. Same way happens here. See you later. So, and this is cool because we came from kind of like a dip and like this happening, and then we went on a run because we're on the low of the Kelvin chart, which is a great accumulation zone. Every time you're below the half, it's on the weekly channel, just ready to go to have fun. And my favorite, DMI, of course. Look at this. Oh, you guys can't see. I always had this problem with the color.
Fuck. You got to make the colors dark.
Yeah.
It's looking a little bit more clear today, but
you look clear? Okay. But the cool thing I wanted to show people, this is the most legendary thing about this chart. DMI has never crossed bearish, never on Hex in the whole history of Hex. This is how strong it is. He almost did here, I ain't gonna lie, but he never did.
When was that?
Godwell came in and some boys, and they're like, nope. That was the week of December 6th, 2021. Maximum fear. Let's go back to look at the chart.
That's the lowest the DMI was ever been, no?
Yeah, it was literally the bottom of that big wick all the way to about 13 cents, 12 cents, whatever.
Look at it. It looks like a cross too.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, no. And then the real boy came in, and Godwell went on Twitter, like, gloop, gloop, thanks for the cheap money, because it was so good. But what that allowed the indicator to do, which is insane, it allowed it to reset. Look, this dump, allow the red to calm down, because we've been pumping for years. Look at this. Look at this. Insanity. Now we're cooling off, which means we're ready to reset up and to the right. So we're making the higher lows, just like in here. Higher lows. You see, you barely see it, but it was here, and then he made a higher low here, and then he went. And then even here, higher low, higher low, higher low, every time, reset, go. So this is a great zone, because that tells you all the Hex that got sold here is no longer on the market. Some of it got sacrificed, some of it got sold, people took profit, blah, 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 but there's no much left. That's what's so epic about this. Everything has reset, ready to go, ready to go. Even when you look at MACD, look, see, pushed it way down. At any time, we're getting to a point where you can just converse back up. So again, DMI is my favorite indicator, because even when you put it on Hex, you get to see why Hex is different. Because when you go see, for example, just for fun, you go see Bitcoin, you don't have that kind of same thing. Never. Like, see, DMI crossed red, orange, many times. In Hex, he has never. It's like in Hex, we're like here. Blue, stay always above. Maybe come down, but never cross. Bitcoin, not so good. And then puke. Other stuff, not so good. Puke. Same thing here, same thing here. But over here, we're like special G. Nope. That's when you know you have a strong store of value. Again, I tell people all the time, don't tell me, show me. I can show you in the chart. And this is why this thing is beautiful. And yeah, that kind of concludes this segment. But if you're new, if you're smart, again, clip this. Come back next week. Come back by my birthday, February 3rd. I'm telling you, in the balance of probability, we're ready to go very, very soon. Remember the 6 months theory, the comment Richard made. It's no financial advice, but this is mathematical advice. We got bull flags. We got inverse head and shoulders. We got great indicators next to each other ready to be flip bullish. I mean, it's just all over great. You know what I mean? So, and we're still onboarding. We have great meetup coming up. You know what I mean? I'm in Dallas right now. Dallas is going to be great. Austin's going to be great. Then it's San Antonio. I mean, it's just good stuff coming left and right.
It's very simple, Kareem, right? Like the rest of the year, we have nothing but clear sky, good news, right? Like, if folks think like Hex is going to end up going much lower than what it is now, or it cannot break previous all-time high, or much higher, it's delusional, man. You got PulseChain, PulseX, you got this, you got the documentary towards the end of the year, probably. You have the Daytona thing if it happens, right? Like there's so many beautiful, you don't know all the future interviews with Richard Hart and whoever wants to interview him. Like, guys, there's so much happening in this community. There's so much happening for Hex and Richard.
What you see here forming like this with the bull flag is very similar to what you saw here. See, there was a bull flag, and then once he retake and he ran, it was just gone. So we've seen this over and over and over, because falling wedge like that are bullish pattern. You know what I mean? Because again, like you said earlier, those who try to push the price down, you need a lot of Hex for that. And then when you're done, we'll just leave you behind. And it's like, thank you for the cheap Hex and bye-bye. So you get to see it everywhere. You get to see it in the chart. You get to see also here, look, the volume decreasing, which is good. The sellers are running out of ammo. See, smaller, 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 smaller. And with a little bit of buy, tiny bit like this is daily chart, by the way. Look at how high the price goes, 9%. Like just with tiny, tiny bits. At any time, this thing can just pop. The moment we start getting candle like this again, or like this, ready to go, bye-bye. Look at this candle right here. When Godwell did his thing, just for fun. That was a 31% candle, 31%, followed by another 13, almost 14%. So when you combine the two, that's 45%. And it literally happened like within like 6 hours. It was crazy, so fast. If we do the same thing from here, just for fun, 60%. Look at that, 63. We're right about retesting the top. Hex is back above 30 cents again. But the key is here. The moment we retake, which is going to happen very soon, the moment we retake 25 cents, the quarter, you know, with the meme, right? Quarter to the dollar. Man, big investor like that. Quick 4X, we catch the dollar. It's kind of like a shilling point, like the penny, right? Quarter is like cool. And it's so perfect because it's literally coincident with where the 0.5 Fibonacci is roughly right now. So moment we take back the 0.5, oh, it's a go. It accelerates faster and faster from there. So, but yeah, in conclusion, be careful. If you're still playing the Bitcoin stuff, remember where we are. Expect a little dead cat tomorrow. It's playing out beautifully right now. If you bought that dip, be excited. Look, the rising wedge is doing its thing already. It's going to rise. We might get lucky all the way here, maybe here. You might get a 39K Bitcoin. And this is the funny thing, Marco. This is when everybody's going to go long. Oh my God, we're going back up, right? They'll let you load. They'll play this game like last week. They'll play this game over here. They'll let you escape or think that you're going to escape. And then they're going to bring reality right back at you. Because this is just oversold like crazy. Let the RSI goes up. Because another way you know it's a fake out is this. Look at this. This was serious buy. They were buying the dip after this was massively oversold. Okay. Then it got here. Then we got this buy over here. But then look, right after that, this is a 4-hour chart. Okay. So almost 6 of it was like a day ago. You see me? And look, it's going up. Look at the volume. Tiny, 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 tiny.
Look at the curve, man.
Yeah. So they're telling, oh, look, we're going back up. We're going back up. Where's the volume? There's no volume. That's a fake out. And then guess what? Like this. Remember this last week? Tiny, tiny, tiny. Price go up, and then the red candle comes up. All that buying that they did here, they're waiting for you to FOMO in here, do the long, and then they'll send you back down.
It's sad, bro.
It's really sad. They're going to tell you, oh, look, the Fed, false alarm. Nothing's going to happen. Powell's not going to do blah, blah, blah. Shh, it doesn't matter. You can literally miss the meeting tomorrow. This is how gangster this is. You can miss the fucking meeting tomorrow. All you got to do is look at this guy. If this guy doesn't go down and looks like he wants to continue the show, this is a 4-hour chart. If he doesn't do something like this, oh, and he continues to go up and the trend is your friend, forget about it. Daily chart. Because he already retake the move over here from last week. Because if this was puking and canceling and doing kind of like this thing, okay, I'll say, okay, guys, maybe Powell changed his mind, the boys. But because this is doing this, that means that they're not changing their mind. They're doing the course. And worse, if tomorrow it pops over here and start to trend towards 97, Holy shit. Watch out below. Watch out below. So now that's all you need to do. You don't even need to listen to Powell, because ultimately, once again, what they do matters more. What they say doesn't fucking matter. They've been lying to you for years. They're going to lie to your face again. They're going to tell you it's transitory when it's not, right? Remember this joke? Oh, it's transitory. They were murdering the dollar over here, murdering it, lowering the value like garbage, which created the crazy inflation that we have. But they were telling you what? They were telling you there's no inflation. Then they got cut lying that, oh, it's transitory. And then after a while, when it's so obvious, all the prices going up. Now it's like, oh, guys, there is inflation, but don't worry. It's only, what, 7%. Oh, last time we had that was like 40 years, like almost depression time. And you know, technically, when you look global stats, 7% inflation, you almost look like a third world country, because that's the kind of level of inflation that they have. That's how stupid it is. And the mandate said 2%. 2% or full employment / good economy / good stock market. Well, guess what? You don't have the full employment, but it's better than what it was. And you have a good stock market. But now you have a 7% inflation. You have to tame that shit down. And the way to do it is by raising this guy. And big money who made profit on the lower interest, the moment they realize it's happening, they don't give a fuck. They want to protect their capital because they got investors to, you know, to basically report to. Because if they don't, investors are going to say, all right, you didn't protect me. F you, give my money back. I'm going to go to another firm, right? That's the game we're playing right now. So understand what's happening. Don't take it personally, but protect yourself. That's all it is. So all you got to watch is this. This is the most important chart to watch tomorrow. Not even the Fed meeting. Doesn't matter. They can tell you, Marco, everything's great. We're not going to raise rate until later this year. And then the DXY just keeps spiking like a motherfucker. Because the fear sometimes does more damage than the actual bad thing. Let me say that again. Not kind of like in your mind sometimes, oh my God, bad thing happened. You in your mind and you like scare. And then when the thing actually happened, yes, it's bad, but it's like, oh, it's not worse than I thought. It's like, it's okay, right? Because the mind plays that tricks. And this is why I was like, don't worry about what they say, watch what they do. Okay? On that note, thank you very much. I'm going to stop sharing, bring it back here.
Karim, on behalf of everyone, man, thank you, brother. That was fantastic. You made it simple enough for everyone to understand. So thank you, man.
Do you guys want to change your screens real quick so we can show off what the people have to look forward to in the future?
The other one?
What do you mean? What do you mean to do, Manny?
I fixed our problem. Oh, okay. So if you guys change your screens to what we had before,
okay. Hold on.
I have engineered a solution.
Ooh, Kwang Gang style. Okay,
that's right. Okay. So here's the crowning little thing. Bang, bang.
Hey, with the
let's go. That's pretty cool.
Oh man, yeah. Shout out to Manny Kwang Gang. Oh man, you guys are so awesome. Thanks for the kind words, community. This is why we're here.
Karim, you killed it, man. Never disappoint, brother.
Awesome
Never.
Job.
Amen. Kwang Gang crew, you know, I appreciate your time. I appreciate you more than you know. You spend your 3 hours with us, with Karim.
Manny, that's pretty good.
You always give value, no matter what.
Hey guys, listen, just understand in the future we won't be doing this on YouTube. We'll probably be doing it on his golden yacht with a golden microphone. Karim talking to the world, you know.
Wait for the stream to end, all right? With delay gratification first.
It'll be funny, man.
But yeah, it'll be funny. Hey, maybe by year 5 we'll just rent one for fun.
Just to get a little taste, right? Just a little taste.
And then year 15.
I'll be back 10 more years, guys. I'll take 2.
Yes, that would be the move. 10 more years.
That's gonna be great, man.
But yeah, no, listen, I care too much, you know. And the cool
I like this, Maddie.
So this can be our background / foreground now, and I might do some little upgrades so we can show the comments without it freaking out, and to do the side view. But this was the first test, and it looks pretty good so far.
I just gotta change my lens. I'm too close. I'm back.
Oh, I love this comment. This is great. Shout out to Rufko. Karim is a good teacher. Kwang Gang making gains and growing.
No. Karim's not a teacher. That's Professor Karim. Get it right, people. Professor Karim. Professor Scarf, we're going to call him, all right? Professor Scarf.
That's awesome. No, listen, it's my first job. I always wanted, sometimes I turn into a preacher, but like I've always
you're the professor, man.
and share the knowledge that I have. Because then you see, it makes us more powerful as a collective. You know, each one teach one, we all learn from each other, and that's how we get to protect each other. You know what I mean? It's the last part of the quote that I really like. You know, Kwon Gang, you know, making gains, growing brains. Because literally, that is our core value, right? It's like, I don't just want you to make a lot of money. I want you to understand how it works, share the knowledge with you, because one day, you know, something could happen. I don't want you to just make it, right? I want you to keep it, and I want you to multiply it. So then you really become self-sufficient. We're not just, right, teaching you how to fish. You're getting the fish, and then I create my own quote. F the fish. After a while, maybe you want some steak. I'm teaching you how to hunt. So then you get to choose. Because maybe after a while, that fish was great. We used to be in survival mode. The belly's fat, but you know what? I want to try some other meat. I'll say, no problem. I'm going to teach you how to hunt so you can get whatever you want. Today's fish, tomorrow some deers, maybe some rabbit next week, you know, maybe some goat after that. But, you know.
Hey, if you're vegan, he teach you how to hunt trees.
Oh, and that too. That too. If you're vegan, that works too. Hey, teach you how to milk some, you know, cow, get some eggs. And
they can't drink milk. I don't think they can. That's funny though.
Man. You guys are epic, man. I do it for the like and the love and the comments. So
scarf only one. That's hilarious. You guys.
I need you guys to be rich too, so we can all hang out 15 years. So
exactly.
You don't have to be worried. I'm gonna hide somewhere.
No, it's true though. You're speaking facts, man. Right? Like it's no fun where, you know, everybody, like, you have a small portion of folks make it, and then everybody else is stuck at home. It'll be more fun, more beautiful when everybody's with each other, right? Like I think, you know what's cool about this? You know, the Vegas events, I think, is a testament to that, right? It shows, like, the first year we didn't have crazy money. We was making money, but it showed us, like, regularly, no fancy jewelry, no nothing. We had a blast. We had fun.
Hex was at 6 cents. It was,
exactly.
it was June. You know,
right. And then the next step was, now we get to see a little bit with us with more wealth, a little bit, you know, we go show off a little bit, but the community is getting bigger. People can understand, like, this is a real deal, and we growing along the way, gathering. So I love it, man.
The power of the group is insane, because that many people, and by the way, that was only about 300 of us, and we still had a blast. We felt, honestly, I felt like we owned Vegas. We were out there doing everything. There's like multiple penthouse. You know, Maddie did the surprise for me. We had that nice penthouse too at Bellagio. I mean, it was just epic. And then, because it's the power of the group, you know, even when I got us, and then we went to the club, which was really epic, and I had the 2 cabanas, and it was just really, really nice. But then after a while, like, we ran out of alcohol, everybody just chipping in, people getting stuff. It's like, because we just make the party continue. And then we literally did, like you said, with the 6 cents hex. Just imagine what it is now. And because we come as a group, and 600 of us, we can basically almost afford anything we want. We went to have fun with the tanks. Let's not forget that. We crushed the cars.
Perfect about the tanks,
guns.
right?
It was epic.
Karim, remember when you and Maddie was on the tank base, guys, in the chat? I was there live. I was literally watching them climb the damn tank. It was hot as hell. Once again, it was hot as hell. So I know they were hot as hell up there, right? And I remember FaceTiming a couple of my buddies, like, yo, look what we're doing. What are we doing? And one of them told me, like, oh, dude, that's just like a little fad, a little trend. And now we're going back to round 2. Like, guys, no, we're still here. We ain't going nowhere.
So, yes. And always, like I always said too, what I'm feeling also very blessed about is everybody was safe. We had a great time. And epic that, and there was no incident. Nobody got,
stupid
or whatever, or hurt themselves. So that was something I was very proud, because I mean, managing 300 people, you know, sometimes shit
not
happens.
easy.
So it's not easy.
And the thing is, number one, Hexicans was very respectful no matter where they went. I don't care how much we drank. We respect people around us. We make sure we held each other down. We make sure we end up going to our rooms the right way. Like, everybody took care of each other. And I love that about the community, man.
Yes.
Those are things I don't forget.
Like, that's another thing that I like about, you know, even being on the tour, right? Everybody's looking out for everybody, making sure everybody's cool. Because we're going to a new town. We're traveling the whole country. I mean, like,
you never know who's watching. Yeah, it's true.
So that's, again, the power of community. Because, like, people look out for you, you know, because they love you as being part of the community, one of your own. You see what I'm saying? So, and again, respectfully, and we're onboarding left and right, because people are like, man, those people are cool, they're chill, they're knowledgeable, and they're respectful. Plus, you know what I mean? They spend some money, have a good time. We're not stingy. Like, it's just like, it's the winning combination. That's the club. So that's awesome. Yes, exotic. Can't wait to see you again. That's going to be epic. That was gonna be epic. Shout out to Joe Exotic in the
Yeah,
chat.
thank you, Joe. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, brother.
I
We gotta
love
get
your
going, man.
guys' energy. I love the way that we're interacting with the chat and the chat is interacting with us and each other. It really feels like the community that we've been building for the past year on this show. And, you know, I think that there are a lot of people here. I mean, this is the most new names I've seen in the chat.
Oh, wow.
I think ever.
Really?
I think ever.
Yeah, there's a lot of
How
people
many-
that have
my
not
phone's
seen.
like, how many
Yeah.
people we have?
So shout out to everybody who is saying hi for the first time. Maybe you've been watching since the second online Hex conference, or maybe, you know, maybe it was today's thumbnail. I copied something that worked from another stream that got a lot of new people come in. So
Good job, Maddie.
I am using those analytics and graphic design skills, you know, in concert. And yeah, I think people like pretty thumbnails. I know I do. And then if you stumble upon a community this great, that's super awesome. And so shout out to everybody for making this a reality.
But you know what I love about that, Maddie, what you said, right? Definitely 100%. We had a lot of new folks, new names. Because you know me, I'm always watching the chat. And a lot of new names I've never seen before. And the beautiful thing is nobody trolled, nobody made it. We had that one or two like common people that show up, but the new guys, they ask the right questions. I see people helping them out in the chat, answering them. Good job, guys. This is what it's about. And guys,
Shout out to
welcome.
the chat, man.
This is the community. Like the community is real. Maddie does phenomenal things. Karim is a genius. Like, you know, me, I'm just here to support them. So I'm happy to be here. So good job, guys.
We're here every Tuesday night. So you can hit like and subscribe and check us out. We've been going for about 51 weeks and 53 episodes. There were a couple of times when we just had to break some news in the middle of the week, but we're happy to be here. So hit the like and subscribe button. Everybody who's new, who liked the thumbnail, it's your lucky day. This is not a paid group. This is not a trading.
Don't forget the yearly anniversary.
We have gotten so rich from crypto that we're teaching people for free. We're here expanding our own knowledge and being a part of a community that is more than just, you know, pumping and dumping. You know, we pump and pump. We have something that's been designed with better game theory than Bitcoin. So you can go back through hours and hours of content. And so there are other shows on my channel like Hex Therapy Live, where we talk about, you know, how to, what's the starting point for you to start improving yourself when it comes to your mental health, because that's related to your wealth. And then how do you deal with sudden wealth syndrome? We've got thousands, probably 2,000 or 3,000 people. Like half the people who are subscribed to this channel have become millionaires in Hex. And so we want to support the OGs. We want to support people who are, you know, who have the biggest bags in Hex, because we want them to not have to dump their bags because they got into life trouble or because they literally couldn't handle the mad gains. Absolutely. Imagine becoming a millionaire from $100 or $1,000 in less than 2 years. It's a lot. It's a lot to handle. So that's Hex Therapy Live on Thursday nights. And then every Tuesday is Quant Gang. No matter where we are in the world, we get together for it.
Absolutely. Doesn't matter the event, doesn't matter the time frame. Maddie's reliable. He could have been in London. He could have done all these different things, and he always stays behind. Karim stood behind last time too. So give these guys props. Guys, they don't have to do this. These guys could be retired. They could walk away. I could be retired. I could walk away. But these guys really put in the work like crazy. And sometimes I feel like they don't get the credit they deserve. So, you know, kudos to you too. You know.
Amen. Thanks.
And by the way, for the new guys, if you guys missed it, if you want to catch up and actually see what this community is about, we just had a Hex conference just recently, a few weeks ago. You could see it. You could see everybody that talked last year, this year. You can even see the founder speak for himself. It's phenomenal. So don't miss that if you want to get a grasp of what this community is about. It was brought to you by Maddie, by the way.
Bang, bang. Yes, because ultimately for us, and I've said this many times, the key is when you understand the power and when you have abundance mindset.
Hex 19, let's go.
Hey, shout out to Hex 19. See, another great viewer that's always watched our stream, always supported us regardless of situation. So shout out to Hex 19 for sure. But again, it's for people like that we do what we do, you know, because we understand the value of what we have. We want to share it with the world, and we want to create the community that we want to see for ourselves and want to see to the world, right? Be the change you want to see in the world. This is not just words, it matters. And that's why we're here. And when you operate out of abundant mindset, great things happens to you because number one, you feel full on the inside at the soul level. You're no longer so desperate to like, oh, I need to get mine and then maybe screw somebody else over. Like, no, understand there's plenty to go around. You can create a system where, like Richard said it perfectly, why make money trying to victimize users or steal from other people when you can create scenarios, systems where everybody wins? You can still get the mad gains. Make no mistake. We're here for the mad gains, definitely. But you can create it in a way that creates an ecosystem, a systemic system that creates wealth for others, not just you. Because once you realize, for some of us that have been fortunate to make money, a lot of money even before crypto, as crazy as it sounds, it's the truth. You make the money to then realize that the money doesn't actually matter. It's just that it matters before when you needed to get your basic needs because your brain was just telling you without this, you can't do shit. And then once you get it, you realize it's not just about that. It's about who you're becoming, who you're helping around, what is your soul doing, what is your purpose, all those other important things. And because we know and we're fortunate about what crypto can do, and especially Hex, we know you're going to get there. So we want to give you all the tools and we want you to start thinking about who you're becoming, what is going to happen. Because when the wealth syndrome starts to hit, we want to equip you with the tool or how to be able to overcome that, not get involved in destructive behavior. And better yet, because you already start doing the thinking about who you're becoming, you will actually better know how to deploy that money. So then again, this is also the hidden power of staking, protecting yourself from yourself until you figure out what is it that you want to do and then deploy the money. Imagine you were not staking, you haven't figured that out. You could have probably buy some dumb shit or like be sway or do some stuff that you end up regretting. Like, why did I do that? You know, instead of having an action plan, preparing for that. So by the time the stake ends, you know how to deploy the money. And if you don't know, that's okay. You can always restake and go back to the drawing board. You see, Hex allows you to do that, and it removes the stress because you're monetizing time while you sleep, so you don't feel like you're missing out. You feel like, oh man, I need to put this money somewhere. Like, because that's how the sleazy financial advisor get people. They're like, oh, you have all this dormant capital and da-da-da, you should do this, you should do that. Like with Hex, you don't have to worry about it because you can just stake it. It will be one of the best return you have ever seen. Wells has it in the chart. The EPS is the lowest in the entire universe. Nothing else return at a higher ROI than Hex. The T-shares are the best productive asset in the universe, period. I don't care what product you're into, you ain't going to get that kind of yield, especially at a compounding rate. So you can remove that stress and then do the other important stuff. And then you're going to have what we have and what we're feeling, that abundant mindset. You get high on life. Everything is cool. When people ask me like, why are you so this? Why are you so generous? This, that. No, because we feel like we hacked the system in a good way so we can focus on the important stuff. And at our level, that's what, at least I can speak for me, maybe Maddie as well, but that's what makes us happy at a soul level. Like, I like to help my fellow man. And if I had something to do and then they were able to becoming financially free or figure out what it is that they want to do, and I had something to do with it at whatever level, I think that's great. And I agree with Richard when he said at some point we're here for the glory. That, to me, that's my glory. Like making people rich and more importantly, and how to handle that wealth so they don't end up in destructive behavior. So
you ain't lying, dude, because I think since I joined Hex to now, I think, I don't know, I probably brought, to no lie, maybe like close to 250, maybe a little bit more people into this, right? These are personal friends and coworkers, and like the company I worked for, like literally half of the territory is into Hex, and don't tell them that, right? And if you ever meet one of these folks, right, they'll tell you like some folks that spent 2, 3, 4 hours at night, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning teaching them on Zoom calls and stuff like that. And I could probably say not once, I swear on my kids, everything, not once did I ever take a penny from anybody just to teach them that, right? And I don't care if they made, some people, they made tremendous amount of money, like they made beautiful amounts. I still to this day don't even ask for a penny back, right? Because we don't need that, right? I need people, like Karim says, like Maddie says, and I said in the conference, I need my own mastermind group, right? The community is my mastermind group. These are people that I can surround myself with, and if I need to learn something, I learn it, right? I don't have the time to sit down and learn all the math to go back to college, do all that, right? But I build a relationship with Mr. Karim right here, and I could be like, Karim, I need help with this math. I need this. I need that. And he could just do it for me, right? That is a mastermind group, right? These are people you surround yourself with that can move, mountains and boulders around you, that could literally change or answer certain questions, right? If I need help with mental health or stuff like that, I could go pay a crazy amount of person, doing it. Or I could give Maddie a call, but listen, brother, I need help over here. I need to have a conversation, and he could do it, right? Can he charge me? Sure. Would he? Probably not, right? Because he doesn't need to, right? Like this is the people we have in this community, and it's beautiful, man. There's so many people in this community that have amazing talents that's willing to help each other out, right? Not saying that, listen, we do everything for free, stuff like that. Listen, we're like Karim always says, we're kind, we're not nice, But at the end of the day, like we're willing to help, and we're willing to you got to ask, right? But I'm proud to be as part of this community. I know people in this chat is proud. These fellas are proud. So this is what Hex is about, right? This is what Hexican is about. So and we're not going anywhere. Like Richard Hart says, we're not going anywhere. And
there's a power in paying it forward, because paying it forward also pumps our bags that we staked out for so long. And it pumps everybody else too. How many people do you know who are going to actually understand and trust Hex, who aren't going to want 38% APY, or like I like to call it, it's close enough, 36.9% APY. Yes. And, that's the level we're at. That's the level that the origin address seems to want to maintain or be incentivized to maintain, even if you just
and it's more likely to increase, Maddie. That's the insanity. I've seen it trend up
as a function of the T-shares disappearing, not as a function of the OA not balancing the system. So there are two possibilities, right? The OA could keep balancing the system, and the system could balance itself. But that would lead to massive price appreciation. There is no way to stop Hex from doing what it does, which is
you can't
printing more Hex. So Hex is a money printer, and the cost of the money printer only goes up in Hex terms, and that causes Hex to be something that's very valuable to hold. You're paying the new inflation in the system only to the people who are the most long-term holders, provably verifiable on the blockchain, extremely superior compared to Bitcoin, which is taking all the new coins and giving them to people to burn the most electricity, not because there's any math or security behind that, but just because that's how V1 was written of crypto. And now we're on V3, so let's go.
Exactly.
And one little thing too, like I have, I think there was about 3 buddies of mine about 4 or 5 months ago. These are die-hard Bitcoin guys. I'm talking about die-hard. Like when I go to dinner with them, they look at me like, Mr. Hex is here. Like they always make fun of me, right? They put like the only little table on the side just to mess with me, right? And these are folks like since the beginning I've been in Hex to now, like I've been trying my best to get these guys in, and they would not budge. So one day I literally told them, like, I will literally give you guys $200 each if you could prove me wrong. Here's part of the white paper, the code of Hex. Here's exactly what the T-shirt does. Here's the immutable contract. This is the important parts I want you to study this, and I give you guys 2-3 weeks. Come back to me and tell me if you don't understand this. Like, and they come back and they're like, bro, is this real? Like, it really, this is what Hex really, really does. But they don't understand. They never thought, a coin does this. Oh, come on, I cannot do that. It's Ponzi. But when they finally understand the function of a T-share, the function of how it passed, the inflation to 3.69%, they're like, holy crap. And it's proud to say each one of them is a Hexican. So it's beautiful, man. Just have patience with folks. Some people, even they're beyond hard-headed, diamond-headed, right? Give them a chance. Let them have the aha moment, right? And when they do, trust me, your phone's gonna ring, and they're gonna just talk in different language. Bro, I don't understand. What's going on? How does this happen? And you're like, all right, dude, let's start from the beginning. Let's take steps. It's going to happen, guys.
Nice. The excitement started kicking in. They're like, oh my god, they want to go down the rabbit hole. Like
everybody's gonna talk like Karim. That's how you know when you got them. you know.
That's like normal speed now because the excitement. But it's just I can't wait. I mean, because again, T-shirt acceleration is about to be so insane. It's gonna be crazy. Like somebody even put in the chat earlier, we're already at 20,533. Like that's what I give the analogy by switching everything to $1 for people to witness how fast this thing runs, so they'll get to see. And this is what our APY is going to go even more and more insane faster without even the OA doing nothing, because those who are exiting the pool and not returning are just freeing the space in the pool to allow the APY to just go higher. And guess what? It increased Hex value proposition, because those who are already in, like us, stake long term, we're getting a higher APY. But the beauty is we stake. It's not like we're going to be selling into. So it just incentivizes us to even stay more stake. And then
that's provable on the chain. There's only like a 1% realized inflation rate, even though the APY is 3.69% system wide. But it's paid proportionately to the people who are not holding liquid, including all the people who are not the origin address, which is like probably controls 95% of the coins. Never has to sell because it owns so much Bitcoin and Ethereum. And so it all checks out.
It all checks out. Yeah. And some of the nice kick out we've been getting lately also is thanks to the sacrificer, those who ended their stake and then just decide to sacrifice it instead of restake. So they freed some space for us too. So it's just like, it's so beautifully designed that it's just like, wow, Hex just remind you who's the top god, who's the real thing. And you have to get a copy for that too. Yeah.
And for the new guys, you want to see a quick trick? You want to see magic ready? Matrix. Give it a second. You're gonna see what's gonna happen. Let's see.
Richard, do you think the Matrix will allow you to release crypto code that is superior to that of Bitcoin and gives decentralized financial freedom to all? What? You already released it. Oh, we better stop gatekeeping. Congrats on 100,000 Twitter subs.
That's funny. And people think we're finishing. Wait, not yet, guys. We're not done yet.
Tricks.com for the week. I remember it. I tested it live. I said the word. Maddie didn't tell me. It was just StreamYard is killing it, man. That company is making cool stuff, man.
Yeah, man. That thing cracks me up, bro.
So here's some math. Let's do a thought experiment, guys, because I sacrificed for Pulse.
Okay.
I sacrificed for PulseX. What about you guys? Did you guys sacrifice anything?
Yeah.
Were you in the above $1 category?
Yeah.
Of course, man.
All right.
Yeah. Let's just say, big time.
But I can tell you this: I'm still a T-shirt maximalist. Okay.
Oh yeah.
So
I understand, and you're already
one,
proving my point without letting the audience get to their aha moments. So Karim's always so many steps ahead. We're gonna have to pull the train back a little bit here. And I just dropped the link to Conrad Zen's. Conrad Zen has been crushing it. Okay.
Yeah, you notice that pumping videos after video lately, yo.
I really like his style. I like how he looks at things, and he's
drinking that whiskey.
He's been talking numbers about what he thinks these are going to be worth. Pulse and PulseX. I mean,
he's a big player.
The numbers are looking crazy. Yeah, he was a Bitcoin Foundation member, turned Hex Whale now, and it's really amazing. But so we're doing a thought experiment. So let's say on the super low end of things, and this is not financial advice. This is just what kind of experiment we're doing in our minds. So let's say that Pulse and PulseX do a 10x each. Okay. So you guys just 10x'd the stack of whatever you put in.
Sure.
Do you buy at least 10% of your now 10x stack back into Hex?
Oh, no question about it.
Okay, so now we've got what? $1 billion, $1.5 billion of buy pressure. You know, if other people are willing to do that, and who's selling? Like, are you guys going to sell any of your hex if these other two coins moon?
No, because that 10% I take out, I buy more hex. I stake it for the kids. Another 15 years. No questions asked. Easy. Easy.
Want to hear my answer?
He's gonna get double yacht.
This is gonna be epic. Maddie, who I am? What is my definition in the society? What do I stand for?
You're a whale in training. You're face of the super sharks. You're the staker extraordinaire.
Yeah, close to that, yeah. And then dream account, right?
But you missed
my
the dream.
ladder, everything is so set perfectly. And again, those who watch the video, any of you is super sharp. I'm at level 4. So it's so set up that I won't have to touch any coin. Again, quick math, quick incentive. The first time I started Hex and I staked 99%, 15 years, people call me crazy. Remember, I do that. I play chess. I don't play checkers. I already knew the price will 100x and that 1% will be worth a lot. And I didn't want to have dormant capital. So I extremely staked knowing what the price is going to do in the future. Because when you really believe, you start to see the future. So you already know that what you're holding, that 1% liquid, is actually not 1%. It's another 100% because it's going to 100x. Now, using that same analogy, all I can say is this. On one sacrifice, it was like 6 figures. The other one was only 5 figures. And in retrospect to the stack, it's like point. I mean, it's like a fraction of 1%. So it's just like, because I believe it's going to do what it's going to do. Pump like crazy, 1,000x, 10,000x. That's all I need. Because then, yes, like Maddie said, I know where the money is going next. I am already in position. It doesn't matter. You want to pump PX, EX, whatever, both, I'm already there. Because by the time you realize that, T-share is going to be 100 grand. And you'll be lucky if you can get one. So be in position. Now, if you're brand new and you couldn't get your hex bag, and that's cool and that's fine, I totally get it. But remember, the main thing is still the main thing. It's 1, 2, 3. Hex, Pulse, PX. Do not get it confused. If you thought the daily payout is insane, we have another 10,000x to go on Hex. Easily. We're just getting started. Hex does not have the negative externality like Richard reminded stupid Pompliano this morning about bragging about $33 million.
You saw that about the miners? Oh, what an idiot, bro.
He didn't get it. Like, he was bragging about that, but he doesn't understand. Yeah, but that money comes from somewhere. They eventually sell. This is why it's mission critical when the price goes below 30K, because now you got to worry about minor capitulation. Because make no mistake, they're not your fucking friend. They would dump that price so fast to pay the bill if they have to. In Hex, we can become stupid more wealthy and still sell nothing. Because we like the feel of becoming wealthy. If I become a billionaire, then I want to be a 10 billionaire, then 100 billionaire. Then it's like Warren Buffett said it best. It's not because you have money that you need to waste money. See, people get that twisted. We are masters of delayed gratification. Richard has money beyond belief. He's playing with the $3 million, but that's nothing. In percentage rate, it's like, because when you got everything else, you don't really need it. You're just enjoying quality interaction, spend Christmas with the fam, which is the community, and we're just having fun, and we're doing live stream. Like, we have all experienced it at a certain level. Like, look at us. We're here, and it's almost, I'm 1 hour behind you guys because I'm in Texas, but it's still almost 1 a.m.
Yeah, it's like about 1 a.m.
Like,
over here.
while we're here, right? Because we're having fun with the community. So the point is that the wealthier we become, the less we need to sell. The faster the price can go higher because we don't sell. And we like to shove it to the hater just to show how insane the price can go. Just to tell them, oh, you thought the price can't go there? It's going to go there. Fucking Godwell himself talks about $1,000, $10,000 hex. Like, make no mistake. The higher we go, we are, I don't want to sound religious, say that we're like evangelists, but like, I'm a math believer. And because I'm a math believer, I'm a T-share maximalist because the math is telling me that is the best asset on planet Earth.
Math is math.
So once you understand that, in recap, free alpha here, play chess, not checkers. Let me show you the flow. Hex, sacrifice, Pulse, PX go crazy. People shovel that back to Pulse because it's deflationary. pulse go crazy. And then if you're smart, when the pulse goes very insane, then if you're going to cash out and not have a taxable event, the smart thing you do is you turn that into a T-share, you park it for 10 to 15 years, and then you enjoy the daily payout. In other words, for me, at my level, I'm positioning in Hex before copy. So I am there when a year, 2 year, 3 year from now, when you finally cash out the bag and you turn into Hex, I'm already there in position. So I am a T-share maximalist. I sacrifice less than 1%, but my less than 1% is still a lot of money. Don't get that twisted compared to the average guy. But I'm doing the same bet. Again, free alpha. You're lucky. You're on Quan Gang, and it's almost hour 4. We always leave the best for the very end. Those who left, they missed this alpha right here. This is the ultimate move. I may call it level 5. You buy as many T-shirts as you can, and you park them as much as you can. You get the 3x multiplier. You compound 40%, because when you get the copy, everything I just said, you're going to get it double. So now I'm no longer compounding at 40%. I'm compounding at 80%. Make no mistake, Hex will find parity very quickly on both chains. So you need to respect your pocket, understand what a T-shirt doubling is, because it's going to be insane. If you thought 40% APY was insane, wait until you get 80%. If you thought 10,000X was insane, liquidity is lower than ever. It's less than even when I first got in Hex first time in terms of how the pumpamental can go. It's very, very small, very, very insane. Understand that, know what's about to happen. Some of those NFT guys and whatever new people that we're getting, they're going to see the light. They're going to realize, oh, I can turn this thing into an asset and earn yield. They're going to shuffle some of that money back into Hex, because now they do have a bag and they want to protect the bag. So you want to have a strategy that's not going to last 6 months. You want to have a strategy that's going to last many, many years. That's the beauty of staking long. When you think many, many years, when you think chess, you start to think differently about, after all this gymnastic, from sacrifice to pulse X to pulse, where does the money ultimately go? And if you're smart and don't want to have crazy taxable event, that money goes right back into Hex and get turned into a T-share, which tells you, because you see so many billions of dollars coming in, the T-share will probably this year, maybe if we're lucky, before August. I predict before August, in a balance of probability, a T-share will be more expensive than a Bitcoin.
Ooh, I like that.
Now let's unpack what that means. Because, bear market, you give me what? A $20,000 Bitcoin or below, looking at the trend by August, it's easy money. All we need to do from here is a quick 5x. You give me $1.25 Hex, and we're there. What does that mean?
That's just, so we get a $6 Hex if $1 billion buys back in at the $30-ish million liquidity level. So
exactly. So from where we are now, I just need literally $1.25x, because I'm expecting Bitcoin to trend towards below 30K. It's going to be around 20K. We're about $4,000 T-share right now, 4,800, whatever, 4,000 and change. Share rate is going to continue to go higher, making that price also expensive faster. So you give me a nice 5x from here, plus a lower Bitcoin by June, July, a T-share is going to be more expensive than the Bitcoin. When that narrative finally kicks into people's brain, they're going to realize collecting T-share, I'm giving you the free alpha right now, the narrative. Collecting T-share is like collecting Bitcoins, because they are as valuable, more valuable, because I will remind people, a Bitcoin doesn't pay you yield, a T-share does. And it's more scarce, because no matter what you do, you can only hold it for 15 years.
Bang.
As it becomes more and more expensive, it's going to hit people's brain how scarce it is. And guess what? Human beings like to buy things who are scarce, and they will pay a premium for that too. And this is the ultimate scarcest asset in the world, because you can only hold it for 15 years. So when that kicks in, you get an easy 6x move. But the more important is the value of the yield. I told you I'm making 15 grand a day. When we 6x, this thing is going to do over $100,000 a day, doing nothing, just sitting on my ass collecting. Because that's what it means. By the time people realize that, they don't understand everything moves in tandem. Yes, the yield becomes amazing, but that also means a T-share is $20,000, $30,000. How many people do you know that got that?
Yo, Karim, adopt me, bro.
Don't worry, I already do. You're wearing Hex already. You're on the street.
If we double the number of T-shares, then we're going to be equal to the number of Bitcoin that are ever created. Except
that's a good one too.
Shares will trend down. So if we take our 10.5 or 11 million T-shares now, double it.
Well played, yeah.
Like 21-ish.
About 21-ish, yeah. And it's going to continue to trend down. And now we can also use that narrative. Hey, we got less t-shirt in the Bitcoin and it's deflationary. Bitcoin is not. Bitcoin inflates.
Here's the most savage thing I can tell you about this is that I will not rub it in when the price of a t-shirt is greater than the price of a Bitcoin.
Oh, I will.
First I will rub it in
Simon.
When the price of a free claim is more than the price of a Bitcoin.
Shout out to Hexatic again. We're having trouble sleeping. I mean,
people could get 10,000 hex for free. I know I did.
Yeah, Maddie, it's your fault. See, the chat is saying it's your fault. You made me brought the level 5. I didn't mean to, but since it was so nicely asked, and I just can't help myself. Free alpha again, because I'm a man of my word. To me, the math is clear. I respect your pocket. Again, I put in a level not to show off. It's just to remind you, this is a high level of discipline, because you're looking at money that's touch. That's the thing. But then it compounds so fast. I can see it now.
You're so stupid.
I can see it now. Elon's first trip to Mars, and he runs into a sign that says, Hex was here. See you in the next solar system.
There you go.
Oh man.
There you go. It's going to be epic. It's because again, your number one enemy is dormant capital. Remember, PulseChain was created for Hex. Okay, Hex is the sports car. We just needed the proper rail, the proper highway that was just badly built. Now we're getting the 5-lane highway, lower fees. Onboarding is going to be insane. We got the whole world to onboard. There's less Hex to go around, and it's deflationary. I mean, we did 10,000 X with like 50,000 users. That's nothing. By the time we onboard the rest, it's going to be insane. Plus, easy access, because we're going to be there, and that's what I love doing, onboarding people and talking to new people. So, and nobody's going to complain how late they are if they get another 1,000 X after whenever they got in. They're going to be like, holy shit, this is great.
If PulseChain and PulseX go up in value, then Hexicans are going to be, like people like me who are all tapped out, I'm all in. So how do I buy more Hex? Shoot, off of my PLS and PLSX gains. Off of
it's a cycle. Like that, you could just rotate. You can kind of rotate it,
So in conclusion,
it's beautiful.
So in conclusion of the level 5 is I make it as a joke. You're irresponsibly staked, but for me, it's not irresponsible. It's just the math, and I follow the math. 99.9 something percent. You did your staking, you did your sacrificing. So literally, I'm already in position, which means nothing's getting sold. When the thing launch, I'm just looking at, okay, where can I delegate? The Pulse gets delegate, earns the yield, and then the other stuff from the PulseX, it just sits. I might do liquidity providing just for fun because I want to create the bridge to make my bag copy worth perfect. So I'm going to probably liquidity provide for Hex on Pulse and Hex on ETH to create the strong bridge. So arbitrage bots not going to play shenanigans. And I got for me, I got no impermanent loss, because for me, Hex is Hex. I earned yield. So that, make no mistake, that pair, Hex on Pulse, Hex on ETH, is going to be some gangster pair, because it makes sense for whoever to do that, to get the free 4th coin with no impermanent loss, because whatever Hex you get on the left or on the right, you can turn that into a T-share and win, period. And by doing that, just like the same attraction we bring for the new people, say, hey, come get your free copy and back up the whole value of your copy, like Richard talks about all the time. People somehow fucking forget that the same fucking rule applies to Hex too. Hey, come in here and provide liquidity for the other Hex so that you can back up the value of your copy, which happens to be the most valuable thing out there. Out of all the copies, the Hex copy is the most valuable one, period. There's shit coins out there that their copy is going to worth shit, and there's shit coin out there that the copy is going to worth great, and the original one is going to worth shit because the business model couldn't work because of high gas fee. So, but the way you look at it is one side lose. Either the copy loses or the copy wins and the original lose. For Hex, it's so amazing. Both sides win because it's finished product. System done. System stake, no bug, whatever. Now, Hex on Pulse might be slightly more expensive thanks to the premium because of the low fee onboarding, but it's not going to be a crazy premium. It's going to be something manageable, and it's still going to be dragging up and to the right. because liquidity is going to start being bridged from the expensive side to the cheaper side to sell it for the people that want to buy it on the cheaper side. But then sooner or later, again, parity is going to be met, and then we're just going to ride, and then we're going to lower the Ethereum fee. So it's just no matter what, you never lose. And then maybe 2-3 years from now, after 10,000x move, and I got mad pulse and crazy amazing liquidity, yield from my delegation, then maybe I'll take some of those pulse and I'll turn into what? My favorite thing in the world, a T-share. But right now, Hex is too valuable. It's not
Exactly, man. You know how you know Hex is gonna make when Hex actually makes it? When we go on Twitter, if Twitter's around like in 5, 6, 7 years down the road, you have Michael Saylor, you know, just shilling Hex, you know, it's the next best thing out there. Is this, is that? Because when he finally gets it, and one day he will get it, you're gonna see he's gonna pretend like he didn't before when he talked crap about Bitcoin. Now he thinks he's like the god of Bitcoin. He's gonna do it with Hex. I'm telling you, he'll do it.
Of course they will be. Yeah, they'll come late, but again, that's the joke. You need people to buy it at $2, $3, $10, $100. So they need to, because like Richard said, you got to ask yourself,
I'll make his own coin game.
When are you wrong? So then you can come back and buy. So, but yeah, guys, there you have it. Again, this is the secret about this strategy that I just mentioned. Level 5 is extreme level of patience, extreme level of discipline. This narrative ultimately plays out 2, 3, 4 years from now. I just gave you high level chess game play, because you're going to hear the narrative, this and that, and the new people, oh my God, PulseChain, this, that, it's going to do it. But eventually, after mad gains, the smart individual understand that, okay, we pump so much, I need to protect some of this capital. Where is the best way to protect it? Just like the Bitcoin people, hey, if you have moved your Bitcoin into Hex, right, you could have sold it on the double, we can go on and on and on. Hex value proposition is always going to be there. You can always buy in at whatever point of time and earn more money after, thanks to the power of staking. Plus, he has a tendency to always go up and to the right, because the way the liquidity is set up is perfect to allow price appreciation over time, almost basically forever. Once you understand that, and once you understand that when you're compounding at 40%, or I've read the copy at 80%, listen to this, quick math. When you compound at 80%, the price can go down 80% that year and you still don't lose money. That's how insane that is. And it has to consecutively go down 80% year over year at a compounding rate for you to lose money, because you're also compounding at 80% annualized. It's fucking insane. It's the ultimate defense move. You don't lose wealth. Price going down, doing is whatever, more Hex paid every day. You don't lose. This is the ultimate long-term savings account. Shout out to Manny with the music in the back. When I say your copies and pulling all this other stuff, understand what that means. We used to say, hey, you compound at 40%, which means the price needs to go down 40% in a year for you to technically lose money when you calculate on an annualized level, right? Well, guess what? Now you get a copy. That means that doubles. That means it's 80%. Some of us, no offense, full disclosure, right? Always, in Karim, I got stakes compounding 60% right now, because my staking average 13 years, 37%, that's the average 6 years. If you're more on the back end, because again, the same way we said dips are in the game, emergency penalties are in the game as well. When you look at those specific states, the long one with the excess bonus plus the penalty, I mean, the yield is just stupid. You look at it like, is this real? It is, because it's math. So in conclusion, if you want to be level 5, user be warned. Extreme level of delayed gratification, which is why the system pays you this well. Patience and understanding we're not playing checkers here, we're playing chess. So I'm already expecting the gains to happen. That also means I'm very bullish on on Pulse and PulseX. It's because I am so extremely bullish. It's because I believe they're going to do 1,000 to 10,000x. Therefore, I don't need that much. 5 to 6 figures is all I need. You know what I mean?
And where does that money go? Into Hex?
Exactly. So I'm already at the final destination, because ultimately, while the time is needed for those fundamentals to kick in the year and the 2 years, my gamble, well, it's not a gamble, the analysis is how high does the share rate is going to be 2-3 years from now versus waiting, because ultimately, by the time I convert those gains into a T-share, the share rate is no longer going to be what it is today. So I got to ask myself, me parting with my hex right now, it's called opportunity cost, quick maths. Well, it's going to be quick, but hopefully you're going to follow me. The quick math is what is the opportunity cost of losing amazing daily payouts for the next 2-3 years to allow the 10,000x narrative to safely play out, and then whatever the share rate is going to be then, to then transform that into a T-share. So in other words, if I were to give an example, say, hey, I can restake this 1,000 T-share right now, or I can turn that into a sacrifice, wait 2-3 years, PulseChain, PulseX do very well, take some of that money and then buy back. The question is, what is the hex price then? What is the share price then? And would I be able to not only get back my 1,000 T-share that I can get right now? That's the first thing, because I know it sounds crazy, but the hex price could be so high then that even with all those gains, right, PulseX, you end up with less T-shares, right, than just keeping them right now. Plus, extra opportunity cost is I did not get daily payout for 700 plus days, 800 days. How much is that opportunity cost versus just sitting on my ass, taking that shit and just stay cool? See, that's the high level math with the assumption. And my guess is, and that's before copy, by the way. Everything I just said times 2. So my analysis is like, Karim, don't risk it. Doesn't make sense. Play the game with the fraction of a percent, and it also protect me from myself. So the little bit turns into a lot of money, and I'm not gonna sell, right? Because Marco, imagine I only put like 10 grand, right? Sacrifice, whatever. And then we get a 10x. Well, it's 100 grand. I mean, it's nice, but it's no big deal, right? So I can allow it to do the 100x, the 1000x to really fit its full potential. Because if you put a lot of money, let's say $1 million, which is cool, it might do a 10x. And then you see $1 million turn to 10 million. You're like, oh my God, so much money. And then the cognitive bias hits you, and then you sell because you think, oh my God, 10 million. And then it does another 100x after that. And you're like, you fucking pissed because you missed the part where we told you it was deflationary. So I'm sacrificing just enough, understanding what's going to happen in the future to allow the thing to turn into what I expected to turn onto, right? Kind of like $1,000 turning into $1 million, 10 million. Now you're like, yeah, that was a good return on investment. Nice 1000x, mad gains, right? That's what we're here for. And you were delegating your money while you were waiting, earning that extra, pulse plus when the price is going up. So it's a powerful strategy because you're playing the long-term game and you're forcing that discipline upon yourself. Because if your cash out point is, let's say, $10-15 million, then you sacrifice just enough to expect that to happen after a 100x move or a 1000x move, not after a 10x move. Because if that happens, you're going to be tempted to sell. Everybody has a price, right? You're going to be tempted to sell, and then you're going to miss the rest of the move. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, man.
So there you have it. The Quan Gang special.
Maybe next week we can talk percentages. Like, what would your ratio be of trading PLS or PLSX to Hex? I mean, it's not
game theory out there. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like super relevant, and I don't like doing clickbait, but at the same time, I think the thumbnail today, like, I think it brought some people in, and so I'd be okay with doing some thought experiment price predictions. I've already got mine written down.
Yeah,
so.
bang. Man, the chat is awesome. You guys are awesome. Thanks for the kind words.
Yeah. Now my wife's gonna hate me, man, because then she come in tomorrow morning. I'm like, guess what, babe? We're going level 5. She's like, what?
Oh my God!
Level?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but you asked me. I gotta be honest with you. So you asked me.
Level 5.
Yeah.
I
feel bad for Papa Lava. He's like 5 stream. I thought he was about to leave, and then he stayed. That's awesome.
Hilarious.
Yeah. I mean, but seriously though, jokes aside, the levels are there for a reason. Okay, the goal is.
That's dope, Eddie. Good job, Eddie. Awesome, man.
Bang. Yeah, so I want to just remind people, please be disciplined. Like, I am extremely disciplined. That's why I'm able to do this. Like, the goal is not for you to try to impress me and then you go emergency end stake. Like, no, because then it's going to hurt you more than anything else. If you decide to go to that level, know what it means, but make no mistake, you're going to get handsomely paid at the end of that. Because again, I'm only 31 years old, 32 next week. And it's like 15 years from now, dude, I'm 45. Like, that's good. Like, you know what I mean? Because only 1 year went by. So it's like, I'm still young. So it's like, you don't underestimate how long you're going to live. So, but are you willing to take that level of discipline? You know what I mean? There's people that are way more liquid fund than me right now. You know, they're living their best life, which is fine. But I'll see you on the golden yacht. You know? That's how it is.
Hey,
so,
guys, I don't think people know, just in case, Wave 3 couldn't make it. He wasn't feeling well, but he wished he was here. So,
yeah, homeboy.
Wave 3, you know, feel better. We'll see you really soon.
You'll be here next week. Shout out
to
him. So yeah, so as you go level higher from 1, 2, 3, or 4, before even dream about 5, make sure that you're also leveling up your level of discipline too. Okay. There's a reason why I started with level 1. There's a reason why I said that's the most popular one. That's the one that I made a short clip video. I even tweeted about it. I went cursing people in a good way. I was like, I need you to fucking be wealthy. Remember that stream? I say, I need you to build wealth. I need you to build wealth.
Got it.
I was like, yeah, because level 1 removed the excuse. Anybody can have a 15-year stake. If you just play that 30% park 15 years, T-share preservation plus the bonus that you get, it does the job and you combat inflation. Everybody should have one. And then from there, then you work your discipline. Are you level 2? Then try it, you know, and then maybe you get more, you know, steady income. You got other stuff going on. You're more predictable, which is a sign of discipline. When you become predictable with your income, predictable with what you want to do, you plan stuff ahead, that's when you know your discipline is moving to another level. And then you're compounding wealth, because make no mistake, as you stack that money away, turning to T-share, your daily payout value goes higher too. Now you start to compound at a faster speed. So that delayed gratification is actually paying you. It's not just for fun. It increases what you're making. That's the goal. You're turning into a more productive asset. That's what it means. So, see, shout out to Hex Force. You see, I'm 52 and have 10.5 years stake average. Holy fucking New Year. You see, can't make this shit up. My 15-year stake will end and I'll still be younger than this gentleman. And he has 10.5 years out there. Again, if you really believe and understand what you own, right? Pull up a shutter, right? The receipts. I stake the way I stake because I truly understand to a very deeper level what is it that I own. This ain't no like, oh, let's show off. No. I know what the money printer can do, what it has done and what it will do. I have absolute certainty. I've reached level 3 understanding, right? First you listen, second you understand, third you internalize. I've internalized it so well, then I can already tell you what's going to happen 2, 3, 4 years from now. When God will tells you you're going to get $1,000 hex, $10,000 hex, it's going to happen. So your real gamble is, am I letting go of my T-share right now, expecting to get more money after 1,000x move? But then the question is the share rate and the hex price going to go away from me faster than the 1,000x move? Because if that happened, by the time you make all that extra money, you buy back the hex, you actually get less T-shares. It's fucked up, but that's how scarce hex actually is. So you got to really ask yourself, is the gamble worth the gamble? Now, don't get me wrong. If you don't have any hex right now, shit, yeah, do the sacrifice, whatever, get some, because you know the sacrifice, you might get a nice 10x right off the bat, little impulse, and then swap that into some T-shirts. But if you already have the T-shirts, that's especially the person that I'm talking to right now. That opportunity cost is real because you already have the thing. So when you don't have the thing and you're in wealth growth mode, then yeah, maybe sacrifice pops out, you get a nice 5x off the gate, you swap that for hex and hex go for another 5x, then you're good. But then again, you are trading, which I don't recommend. So, but you know, find the balance between the two and build your T-share preservation. Never, ever, ever, ever forget about it.
It all starts with hex, guys.
All start with hex.
I see in the chat here, somebody's asking for an end of the year price prediction, which I'm not in the mood for right now. We'd probably have to hype it up. But I would like the record to state that if Pulse and Pulse X did not have to be created to bail Ethereum out of, you know, trying to destroy their own crypto, we would have had another billion or $1.5 billion of buy pressure. Maybe, not necessarily, but I'm just gonna say we would have gotten to that $10 hex that we predicted back when it was a third of a penny at the beginning of Quant Gang last year. Actually, it was 0.7 of a penny, and then it dropped down to 0.3 of a penny.
Yep.
But that's what I'm saying is like, how much more are we
X
going
was
to
on
rocket
fire.
up
Yeah,
with
it
all
was
these
fire.
PulseX billionaires, with
Mhm.
all of these people who have so much overlap between the mad gains we're seeing in Pulse and PulseX versus, you know, people who already own Hex, who are already Hex millionaires. It's another compound effect.
Yes.
Right?
Dude, that's awesome. I like this comment here. It's great. Shout out to Edwards. And well, this one too, yeah. Awesome information. This is great. Helps to understand path. Yeah, exactly. Level up. Shout out. Welcome to Quan Gang. That's what we do.
Teachers, man.
We do. People are here for a reason. Yeah. Intellect plus discipline equal wealth. Math. I like that. I like that a lot. Again, that's the key. This is how you create your own luck, right? Because what is actual definition of luck, right? Opportunity needs preparation, right? It's better to be prepared and not have an opportunity than have an opportunity and not be prepared. This is why it's key, because I'm telling you right now, clip this, just like last year and the year before, when this whole thing happened, and it will, I have absolute certainty in my belief that it will. People are going to say, oh, you guys got lucky and this and that. No. We knew exactly what we were doing. We delayed the gratification because we know what's about to come is going to be insane. And then with that kind of wealth, we will, mark my word, we will change the world. Like, we're on our way, but we need more because we need to readjust that fucking money to inflation. Because right now, even $100 million is not that much money when you readjust to inflation. I mean, they're printing this shit like crazy. So sadly, we need billions and billions so we can really have.
You know, and Karim, you know what's beautiful about that? What you just said, right? Is not only with over time, many hexagons and pulsicans are going to be extremely wealthy, right?
Exactly.
But along the way, the journey, we're all going to know each other. We're going to know our strengths, our weaknesses, our passion, our dream together. Where we're not going to be strangers with this type of money. We're going to be a big community with this type of money. And that's how you really change things, right? When you get a group of men with an abundance of type of money, well, what a certain goal. And you're going to have a community with that certain goal, right? So expect that, expect all these things we're going to do. Expect, the Sense Foundations. We're not going to stop there. We're going to continue to donate there. There's a lot of things we could help change in the future. And the hexagons and pulsicans are going to be right at the center of that. And it's beautiful, man. We get to say that not only are we changing the future, but we're changing the current right now where we're living at. We're changing it little by little. So, and guys, this is history. Like, every person here, you are part of history. 5-10 years, when we look back, we're like, oh my God, remember when we used to make those streams? Remember when we used to do this and that? Who knows like where we're gonna end up being, right? So don't take that for granted, guys. Like, 4 or 5 hours streaming, yeah, it's cute. We're doing that, right? But think about what we're really doing in here that's going to change things down the road. So it's incredible, man. It's beautiful.
Because ultimately, and this is where the wisdom lies, it's not just what you're making, it's who you are becoming. Exactly. One more thing to add to what you were saying, you also end up fighting in a good way, understanding that abundant mindset that you need to have in order to fight the wealth syndrome, to understand that it's just money at the end of the day. Yeah. One of my new favorite quote that I've heard that I really love is, it says, it's very simple. I'm a big quote guy. It says, love people, use money. Let me say it again. Love people, use money. Sadly, in this world, there's a lot of the stuff happening on the opposite side. People actually love money and then use people. This is sometimes the reason why, funny enough, when I go to the club and I do my thing and sometimes my friend was spending money, it's my reminder that this is just fiat. Those idiot prints out a lot. It's the time that you're spending with your friends, it's the enjoyment, it's what actually matters. So it's to remind me, this is just paper. Like, remember who you are, what matters. And this is also how you remove the detractors, because people who don't know you, they'll just still talk shit no matter what. So when you move that like that, then you're going to be able to be good to go. And then you have the timestamp, so you can go back and tell people, look, this is what we said. This is what we did years ago. Look at what happened. And then you can also fact check. Look at the discipline. Look, we did an emergency end state. Look, because the penalty actually helps you stay a man of your word. It creates that discipline. So the system is so good that you already
teacher.
Have it's a teacher, and it's also an accountability partner. Because you can check yourself before you wreck yourself. Hey, you said you're going to do this. Hey, you said you're going to do that. That's why sometimes at first, everybody been through this, and put a 1 in the chat if you've been through this as well. First time you kind of do your your 15-year stake, you're a little shaky and this and that. Oh man, this and that. Whatever. But then the moment you do it, then you get a sense of relief, like, okay, because you were literally about to change your life, the course of creating a new momentum, a new disciplined habit. And the reason why you were hesitant is because your brain was trying to tell you, bro, you were never that disciplined before. When was the last time you committed for something for 15 years? You're a joke.
I remember my first 555.
It's your brain trying to create that withdrawal because it's trying to call you out. Like, dude,
It took me 3 to 4 days to actually pull the trigger.
Exactly.
No lie. I knew everything about it, what it could do. I did the math, I did the plan, spoke to my wife about it, my first one. And I remember, man, that day when I did it, after that, I was like, that's not so bad, right? Like, and then I got excited for it. Then I started to see it grow. I'm like, and then that's it.
You kicked in, exactly, because you realized, hey, you didn't do anything wrong.
Yep.
Your decision was still sound.
I felt good, man.
The world didn't end the next day. Nothing bad's gonna happen. All those imaginary purple. Oh, what if? Like, just chill. What if it just works? What if it just pays you? Right? Start talking about all the internet, this, that. Dude, if the internet shuts down, you got bigger problems. Okay.
Yeah.
The whole world is. So it's just like all those imaginary, and then you realize, wow. Because the ultimate truth was, if you're honest with yourself, this was just your spirit, your soul telling you, bro, you never done that before. Are you for real or are you full of shit? That was that reality check. And then you battled it and then you won. Because imagine you didn't do it. Then that would have been a confirmation bias that, see, you can't come in for that long. What are you talking about? You can't do this. You can't do that. Because the moment you do that, everything else becomes relatively easy. When you have a 15-year stake, a 10-year stake is like no big deal. A 5-year stake, you flip that thing like it's popcorn. Like it's just like, hey, what are you talking about? And then now you can see clear. And it allows you to really have that abundant mindset. And when you make decision now, you have a broader view. You're thinking in years. It's like a chart. You stop looking at the 30-minute candle and the 15-minute candle and the 1-hour candle. You went straight up to like the weekly. And then occasionally you look at the daily chart. You get what I'm saying? Because you're looking at the trend.
Not only that, Karim, right? Like, how often, let's be real, folks, right? Like, let's take a time out real quick. How often in the past 5 years in your life, you thought about doing something for you, for yourself, and made a big commitment like that, right? Like, you know what? I'm going to do this. Like, how often do we actually get to do that? Not much. I'm not going to lie to you. Not much, right? So many times we say we're going to do this, we're going to do this, and 2-3 months later, we don't do it, right? How many New Year's resolutions we do, and we don't do it, right?
All your friends sway you to go do something else. Oh,
exactly. And you was able to do that 5. That has to feel incredible.
Out of your money before you got scammed by something else.
Exactly.
Again, protect yourself from.
It has to feel incredible for you to be able to pull that trigger, do it, and know that you did that for yourself. Of course, you did it for family, friends, blah blah blah. But first, you have to do it for yourself before you could do it for others, right? And you press that button and you did it. Like, that's a huge accomplishment. Not many people could do that. I'm telling you, not many people could take that type of commitment. And folks, if you did it, congratulations. That's huge. Like. And you will thank yourself later on, man. Like, it's a big deal.
You send money to your future self.
Yeah.
And you will thank yourself all along the way, especially when you do a staking ladder, especially when you don't believe how much it can be worth. Yeah. That's when you want to send it.
Yep.
And that's when you create that discipline for yourself. And that's what, we say all the time. Richard said it all the time too, because it's a factual statement. Delayed gratification is literally the foundation of building wealth, period, point blank. Nothing was ever done in the history of the world that was meaningful without some level of delayed gratification. You had to go learn the skills, the treatment, the whatever, delayed gratification, humble yourself to then be able to enjoy the fruit of the labor afterwards. It's called a fruit for a reason, even if you talk about that.
You know what's the best feeling out of all that? There's not one person in this world that could take that 5 away from you, but you. You got to press the emergency end stake button. That's it. Not the code, not the bank. Well, yeah. Well, I'm just saying, like, that has to be from you, right? Like, you had to screw up some way, somehow to really get that done, right? Like, if you did your homework, you did the stuff, let's put the security to the side. Like, it's just you and that stake. You get to choose. There's no bank. There's no middleman. There's nobody that you had to get permission from. There's nobody, no permission from anybody out there in the world but you to decide to press that button if you have to, right? That's the beauty of this damn thing, man. People
And that's
forget
what
that.
peer-to-peer mean. I mean, let's unpack that for a second. This is why it's so magical, because guess what? It also removes all the excuse. There's nobody else to blame but you.
That's
It's
it.
you. It's you and you, baby. It's you and
Unless you got a crazy wife. That's it.
Yeah, but even that, I mean,
Yeah, even that.
hey, you pick her, right? Husband too. You pick them. So
Yep.
again, this is why I like, Jocko Willink book, extreme ownership. At the end of the day, I highly recommend, do not take the identity of a victim. Bad thing, or trust me, I grew up all around it. Being from Africa, I've seen it. Like, it's no good thing comes out of that. The more extreme level of ownership you take, the better your life will become. Yes, it burns at times because you feel like, man, I didn't do anything wrong. He did it, But because it burns, it allows you to put structure in place, system, to not let that happen again.
Yep.
Example, simple, stupid. Friends borrow money from me, doesn't pay back. It's not the friend's fault. It's my fault. Craig, what do you mean? No, it's my fault. I trusted him, and he didn't, deliver for my trust. Guess what? Because I take ownership, I don't blame him. I said no more. He's done.
Yep.
Because I'm making that change, it doesn't happen again. If I say, no, it's him, it is, but you don't understand, there was an excuse.
It's going to happen again.
Exactly, because I don't learn from it.
Yep.
Then I make the same mistake, and then the excuse change, and then it happens again and again and again. When I blame it on me, because it hurts, make no mistake, but that fire, that burn is what you need. It's like when people count you down, people talk shit, people say you're a scam, this and that. That burn, you need that. You need the haters. It fuels you. Oh, you talk shit about this, you talk shit about that, we're bad about this. I'm taking notes. You telling me how to self-improve, you don't even fucking realize. Because I'm gonna go work on all this shit that you talk shit about, and I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna shove it in your face. You don't know who you're talking to. I'm a very driven person. Now, it's not for everybody, but again, it's a powerful motivator.
You see that scarf, you walk away, people. That's it.
So extreme level of accountability is a powerful driver.
Yes,
because
it is.
it allow you to actually improve and put better things in place. And
You
by
know
the
what's the
way,
beauty about that 555 really quick, Kareem? Over time, when you see it grow and when you see it do what it does more and more, when the market goes crazy and it still does what it does, you're going to feel so good that you made that decision, but you're going to be like, yes, it does what it does. And you made the decision, not us, you did. So,
exactly.
Congratulations, folks.
Exactly.
And listen, folks, whoever done a 2 or 3 year, even if you didn't do a 555, as long as you did some type of stake, good job. You're going to learn about it. You're going to grow and you're going to end up doing longer stakes and stuff like that. Give yourself time.
There's levels to it. Like Miguel always said, there's level. You know what I mean? Like, don't try to bench 300 pounds if the last time you benched, maybe that was only 30 pounds or 40 pounds. The goal is start. Humble yourself, start somewhere, and then scale from there. You know what I mean? And then find a level that works for you. Maybe, after you bench a couple of times and you rise and you're like, I'm about 150, I'm fit, I'm nice, I look good, I don't need to be overly bulky, extra weight. Maybe that's not for me. So the goal is find where your level of discipline is and then execute from there. And if you have no discipline, definitely get yourself level 1, bare minimum, because it will force that discipline. Because without that, again, breaking news, without some level of discipline, you will never build wealth. Point blank, period.
Guys, did you notice we got 435 likes and still almost 300 people watching? Yo, that's what's up, guys.
Shout out to them.
Get us to 1,000, or each person can only press it once unless you're Bitfinesse, and then you created 10 accounts to get us over 1,000 subscribers back in the day. So shout out to you. Thanks to everybody for coming to the stream. I know that it makes the time go by faster when we're having such great conversation. And so we could easily keep streaming for 15 years, but we're going to take a break here before next week. And
hold on, funny comment. We were about to wrap it up, and then you asked that question, and I went level 5, and next thing you know, we're here.
Yeah, it's your fault, bro.
Right.
Actually, literally 4 o'clock.
I'm traveling.
We had 4 hours, and you said that question. Another 36 minutes. I love it.
But you see, it's funny. I love Maddie because everybody should thank Maddie right now. If Maddie hadn't asked the question, you wouldn't even know.
It was a good
level
question.
5. You would have just you wouldn't get this free alpha, because sometimes I'm like, I think about it, I want to say it, but the strategy works if you have extreme level of discipline. And I know some people are not there, and I don't want them to feel bad, but the cool thing is, it's end of the show. I thought maybe some people left, and then there was just that's the Easter egg that we always used to do. At the end of the show, there's always that last minute nugget.
That one thing.
If you missed it, it's oh boy. And then I like to explain the
Yes.
logic behind it so they get to understand. And somebody asked in the chat what country I'm from in Africa. It's called Central African Republic. It's okay if you don't know what that is. We're not that popular, but we do exist. It's next to Cameroon, Chad, South Sudan, and the Congo. It's literally like mathematically, quick maths. Central Africa, right in the middle. Can't miss it. You heard of South Africa, there is Central Africa also. So
Did the stream just drop?
No, I think we're still here.
we're still here. Well, I mean, I see it says live.
We're
So
still here.
Okay.
okay.
I think YouTube may have dropped for a second.
Okay. We are stuck with Karim, Marco, and Maddie for the next 15 years. Yeah, it's funny. I told that to Maddie the
let's
first
go.
week with Maddie, you stuck with me for 15 years.
I don't mind, man.
That's
I
cool.
love this family, man.
I love it too. Me too.
Awesome. So we will be back next time. So hit the like and subscribe, pump your own bags, get the word out.
Yes,
Stake
yes.
wisely, my
Thank
friends.
you, everyone.
We are going to do an outro video and then we're going to take the thumbnail.
Shout out to all the Hexicans. Stay wise.
Right.
And this is from Maddie ALLin of Hex Therapy Live. After Richard's done with stream, I hope it's still hours away. The new Hex Quant and I will go live to show off a new chart for Hex USD price appreciation with staked interest factored in.
That was
And
great,
here's
man.
the thumbnail.
All right, hold on,
Everybody
hold
say
on.
hey.